Oh shit!
There you go.
Cruising down the street in my 6'4". What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Open Panel Drive Time Show. I am blessed to be joined by El Capitan, Color, and my man, my brother from another mother, my currency connection brother, Crypto. And yeah, man, we about to talk about Odell Beckham, and other Dolphin related stuff that isn't Kim Kardashian. So
yeah.
So stick around, guys.
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic Hill. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown. What a block.
Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour, take a cold shower, scream until you're louder, work until you're prouder, and f*** all the doubters, they're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it.
Right. Yo, man. Hold on. I'm sorry. Yeah, I forgot.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics. Officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
And let me tell you something about the Fins Tailgate the network. The one cool thing about it, I like about it now, I think HB put it in there. Whatever you're looking for, whether it be the Cooking Folk apron or the color shirt, now there's a search bar to make it real easy. See, that's how I got this bad boy.
Yeah, that's a nice looking mug, man.
Yeah, it is.
Sweet mug.
Hell yeah. And I tell you what, man, I ordered this shirt on a Friday morning and it got there Tuesday. So shipping is fast. And I tell you what, you guys are doing a great job as far as making it easy to browse and shop. So I recommend anybody to click the link and, you know what I'm saying? Start shopping.
Keep checking it out every day because HB keeps innovating that thing. He's on the groundbreaking cutting edge of shopping technology and wants to, basically wants to show you all what the future is going to look like, eventually, even when you go to your other shop sites, man. He's really on the front edge, man.
Yeah, no, he's always grinding. That's for sure. So, yeah, man, definitely go check out the friggin' TFTGnetwork.com. It's got stuff all the time, new stuff coming. We were actually, before the show started, talking about a shirt we're trying to flesh out to put on there. So there'll always be new fun stuff coming up.
All inspired by things you see on our shows and things we talk about, jokes we make, stuff like that. All inspired by
you
what
can go on there right now. There's a Captain Save a Ho shirt on the friggin' website. If you want to get a Captain Save a Ho shirt, we've got them.
I bought these on the website too. Shake Money stickers. So I'm gonna put this on eventually when I get my new phone. I'm gonna put this on the back of my cell phone or whatever you want to mark as your property.
All kinds of good stuff. on there available for you guys to check out, TFTGnetwork.com. So, all right, Shake,
Yes,
Color,
sir.
Crypto, the Dolphins add OBJ. Odell Beckham Jr. A lot of speculations. There's a lot of talk, a lot of dialogue between the two camps. And draft comes and goes. Dolphins took 2 wide receivers to Washington's. Taj Washington in the 7th round, and Malik Washington in the 6th round. And very high on the Malik Washington pick. I did say yesterday when we were talking about, was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. That I thought Taj might not make it. And to me, it makes it even harder. That would mean Taj Washington has to fight up a depth chart right now with not just River Craycraft, Braxton Berrios, Eric Ikuzama, but now Odell Beckham, who's he's penciled in at wide receiver 3 right now. I mean, that's what that it goes. Hill, Waddle, Odell, day one.
Oh,
Day
and
one.
to be honest with you, he could be challenged for number 2 based on his hands.
Well, we know this about Odell. He's not the Odell from way back when, but I mean, dude, great pick.
But when you can almost guarantee a completion every time you throw the ball to him, that's pretty big. He can
at least if they're gonna give him, top zone coverage, and they're gonna play soft underneath him, and he can catch him on an inside post from the slot position. If they're not gonna freaking account for him with a safety because they're worried about playing, Hill or Waddle that's on like a dig route or something on the left side of the field, you're going to have opportunities to get safeties off their key and have him open in the secondary from the slot position. And even more importantly, right, is you can put him in rotation in all of the spots. He knows all the spots at this point, and you can put Waddle and Hill on a better snap count. So hopefully we're finding ourselves more healthier throughout the season. And then maybe, you find yourselves very fortunate when you got all 3 guys on the field in the final quarter of the season and into the playoffs. Now you're cooking with gas.
And you know what? All 3, like you said, all 3 players could play all 3 positions.
Mm-hmm.
So they're very interchangeable.
And let's look, we're not just adding a talented number 3 wide receiver. We're adding a guy that's been in the league a long time and can work with a guy like Tyreek. And of course, Waddle, both of them to bring Waddle up to their level as far as you're going to have 3 guys, a guy like Tyreek, you could argue the 2 best receivers playing right now are going to be running around in our secondary, finding open spots to sit in. Now it's just going to take 2 to find them. You know what I mean? Because, that's deadly, man. You got a seasoned veteran coming in here to run around the secondary with Tyreek Hill. That's good stuff, man. And I'm not gonna lie, it's encouraging.
Here's the thing: I like the move, but at the end of the day, I don't think this is gonna be. I'm not gonna say this is a move that cemented us into the Super Bowl. We're not an Odell Beckham.
Oh, of course not. We're looking at this point, Shake. We could hope for a war, wins above replacement number. You're adding, maybe 5 or 6 touchdowns to the season. It depends. Those 5 or 6 touchdowns, I'm hoping, can come in crucial spots where, that keeps our season going. You know what I mean?
I'm happy about it, but I'm not thrilled to the roof like I was when we got Ramsey or Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, because he is a little used up. I mean, come on, and where do his loyalties lie? That kind of thing. The guy he's an everyman. Like he's a global player. You know what I mean? Like a LeBron type.
Yeah, I was excited when we got Jalen Ramsey. I was excited when we got Hill, but like this one, I'm like, I'm happy about it, but I'm not like how I was when we got Ramsey. If that makes any sense.
Right. Nobody. I don't think anybody except the really big fans are going to go out there and buy an Odell jersey. Just it's like, he's not he's a Dolphin now, but he's not like a Dolphin. You know what I mean? Like, come on, guys. Unless he's here for another 10 years, unless he's here for another 10 years and we win a Super Bowl. I mean, then he's, bring him on, put him on the Ring of Honor.
I'll say it in one of my infamous analogies. We're just getting the last squeeze out of a $2 hooker.
Oh, God.
Oh my God. Damn.
Could have just said an orange peel, man.
Holy cow, bro. That's terrible.
I would say
That is not.
I'll say $5 one. Come on now.
There's not a lot
Okay,
there.
I'll say a $5 one.
Yeah, at least
$5 lot lizard.
A $5 lot lizard.
Jeez. First of all, you can't
It ought to be fun.
Are you trying to say he's moving in on Jimmy G's girlfriend?
Using expression of crypto and shake money do not reflect those of the TFTG.
It's America's pastime.
Yeah, it's the oldest profession, they say.
Yeah, it is.
I would say this: you can't trust a $2 hooker. I don't give a fuck. There ain't nothing worth that deal all the way around. It's either if it's too good to be true, it's because you're getting robbed, and if it's what it looks like, you shouldn't do it anyhow. So you're.
Oh damn!
I trust Scummy shirts.
Damn,
would be a hot seller.
Yeah, sure enough will. Yeah.
Well, I do know
Scummy.
that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
For Scummy, who has the icon of
Michael Myers.
Michael Myers,
right?
That could Michael Myers could end up on a shirt, so we might have a little Scummy happen. But I will say this: you can find Leatherface on some of the shirts, claiming to be "We Are Outside" on the TFTGnetwork.com. So, we got that in there too. We got it all, bro.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Scummy ruined Halloween for me because I can't take that movie serious anymore. Every time I freaking see Michael Myers, I always think of freaking Scummy now.
You're waiting for him to say some funny shit.
Did we cut to it yet?
Right.
Yeah, Cruz,
he's like, when are we cutting to it?
Right.
Cruz, I think we did, bro. I'm not sure, but I think we did.
I'm cutting you now.
You're right. Imagine Michael Myers coming on screen. Did we cut to it?
Well, yeah. Hold on a second. Let me.
Yeah, Cruz, I thought we did already. Let's see.
We did have a. Let me. I'll get it. We have.
See, now Cruz is gonna sue us for all the royalties. Watch.
No. Good luck. There ain't nothing to take, dog. Hold on, let's see if I can find it. Go ahead. Hold on, I'm gonna find this shirt real quick.
Who's gonna sell that to? What's her name? Jamie Lee Curtis. That's who he's gonna say it to.
I was gonna say New Line might if we make too much money off it, New Line might sue us. Who made that series, New Line Cinema?
Yeah, New Line Cinema. Yeah.
Look, there's the Captain Save-A-Ho
At first, I
shirt.
thought it was Dan Carpenter. Maybe that was a different guy.
Real quick, I got the Captain Save-A-Ho one up, but
yeah.
Hold on, where the hell is the other one? I know we got it. I just seen it not that long ago. Fuck, I can't find it, dude. Maybe I'll just type it in.
Yeah, didn't you hear Shake mention the search engine earlier?
It popped right up. Holy fuck, man! I'm not gonna lie, dude. All I typed in was "We Outside," and it came directly up. You're right.
It went up.
Hey, you're welcome to teach you how to do your search engine.
It's not just that. Like the first version, he has got that bitch fucking running tight now because the first search engine wasn't doing it that well. You're right. It has done well. All right, let me pull it up. So yeah, here's the one we got. Who outside? We are. It's got Leatherface on there.
Yeah.
So it comes in different colors.
Nothing like having graphics with Leatherface.
Now you're going to get a bulk order from Cruz, man. You're going to have like 50 of them go out at once.
Oh, you mean you? Let me see what Cruz is talking about. Let's see.
We got some gravy and biscuits with Leatherface.
Damn.
Thank you,
So
Scott.
okay, I
Thank
just
you,
want
HP.
to. All right, let's get back on track here. Oh, let me show you the Captain Save-A-Ho. There it is. Captain Save-A-Ho right there.
Damn.
There's a guy. Captain Save-A-Ho right there.
There we go. Big time.
All right, it's enough fucking around, boys. Okay, so the Odell helping the depth, totally, right?
Yep.
Meanwhile, it's funny because like before this news broke this morning, Stefon Diggs, either last night or sometime yesterday or fucking I don't know. Anyhow, he put out this workout video where he's doing like these raised push-ups on I forget what he's doing them up on, but he's got like 3 plates on his back, weight plates, and there's a bunch of fucking weight, and he's just doing these fucking push-ups with it on.
All right.
And I tweeted, I go, well, no duh, Stefon Diggs has a strong back. He's been carrying the Bills and Josh Allen for years now. That's it. That's all
they
I said,
walked right
Cole.
into that one, didn't they?
Yeah, they were not. There was
Yeah.
people not pleased about those comments. At first, it was Dolphin fans that were like, "Oh man, that's a good one," but then later, the Bills fans showed up and they were very upset. And it was. I mean, look, it's a good burn, dude. Like, first of all, none of them had a better burn than that. And since then, it's got like 40,000 views or something like that. It's got 1 million retweets. It's gone a little bit viral because they're so pissed off. Anyhow, yeah,
Shit.
almost it's gonna probably when it's
Oh,
done,
yeah, they
and
definitely
stop,
gonna be
it'll
on
hit
it.
50,000. But yeah, it's funny.
Next
Oh,
thing
yeah.
you know, TFTG with the Stefon Diggs interview. He reaches out
added
to Cappy
Stefon
Town.
Diggs
He's
on
like,
it, too.
"Yo, you're
Yeah.
brilliant, bro." That was
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That
so anyhow, then
You saw-
the Odell Beckham signing happens, right? The Dolphins sign Odell Beckham right after this tweet. And then hold on a second. I'm trying to find out when it happened. Just give me 2 seconds here.
would be
the only thing that would make this signing sweeter is if we signed his doppelganger to go with him. Bring back Jarvis. Let them both run around in the secondary like they used to.
Okay. So right around the same time that the Dolphins sign OBJ, right? And now, meanwhile, I had already kind of beforehand, I went ahead and poked the Bills. I was like, ha ha, you suck. Your guys, the best talent on your team just left. Because that's what I mean, most talented offensive player they had just left. I'm not saying Josh Allen isn't talented, and I'm not saying that he won't be more talented. Whatever, fuck off. I'm not, fuck him. Fuck Josh Allen. How about that? Stefon Diggs, super talent. Anyhow, then we sign OBJ, and the Bills sign Chase Claypool, and they were kind of proud about it. And I was thinking to myself, well, Chase Claypool, although I see all of like the guy's a big dude, right? He's got all this measurables and all this stuff, but he is not productive at all. And I get it. He didn't have a lot of chances with the Dolphins, but why isn't he getting these chances, right? Like everything that you see about Chase Claypool, you're like, man, if that motherfucker get on the field and get it going, ain't no one going to be able to stop his huge ass, right? So I dug a little deeper. Now, meanwhile, the Dolphins, what we just talked about on our wide receiver room, we're stacked. You know what I'm saying? We're really stacked. Like Eric Ikuzama and Taj Washington, River Craycraft, all those guys are probably not. They're not making it on this football team. You know what I'm saying? I just don't see how they're only going to keep 6 or 7. That's a topic for another discussion. But right now, currently, with the addition of Chase Claypool, the Bills wide receiver group is Khalil Shakir, Curtis Samuel, Mac Hollins, Justin Shorter, Chase Claypool, and then the wide receiver that they drafted as the Diggs replacement. And the guy has got a lot of
right
praise,
now,
bro.
Mac Hollins is their best receiver.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. The Shafir guy's pretty good. He's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I kind
my
of like
point is,
Shakir. I hate to say it,
Well,
but
so,
he's
Brian
really
probably said
Shakir's
for
really
the-
good.
strictly
And
speaking,
Curtis
with
Samuel-
wide receiver eyes, I like Shakir.
I like Curtis Samuel. I thought Curtis Samuel's a fucking damn good weapon. Now, is he the Curtis Samuel of old? Probably not. But again, they're decent weapons. They pale in comparison with the rookie and the loss of Diggs when you measure up the wide receiver room for the Bills to the Dolphins. It's just not even close. The Dolphins are head and shoulders above in talent in the wide receiver room, right? I think we can all agree upon that, correct?
Yeah. Although I
Yeah.
probably would take Shakir over Odell Beckham Jr. just because of
I agree.
Well, yeah,
I
I
agree with
career.
you, David.
Only because of the point in his career. You know what I mean?
Well,
Not
listen,
you know.
no doubt, right? I'm not saying that I wouldn't replace talent. I'm just saying if I had to pick one or the other, no one's going to say the Dolphins wide receiver group is lesser than the Bills. That's just not
no way.
that'd be a bold fucking faced lie.
No way.
That
Yep.
would be a lie. So when I hear this, now this is something that came across that is, let me see if I can find it again, because this is super, super interesting.
Dolphin ears like I'm 20 minutes from Seaside. Give it another 30 years, you'll be 5 minutes from Seaside.
This is super, super interesting. So Chase Claypool might be a cursed football player.
I agree.
I will say that again. We look at Chase Claypool, right? As far as measurables go and what you see when looking at him, you're like, this fucking guy's a weapon, right? He's a weapon. You could do some shit with him. But since leaving Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh shunned it, they got rid of him. No one understood that move when they got rid of him. It wasn't like he was getting a bunch of money or what have you or whatever. I mean, I guess the Bears did kind of pay him a little bit, but doesn't matter. From what we saw of the little bit of Chase Claypool that he played towards the end of that year, before he left the Pittsburgh Steelers, everyone's like, this guy's got fucking talent. He could be a tough weapon to deal with. Listen to this stat. Since trading Chase Claypool, the Bears trading away Chase Claypool, they went from being 0-13 with him to 2-1. When the Dolphins got him, the Dolphins were 5-1. Then they activated him on the roster, started losing. The Steelers were 2-6 with him, and then they turned it around when they got rid of him and traded him, went 11-4. In the last 2 seasons, now this is a middle of the year type of stat, but there was a whole 2 seasons where he hasn't won. He's won only 2 games in 2 seasons, and was, I mean, dude, there's a little bit of a curse following him around, right? As far as what happens to the teams that acquire him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering. Look,
that nothing screams that he slipped through the psychological cracks of the NFL like that, like his career, dude. You know what I mean? Like,
It's almost
That is
what you
crazy.
just described, El Cap. What you just described reminds me of like you're at a casino table at the poker table and you bring in someone to grease the table or
he's a
kill
cooler.
the table.
He's a
Yeah,
cooler.
that's
Mm.
exactly what
table.
it sounds like.
Cooler,
He's a
huh?
fucking cooler. And I'm just saying, the Bills bring him into their wide receiver room. A wide receiver room that, isn't star-studded outside of what potentially the wide receiver rookie can do. I mean, look, I'm not dogging any of the Shakir, Curtis Samuel, Matt Collins, respectable wide receivers. But if those were the 3 wide receivers on the Dolphins, number 1, number 2, number 3, before the rookie, I wouldn't feel very confident, right?
If I could be fair to Claypool for just a second, you know,
well, we have a Tua
being that
though.
the only game Josh Allen has is
we have a Tua.
backyard football, it might actually maybe it'll work for Claypool because he is a big target for Josh Allen to find when he's running around playing backyard style, you know. So maybe Buffalo is the place for him to be, but
now maybe
and the fact that Ben Roethlisberger was that style of a player, that's probably why he was better with Ben.
Which is when the last time he thrived, Crypto. So it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, he's an off-script wide receiver. Okay, big target.
Can I bring a different? Can I bring all? Can I?
I mean, you don't know what he's doing.
Big Ben was the style.
I have his stats within the red zone.
They've done studies, you know. 60% of the time, it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
Those are his stats in the red zone.
I wanna just bring another perspective that's kind of piggyback off what you guys are talking about. Specifically, what Color's talking about being a big-bodied receiver. In last season, specifically, you started to see the Buffalo Bills transition from a passing team to really kind of like what we're doing, trying to be a run-first team. They found a lot of success with what's his name's brother, right? And with Cook. And what I think maybe they're looking to really just use him the same way we wanted to in the running game, as a catching blocker, if you want to call it that, because you could do one or the other, you know. And you look at it, they went and let go of their two best receivers that they had on the team, Gabe Davis and Stefon Diggs, right? And Stefon Diggs isn't washed at all, in my opinion. I think he's still going to be. I think he still has a lot left, and I think Gabe Davis has a lot left as well. I just think that they're in a transition period, that they're moving to really maximize off of that play action, what do they call it? Play action passing or run and run the ball more, like they have been. And you know, I think that's one of the moves that they just made just to kind of, you know, get in that transition. But I think their two big receivers is going to be Shakur and the guy they drafted, Keon Coleman, which I don't know. He's just kind of slow to me. He ran a 4.7. I don't know. That's the issue. The only question I have about him. But yeah.
But if you notice, Buffalo is going after a certain type with you know, Matt Collins and all these other guys. They're going for
bigger bodies. People are playing cold weather.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Matt Collins,
they're trying to get bigger body guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Collins a big dude.
Well, Matt Collins and Claypool, almost they're spitting images.
Yeah,
yeah.
I was always a Matt Collins fan. I'm a Matt Collins near, so I'm a little biased.
Well, you know me.
I'm a Matt Collins near. Yeah,
you know me. I'm definitely in the apologia camp of Matt Collins for sure.
Right, exactly.
What are you apologizing
for? Hey, Ali,
for?
to your point. No, to your point, Ali. Instead of us having a $2 hooker, they have a $1.25 hooker. That's all.
Damn. You saw my comment in the chat, though, didn't you, Crypto? Did you see my comment?
No, I didn't see it.
I said Josh Allen is a $2 hooker. Freaking Bills team. Bills get mugged every year.
Oh yeah. Right.
So that's what I.
Yeah. Exactly.
By the way, for those in the back of the room, an apologist is what Tua's entire fan base is.
Apologist?
Yeah, that's what an apologist
Right.
is. Tua's entire fan base. That's in the dictionary under apologia.
Oh damn.
The opliticized.
Shit. What was that, Cap?
The opliticized.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Damn.
Yeah, it's
So how do you feel, Ali, about the Ohio State wide receivers?
It's the newest book banned from
Oh,
the
how do I feel about
the
Ohio State receivers?
Yeah,
The ones that got drafted or the ones that are there?
No, the one that got drafted, the one that's there. I keep hearing freaking Triple S tweeting about them. The ones. But I'm talking about the ones that got drafted.
Well, the only real receiver that got drafted was Marvin Harrison, and this is kind of interesting. Let's actually talk about that for a quick second. he hasn't actually signed his NFLPA agreement or something, so they can't actually make jerseys for him yet.
Oh, they'll get it done in August, though. They got
I wonder. I'm just going to bring this to light real quick. I wonder if maybe he's even playing hardball because he kind of wants to move. I don't think he wants to be in Arizona, to be honest.
Well, the part about it being Arizona does support your hypothesis for sure. But as far as the PA goes, we could be looking at a guy that just sees himself above them and doesn't want to sign over the rights to his name and image. I mean, we've seen this before.
Yeah, Belichick wasn't signed to it either.
Right. Well, somebody told me it was for a different reason, but whenever you see these players in video games, like back in old Tecmo days or even in old Madden days, where it would be like, that's Emmett, or that's Barry Sanders, but it only shows player number, whatever his number was.
Player 1.
Right. Because like I always assumed it's because that player didn't sign his rights over for his image to the NFL, but somebody told me it was for a different reason. And I can't think of any other reason. Like, I don't remember what the person said, but it didn't make sense to me because I'm just thinking, why would there be one guy in the entire video game roster that doesn't show his name? You know what I mean?
Well, there is
a really important player. You know what I mean?
Like, it's kind of like on Madden, when you pick Madden, you see the head coach has said New England head coach. It doesn't say Belichick. It said New England's head coach.
Exactly. That's what I'm. So that lends support to my hypothesis that it's because they didn't sign their rights over to the Players Association.
Do you think is it possible? I mean, that could be true, definitely. But one thing I know about Marvin Harrison Jr. is that he really holds himself to be this very, very humble person, right? And I don't want to say it's almost like he's like really Christian, like in my opinion. And
you mean like John Gotti's kids?
Well, I don't know, but when I say Christian, like I'm talking about like maybe he doesn't want. Hold on, let me land, please. Let me land. Maybe he's one of those types that just doesn't want to be famous and make money off of his own name. He just he doesn't want to be like a money hungry type person. You know what I'm saying?
He doesn't want to be a slave.
I don't want to say that that's the case because I don't know. All I'm saying is that
he doesn't want to be a slave, bro.
No, he's an extrovert. That's what he's called, an extrovert. That's what that is.
Yeah, I
just like to externalize everything and put it.
I don't want to say what though this is what it is. I don't know. I just can tell you that this kid was super humble, bro. Doesn't talk smack.
Well, he got it from his dad. His dad was that way.
Right. He doesn't want to make a vehicle out of his life, out of his image. You know what I mean? Like when you sign your name over and all that.
Put that caveat out there. His dad was the best, most humble.
Right. When you sign over your name like that and all that, you're basically getting up in the morning. Like we all have jobs, we all commute to work. Well, not all of us, but you know what I mean? Like you get up in the morning, you go, and let's say if you're driving a company vehicle, this is a really good example because after a while, that vehicle, you know how it is when if you're a good driver, you become one with your vehicle, and eventually that line between their property and your property gets blurred a little bit. You know what I mean? When in all actuality, that's no different than operating a freaking workstation at an office. It just happens to drive down the road. It ain't yours. It's like you're and so a player, when they're like an NFL player like that, where they don't even own their image anymore and all that, you're basically getting up in the morning and sitting at a command console to operate your life. Like it's vehicleizing your life. You know what I mean? And I guys, just like I can imagine a guy like him don't want to do that. Like I'm me. I'm not a job. You know what I mean? My life is not a job.
I think he'll sign eventually.
You know?
Yeah, maybe he will. Maybe he will. It just surprised me. I figured at this point they'd already have the ink drying at this point. You know what I'm saying? It just, something that I didn't realize. So,
this is a good question. It's a semantical debate, but it's very interesting what Big Nick's saying here because I thought the same thing, Big Nick. But what I think crypto. So real quick for those just listening, Big Nick says LOL Crypto said that with his chest. It's extrovert or extrovert. It's introvert. And
Yeah,
while
is
I
it
agree,
Yeah, I
introvert?
initially said introvert, then I changed it to extrovert because I
no,
was
he
thinking
Big Nick's
externalized.
saying that the correct
Yeah, I
term
know.
is introvert for what you were describing. But I think that
Yeah.
how you are, okay, he might be an introvert, but the way he lives his life, the way he presents himself to the world is extroverted so that he can keep his introversion. You know what I mean? I know I'm getting way
Yeah.
off
Right.
the rails with semantics, but I think the way Crypto said it made sense if you think of it like he's extroverting his life. He's presenting himself
Right. That's what I was trying to
outwardly
mean.
to the
Yeah.
world and keeping his introversion to himself. So
Right.
yes, he is an introvert, but he's living
Right. I
his
understand
life
what Big Nick talking
extroverted.
about, but yeah,
Right.
I just intended it in the other direction as far as
I got you.
how he project himself.
I'm not trying
Yeah.
to be a dick and correct a bunch of people. It was a fascinating point of linguistics for me, and I'm kind of into that shit. That's all it was. I wasn't trying to
Yeah.
nobody.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think since we're a class 0 society,
I think most
my goal is to get us to
misunderstandings in
1.
the world are basically due to simple linguistic
We'll all be
misunderstandings.
introverts once we get to that next level of civilization.
Right. But if
To
I was an
answer,
but if I was an introvert, which I am, present my life extrovertedly. You know what I mean? Like I'll keep everything outward and not let anybody in. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Right. You're blocking. Right. You're using it as a blocking method. Yeah. Keeping people out. You're putting up
To answer
shields.
your question though, real quick, Crypto, in
Right.
regards to the Ohio State receivers, I with today's topic, I do like this OBJ signing for the money and what it does bring in a sense of talent and the sure hands that I'm looking for. But really, and ultimately, it is a band-aid to what I think is the real move that that Miami is going to make next draft. And Neil already called it, which I'm going with it. Ohio State receiver Ibuka, I think, is going to be a perfect fit here. And in fact, I think he's that. And I've mentioned this guy's name a bazillion times now. And it's because that's the style of receiver that I can give you that I think that would be perfect for our offense. He is that Amon-Ra St. Brown style receiver. A sure hands receiver. He's always going to catch it perfectly between 0 to 10 yards and can definitely give you the yak and the speed that you want. But he can also play the boundary as well. You know what I mean? But we really need that possession receiver, and I think Ibuka would definitely do that for us.
Gotcha.
But in regards to OBJ, for the money, the talent, and he's also kind of like borderline. He could play the boundary if he wanted, which is good. So you got somebody that can definitely be here and help us out in December where we need the biggest help, And that's something I
don't
meant.
think the recruiting got hurt though.
What do you say that again? Say it again. Say it again.
I said I don't think that hurt y'all recruiting as far as getting guys constantly in there, kind of like on a.
No, I don't think it hurts.
Cycling in and out of there.
I don't think it hurts at all. There's a guy there that I would. I'll tell you what. In 2026 draft. Hold on, real quick. In 2026 draft, I want, and I'm going to say it because he's from the state of Florida. I want Jeremiah Smith on this team. I'm sorry, but having Waddle and Jeremiah Smith on a team, that would be sick. That's
Jeremiah.
And if you don't know who Jeremiah Smith is, go look at his high school highlights. The guy is already made for the NFL, better than most NFL receivers, in my opinion. He's pretty sick.
You know what high school he plays at? Or played
Oh God, where did he go? He went to
God damn,
hold
what
on a
Stoney's
second.
talking about?
Give me 1 second.
Oh,
I'll tell
wait,
you.
Polynesian Steelers.
Well, while you're
Damn,
looking, I just
Stoney.
want to say to the guys in the chat I was just trying to help everybody, bro, so that nobody does get manipulated. Like if I'm talking about linguistics, it's in order to help people understand them so that they don't get manipulated by narratives. That's where y'all get me wrong.
Oh, he said you had a narrative.
I wasn't trying to be a grammar nerd.
Well, I don't get it. What
I'm
you
just into that
you
shit. Like it was fascinating, like the way it got misunderstood. That's all. I'm
He
trying
went
to help
to
people
color.
learn so they don't get manipulated by narratives.
He's from
Right,
Hollywood,
Bo.
Florida.
That's why I was saying. That's why I said it that way, Bo.
Yeah, he went to Charminade Madonna College, preparatory high school or preparatory school. That's where he went.
Right on. That's one I hear about. The locals
And
talk about a lot.
he is a tall receiver. Before anybody like starts to wondering how tall this kid is, he's 6'3". So,
by the way, Big Nick, I saw that for the first time ever. I saw that. What was the guy's name from New Hampshire? The guy that took down Charlestown, bro. That shit was great. Just so y'all, I'm just talking to Big Nick real quick for a second, but man, now I know why people got inspired, bro. That shit was good, man. Y'all got to check that out. How this federal First Amendment auditor took down Charlestown, New Hampshire, man. This is some good stuff, man.
Charlestown, my neck of the woods, West Virginia.
The whole dang town came after him, bro. The whole dang town was corrupt, man. Residents and all, bro. It's some crazy shit. Like, I didn't even know all that happened, bro. I'm like, this is going on. What? Man, back in the 60s, they would have just nuked that town, man.
Color, I got a question for you. And I just want to get your perspective since we signed OBJ. On the Twitter Spaces, people were disputing if Berrios would have a spot on the roster still or not. So who do you think is it going to be? Is it going to be Craycraft or Berrios that's on the chopping block?
My first instinct is Craycraft because Berrios carries a little more draft cachet and all that with him. You know what I mean? But at the same time, McDaniel has been known to keep his guys at his, in his pocket, and I believe Craycraft is one of those guys that literally followed McDaniel over here from San Fran. So
that's a good point.
I think he is like personally invested in Craycraft, and that would be the only thing that would give Craycraft a veto over Berrios. But I don't know if it's enough given this juncture of McDaniel's run here in Miami. It might be already too late for that. Like that doesn't keep you here forever, although it seems to be working for Jeff Wilson Jr.
Yeah, I see what your point is there. That's good. Good points. I think with Jeff Wilson Jr. is part of the fact that they traded for him when we gave up like a 4th round pick for him or something like that. So I think that's why he's still here, because they gave up draft assets essentially.
I mean, bottom line is, if McDaniel did play wide receiver, and he's anything like any wide receiver I know, like myself, he values the hands, bro. Like when I tell you all about the eyes and the hands and all that, I know McDaniel has to value that too. And so anybody coming into the building, I think Craycraft is the hands version of Myles Gaskin. Like if your hands aren't as good as River Craycraft, then you can't be on our team. Because here's this guy that virtually don't drop anything thrown to him. So, if you can't do that, then why? You understand what I'm saying? Because the ball's got to be in your hand first. It don't matter what you do after that. We can scheme 15-yard plays for a receiver, for a slow receiver that's got 80% hands. This is the reason people don't understand why we're holding on to Smythe the way we do. You can scheme around a guy who don't have physical ability. You can't scheme around a guy that can't catch the ball. The ball is on the ground. The play is over. It don't matter what you scheme for that. That's what people don't understand about positions that are, mainly responsible for catching the football. Tight ends. And in today's day and age, it seems running backs, although I've never been too harsh on them in that regard. I think it's a coaching mistake or a quarterback mistake to be relying so heavily on a non-receiver like a running back. But that's today's day and age. So I'm going with the flow on that. If people expect running backs to catch like that too, then that has to be their first focus. Because you ain't going nowhere without the football. I don't know where everybody thought the rules changed. Like anything athletically matters when the football's sitting on the ground. I just don't understand why people think that rule's changed.
I hear you, man.
They're like credit for yardage. There are no points for yardage. None. Your defense can get a fumble recovery on the 1 yard line every single time your offense scores a touchdown. There is no reward for yardage.
Not even brownie points with the coach?
What's that, Jake?
Not even brownie points with the coach?
Nope, not even brownie points. Well,
caller, I'm sorry, man. I gotta call BS. There's definitely points for yardage. It's called fantasy points.
Thank you. Yeah,
oh man,
which I don't understand why they don't give the yardage for punt returners and all that. That's
one guy
crazy.
over 6 feet, Duke.
Some leagues do. It just depends on your league.
Well, I haven't found one of the daily fantasies that do it yet. Maybe there is one. I don't know, but
my dynasty league, but we created our own league, so we do it.
It makes sense. I mean, if you're,
Actually, I don't even think OBJ's 6 foot. I think he's 5'11", Joe Wrist. I could be wrong. Someone look that up. I don't know how to.
Like he's 7 foot, dude.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, for me, OBJ is perfect because he has the hands that I've been asking for. You know what I mean? OBJ doesn't.
He's got really long arms, dude. Even if he is 5'11", I'm 5'11",
he is 5'11",
and you've seen how long my arms are, Ollie. So I can catch as if I'm a 6'5" receiver. You know what I mean?
5'11" is pretty much an inch short of 6 feet. So with the
that's about where I'm at.
You know?
If I'm tired on a day, I'm 5'11". If I'm uppity, then I'm 6 foot. You know what I mean?
Y'all ever thought of the possibility that Odell Beckham won't make the 53-man roster?
I guess there is always that. No, we're paying him $1 billion. He's already made the team, dude.
So according to Bill's fake crowd noise, OBJ has a 6'8" wingspan. Do we know if that's accurate?
Yeah, exactly.
Damn.
So he's officially listed at 5'11", 200 pounds. Holy shit, I didn't realize he was so heavy. Damn.
Yeah, he's always been heavy.
Throws right-handed, which matters because the guy has been known to throw the ball.
I'm not saying he's not going to make the team, but that will be fire and brimstone if he doesn't make
Listen,
the cut.
look at anybody who got with a Kardashian is overweight now.
Yeah,
damn,
Devin Booker's
dude.
overweight too, wasn't it? Wasn't he? Didn't he gain a few pounds, Devin Booker?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right.
Ironically,
I got something to say about weight. I got something to say, and I know the Tua haters are going to come out crawling to make fun of this.
Jazz, by the way.
And I'm not trying to hate on Tua either, because I'm just indifferent. I'm not a hater and I'm not a supporter. I'm just indifferent. So I saw a video because they had the veterans come in for workout or whatever, and they got Mike White and Tua coming out the door. And I'm not gonna lie, bro, Tua above the waist does look a lot skinnier. You can tell he lost weight, but his legs still look thick, in my opinion.
And believe it or not, Odell Beckham's career reception percentage is really not that high.
His what? It's not high at all.
His completion percentage is
I
really
think his
not
yards
that
per
high.
game went down every year since he's been in the league, which it kind of shocked me. I thought it went up.
I'll give you the numbers real quick. 9 years in the league? Here they are, starting from the rookie year: 70%, 60.8, 59.8, 61, 62, 55.6, 53.5, 53.7, 50, 56.3, and last year with Baltimore, 54.7%.
What's his yak?
What's his yak? Percentage of 60%.
What's his yak? Can you tell me about his yak?
Now, keep in mind the way he's been underutilized the last couple seasons of his career. Look, if you drop one ball, you're going to have a shitty completion percentage. So I'm not really putting it that hard on him. You know what I mean? I know he can catch the ball. I know he's got great hands. I don't need to, but
the season he won the Super Bowl, he only played like half the season anyway.
Right. Career yards per target, 8.4. His rookie year, 10.0. Last year, 6.4. Yards per game, Or no,
Oh,
you wanted yards
that's the
per
only
reception. Yards per reception
yards
in
per
his
game
rookie
is
year,
not good.
14.3. Kind of trickled down, but has been hovering around 14 his whole career. And last year with the Ravens, 16.1. His Super Bowl year
Yards
Kind of
per
predictable.
reception.
his
What
Super
about yards after
15 is
catch?
good.
his Super Bowl year with the Rams, it was 11.3. Let me see about yards per catch.
11.3 in the
Or
Super Bowl
yards
year.
after catch is what
Oh,
I'm
I
looking
mean,
for.
yeah, yards after catch. Let's see.
his
I
yak
might
was
have to go
probably
to
high.
I might have to go to the advanced tab. Hold on.
Yeah, I think that's where you find it.
I think his yards per game has been telling because it's went down every year. He's been in the league.
Well, his utilization has been seriously down. I mean, everybody's using him like a mercenary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, even though he played, he had some seasons he didn't play all the games. He played 16 games. It went down to like 60 yards per game or something like that. The one time he did play 16 games with Cleveland. Baker Mayfield was his quarterback,
Expand
by the way.
everything, Ali, when you do that, like unnecessarily for some reason.
What happens?
They expand everything for some reason when I click on the advanced tab. It's
Oh.
like, really? Just give me the whole season, please.
Are we going to
Give me the
hold
whole
Odell
career,
Beckham up
you
to
know?
the same standard we hold Tyreek? Like saying, oh, he's having his Hall of Fame career only with this
Even more
quarterback.
so. Wait. I'm going to be holding OBJ to the same standard that, or actually even more of a standard than I hold what's his name Waddle to regarding his hands. It better be for sure catching. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying. I know he's
Dude,
not
what's
going to get
going
the
on,
same
my
treatment
brother?
as Tyreek. You're not getting that treatment.
Oh, here we go. There's the advanced. It's on the same page. Okay, so receiving Yak.
Yes.
It's got, for some reason, it's only got from 2018 for some reason. I don't know why.
1 year he played with two teams.
But he had his Yak. You want per reception or for the season?
Just per reception, because that helps me a little bit better.
Going from 2018, he was 4, 4.4, 2.0, 3.4, 2.8, 3.8, and 4.4 last year.
Okay.
Is that Yak yards by itself?
His yards after catch per reception.
Per reception, 3. So he's getting
his Yak in total, I see
155 last year. Total.
Yeah.
In 14 games played, 6 started.
I mean, he only started 6 games last year?
His average depth of target has been consistently around 12 or 13 his whole career. That hasn't changed at all. So when teams do use him, they use him the same way they always use him.
He only started 6 games. Hold on, Crypto. To answer your question real quick, Crypto, he did play 14 games last season,
but he only started 6.
Yeah, he only started 6.
So go by targets, really.
They got Zay Flowers, man. Zay Flowers is the guy there. So
was a primary guy for the most part, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he was basically a third string receiver anyways. I mean, a third guy, just like we use him.
So I think it's kind of funny, Lewis, because I asked you before the draft, and this was right when we heard that OBJ was visiting us. I had it written down that I had asked you, what would the money have to look like for you to be okay with an OBJ signing? And you said, I'm down with 2 to 3 million, and then the base rate is 3 million. So what do you have to say for that, Lewis?
I think that was the move is a low risk, high reward, Ali. Like $3 million.
Right.
I mean,
especially 1 year.
It's you're getting tremendous if it works out, you're getting tremendous upside, right? So thinking about it now for a couple hours, the initial shock, I was kind of like I was with Von Joe in the Twitter space a little bit when he said the move really didn't move him. And I felt the same way. It didn't really move me. But the more and more I've just been looking, doing some research, thinking about it. Yeah, it's not. I mean, again, for $3 million, it's definitely not bad. Now, the question I have for you, gentlemen, is what are the realistic expectations? Because I believe last season he had
Great
35
question.
35 catches for a little bit over 500 yards. So
That's a great
realistically,
question, Lewis, that I was
what are we?
actually about to entertain the
If
same
the
question.
targets are the
Because
same, I'm
Right.
expecting the
really,
same, Lewis.
when you talk about what moves you, you know what I mean? And in other words, it didn't move me either, other than being a wide receiver. I love the guy and his abilities, you know what I mean? But and I do see a need for us. But as far as moving me, what'll move me is when I get the indication that he has the will to win here.
Well, for me,
And that goes
it's
to your question, Lewis. Like, what can we expect out of the guy? Well, that all depends on his will to actually want to be a part of what we're doing. You know what I mean? And winning.
Well, let me-
listen. I'll answer what Lewis is looking for. I'll answer what Lewis is
Number-wise,
looking
I
for.
think
I expect, and this is what I expect for most number threes, somewhere around 600 to 700 yards, right? And maybe 5 or 6 touchdowns. That's what I'm looking at.
Well, Ali, I think Ali is spot on, right? Because when I look at it, last year he had 35 receptions for a little bit over 500, 16 yards per catch, right? Like the average, what he averaged.
Lewis,
So,
if we can get exactly what the Rams got out of him, it's every bit worth the deal, bro.
well, I'm thinking if last year he had 35 for a little bit over 500. Could we set an expectation? Let's add 15 more catches, so put them right at 50 catches. And I'm with you, Ali, somewhere around 650 to 750 yards. I think that's great production for your
Especially
number.
if 6 of those receptions are for touchdowns, Lewis. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I think if you get a 50 catch, 700-yard season from Odell Beckham, I think that's great production from a number 3
It was the
receiver.
same argument I made for bringing in Derrick Henry, which is okay that we didn't. But
Yeah,
I'm saying, like, it's the same
I will
thing.
covet more the touchdowns
You're
than the
almost
yards.
buying yourself a certain number of touchdowns this year. With that,
you know,
I'm
funny?
not gonna put the yards on the emphasis. I'm gonna emphasize scoring.
You know what's funny,
People
Lewis?
happy with him getting 9 touchdowns and 200 yards versus
You know what's funny,
1,000 yards and no touchdowns.
right with you, Christo.
When I was looking at,
right with you.
when I'm looking, as funny as I look at the 22, the starters, 11 on offense and 11 on defense. If you compare the starters from this year to next year, I don't think we've upgraded. I think we upgraded and we stay stagnant. So I say it's kind of a wash when you're talking from as far as the aspect of starters is concerned. Now, if we're talking 53-man roster, I think we greatly improved from last year. As far as the team in a totality from 53-man roster versus last year.
I just think we have more depth in areas we didn't last year. That's what I think.
Yeah, I don't want to put the burden on him to get yards.
Can I just echo one more time something I said, I think, last
score.
night? We can't know about the 53-man yet because those cuts haven't been. We don't have a 53-man roster yet. But what I do believe is we are going into this camp with a plethora of more talent and potential than we went into last camp with.
Yeah,
I agree.
Can I bring one other, what I think is good about this deal? You were able to make it now before the June 1st cuts, right? And not have to worry about renegotiating any money or trying to find the money at all, right? And now you can go in with the June 1st cuts, have a plethora of money, and you can sign your draft class, and you still have a lot of money to play with. We could still pick up that right guard that everybody wants. And we could still get a safety in, maybe it's Simmons. I would be okay with that. What do you guys think?
If they added a guard and safety, I would say we got more overall talent. But if they didn't, I say we stay the same.
No, well, even without adding a guard or a safety, in my opinion, I think as of right now, today where we stand, I think we have more talent on this team than we did last year.
I agree with that. That's a good statement. I like that.
That's just my opinion. But I would say the guard, absolutely. I think Reisner should be a top priority, Ali. Justin Simmons, I'm with as well, but Ali, kind of what you posed to me earlier about the Odell Beckham when you asked me the question a couple of days ago about the money. I love Justin Simmons, would love him to be here, but that also comes with a price. I'm not. It's the same argument I had for Tua. It's the same argument I had for Christian Wilkins. It was the same one with Odell Beckham Jr. I love the player, but
it doesn't have to be Simmons though. There's some other safeties out there. I think Adams is still out there, and I want to say there's like one or two other guys that I know of. But I'm just saying, I'm looking at it in the sense that I kind of think safety is really a need at this point. I mean, I know we got Poyer and I know we got Javon Holland, but the depth is the question. I don't know if we can trust this Cal kid. I like the fact that he comes from Cal, so I know he's smart. Like, he may have football smart, but does he really have the football ability is the question.
I would agree.
You know what I'm saying?
I definitely think the safety position needs to, be upgraded, right? So I'm with you there, Ali. I would say, though, remember last season before I think he got hurt, Elijah Campbell was playing very well. In spurts, right? So again, could he build on that? I would say yes. I still would like to add another piece. I'm with you. I'm just saying, again, in that position, I think it's just getting kind of what we've seen from the running back position. I think the safety, the way the rules of the game is now, you're not going to see the Sean Taylors, the Brian Dawkins, the Ed Reeds of the world anymore, right? So I think, it's good. It's good to have safeties, but the days of like breaking the bank for safeties, I think those days are over. So whoever.
So they're the new running backs, is what you're saying.
Could you bring up Greg's comment? Because I want to say something. Because I don't want to break my arms and pat myself on the back because I said that we was going to be saying that last year. I said something to that nature that when they were saying that we were the best talent that we're going to have every year continuing into eternity, I said last year we were going to be saying that this year. And lo and behold, it's coming to pass because I said we were going to say it in the year 2044 that we're going to say that team is the best team that we ever had. So on and so forth, continuing into eternity. It's going to happen all the time, every year into the future.
Isn't that kind of like the crypto? Isn't that
going into this camp than we did going into camp last year? Yes.
Yeah.
And
I said that we were going to be saying that every year.
Okay, but that doesn't make it untrue just because you were right about us saying it again.
That's not my point. My point is we can
that's
say
not
that.
Actually what I'm saying anyway.
I think what Crypto's trying to say
that.
Yeah,
that's why I'm immune to it now.
Yeah, Crypto's trying to say you can't make the argument because you could say that at any point. It's just like the all-time, like people talk about the GOAT. We want to say that Tom Brady's the GOAT. Yeah, he might be the GOAT now, but when it's all said and done, who knows? Right. The next guy, Mahomes or whoever it is after Mahomes, could be better. It's a never-ending conversation. That's basically what it is.
It's simple.
Right, that's all I'm saying.
What I was saying was, though, is very simple. If you asked me which offseason camp I want to go into last year or this year, I want to go into this one.
And I'm going to get out ahead of it. Which camp do you want me going into? 2025 or 2024s?
I would rather have
that's my point.
To work with than the set we had last year. That's all I'm saying.
Fine. I'm not saying you can't have it. And I'm saying I'm going ahead of it. I'd rather have 2025s and 2026s ahead of what we got now.
Great. I'd rather have 72, but that's just me.
I don't even know what the hell Crypto's arguing about. Like, what are you even
I'm not arguing. I'm just making a statement based on Greg saying what he said, and I've already gotten out ahead of it last year that we was going to be saying.
Yeah, but nobody is propagandizing here, Crypto.
No one said it was propaganda. I'm saying it's not, and it won't be propaganda next year in 2025.
We're all with you on that, bro. We are all with you on that.
Ain't the
I get that, I'm getting ahead of it from now until the end of time is what I'm saying.
But Crypto, let me ask you a question, Crypto, and I'm just trying to figure where your basis of the argument is. But shouldn't that be the mindset of every team anyway? Like, yeah, I would hope that
in theory, yes.
No, it's not. No. See, it's not in theory. Like, yeah, I can.
Yeah, if you're rebuilding from scratch, then you can objectively say that that's what you want to do if you're building from scratch. So it's not always going to work all the time.
Crypto, I'm not trying to over-scream you. I'm not trying to over-talk you. All I'm saying is, yes, last year when we looked at the overall roster, we were like, man, this is a great roster. This is one of the best rosters we've seen. But now the moves we made going into this offseason, I think that's what Color's trying to say in 2024. Yeah, even though that 2023
I'm not
roster
disputing what he's saying.
Crypto, I'm not even done. I'm not even done, bro. Like, the whole point is you're trying to make a point like us as fans are just coming out and saying, well, this roster is better than last year. And to Color's point, if I'm understanding kind of the conversation, there's no gaslighting in that statement.
I never said no one was gaslighting. I'm just saying I'm playing chess. I'm saying that in year 2025, year 2026, and so on until the year 3000, those teams would also be the best.
I think what's happening here, and it's understandable, is that Crypto understands, Lewis, that he is speaking to the people that were hyperbolic about it last year, saying this is the greatest roster we've ever had and all that stuff. And he's right that people were completely hyperbolic about it last year, and that's what he feels he's getting ahead of. I think that's what we're crossing here. You know what I mean? And I'm just trying to relay to Crypto like you did. There ain't no gaslighting. I just feel like I would rather
I'm not accusing nobody of gaslighting.
set of guys to choose from.
I'm just trying to get out ahead of it.
And the one we had last year, you know what I mean?
That's all.
Well, like I said, from my stance is, as far as
no one's
gaslighting. You talk about
just trying to get out ahead
11, the starting roster. I don't think it's a better roster than last year. I'm talking about just strictly from a starting standpoint, but as far as a totality as 53 depth, I think it's improved.
Yeah, I agree there, Shake, that I think there's a lot more unknowns on the initial 22. You know what I mean? The game time 22. I think there is a lot more unknowns on that squad than there was last year. I could agree with that.
Well, and again, I could see that point, right? That's a fair point. I would just say I disagree. Because if I'm looking at it, right, in my opinion, and I'm gonna start saying that because I hate how these conversations go.
Real quick, Lewis, from my perspective, unknowns as far as whether we're going to improve any more than last year is what I meant. Not that we couldn't accomplish what we did last year. You know what I mean?
And what's crazy is you got to preference your opinion, because that's one thing about the Fins Tailgate. We all speak for ourselves. We don't speak for each other.
Absolutely,
correct,
Shake.
Correct.
But what I'm saying is, I guess from an overall standpoint,
you wasn't gaslighting. I wasn't trying to say that. I apologize. You thought that was what I was trying to say that you were saying. No,
you're good, Crypto. That's what I'm trying to. Look, it's all about
trying to
how
get out
people
ahead
were
of it,
acting
that's
last year. I get it, bro.
I was just trying to get out ahead of it. That's all.
All right, cool.
That's all I was doing.
Continue though, Lewis.
Lewis.
No, I would just say, like, for me, yeah, overall record, I don't know if we'll be better than what we were last year. I'm just looking at the moves on the field, right? And what Xavier Howard gave us the last 2 years, I would say Kendall Fuller, in my opinion, is an upgrade. So I think we got better.
I agree. I tried to get him out the building. You know that.
So,
right,
so
I can't disagree with you on that one.
So
I can't disagree with that.
I would look at Jordan Brooks over Jerome Baker. I would say, in my opinion, I think we upgraded there, right? The D line is where people get concerned. You lost Christian Wilkins. Oh my God, what are we gonna do? Well, if you look at it though, Christian Wilkins and Zach Seiler played 90% of the snaps last year. So yeah, you got 9.5 sacks from Christian Wilkins, but look at all the guys we brought in. And all I'm saying is, if Benito Jones, let's say, comes in here and gets you 3.5 to 4 sacks, and the guy Gillimore or whatever from Dallas gets you 2, and the guy from Tennessee, Tart, comes in here and gets you 3 or 4. Well, now you're exceeding that total that Christian Wilkins, that one guy gets you, with a bunch of guys that could probably get the job done in a collective and keep other guys fresh, like a rotation.
And Lewis, why couldn't we expect a guy like Peely to take the next step?
Peely as well. That's a very good point, Color, right? So it's just, when I hear about, well, maybe the total 22 is not better. Again, that's Shake's opinion, and it's fair to say. I would just say, in my opinion, I think overall, the starters, the depth, and the overall 53 man. Now we don't know exactly what it looks like, right? And there'll probably be a couple unknowns here and there that make the team or miss the team that will shock us. But I just think from where we are, May 3rd of 2024, when I can think or try to remember where we were May 3rd of 2023, I would say I feel much better with this roster than I did with that one.
Here's another way to say it.
Okay,
I think this year's
time overall.
I want to say my point
real quick.
quick.
This year's camp is a lot more. When you go to form your 53-man roster at the end of camp this year, it's a lot more like shooting fish in a barrel than it was last year. That's all I really meant. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be a lot easier to construct a decent 53-man roster out of what we got than out of what we had going into camp last year.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay. And one thing. Look, at the end of the day, there's one thing that money can't buy, and that's continuity and chemistry. So at the end of the day, whether we upgraded or not, the reason last year's I was thinking about last year's roster, the starting, is because those guys had 2 to 3 years more time to continuity than the team that's currently constructed. They had a lot more continuity, especially on especially on the defense.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, those players that we got rid of,
as a unit.
we had to put in fresh new. So we're hoping that they gel and they have a good chemistry together. But we don't know until week 1 or week 2. And
absolutely. Right. And I think that's fair.
Oh, it's right. Your comfort level is being where they at. Okay. Yeah,
I would just say, Shake, and that's fair, Shake. I would just say, for me, when I look at it, right, yeah, the players knew each other, but it was a whole new system they were learning. So, like, when I hear the word continuity, if it would have been, let's say, for instance, when we got rid of Brian Flores, but we kept Josh Boyer, it was the same scheme. The guy might have been out of the building, but it was the same scheme. Even though you had the same players, the scheme changed. So I don't think there was continuity like that. That's just where I'm at. That's just my opinion, though.
Okay,
right?
that's a fair point. But at the same time, when you've been working with somebody for so long, whether you're doing no matter what the scheme is, you guys could just read each other's body language and know what you guys are thinking, because you guys
I do agree,
for so long.
It's that shared experience over time that makes it easier for them to learn something new as a collective.
You know what I'm saying? They're on the same page because they've been playing together so long. They know
one
their
mind,
tendencies.
one body,
they know, hey, if they, you know how to kind of guide each other without even saying a word.
But that doesn't mean there ain't going to be a delay, like a buffer zone, Shake, where there's going to be a time where things are fucked up. You know what I mean? Because they still do have to learn. You know, if it's a new system. Real quick, I just wanted to say,
you think Weaver,
Deuce, I respect you. I respectfully disagree that anybody could make a statement that we're not as good as 2023. Likewise, I won't say that we are. You also can't say we're not. So you got to be fair in that, dude.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, I could be very high on this roster in 2024 color, but they can come out here and absolutely shit the bed. So absolutely, like.
Well, I just mean that I have to be fair to the people that are really optimistic, and telling John that, you could say we're not as good as 2023. But I would say the same thing to a guy like John as I would to a staunch to an ear that thinks we're the 72 Dolphins this year. You know what I mean? Is that neither can say,
And you're absolutely fair in that color, right? And then I'm glad we're talking about this now, because this is the same argument not even argument, but the debate I have with people telling me that the Houston Texans are the new up and coming team. Because, yes, they were very productive in 2023, right? But that has nothing to do with how they're going to look in 2024. But yet people will tell me that the Houston Texans are the new contenders of the AFC. They're the new darlings. And who is to say, the same way that, and I see John in the comments, He's very well might be right. The Dolphins could end up 70-11 all day. I'm not here to debate that. What I'm here to debate is, could the Houston Texans also finish 70-11?
It's very possible.
Well, yeah, they could have a collective sophomore slump.
But again, see, we only talk about these slumps and we only talk about these things with our team. Because when any other team makes a move, the Houston Texans, they got better. When Kansas City makes a move, they got better. When every other team makes a move, they got better. But when the Dolphins do it, well, we got to wait and see.
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
when it's clear upgrades, though, right? Like, I don't understand where's the hypocrisy in that, because I'm not here to debate. John, it could be very right. This could end up blowing up in our faces, and the Dolphins could up 7-11.
Right. But we don't even have, as I said earlier, we don't even have a 53-man roster yet. So how could we even make that judgment on paper? You know what I mean?
And again, that is very fair. But the Houston Tech, I'm just using them as the example. They don't have a 53-man roster neither. But again, they're considered contenders of the AFC.
Well, it's because of what they put down in the playoffs last year. Let's be real. But that doesn't.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they gauged.
But that earned them the darlingship. You know what I mean? But that's all it earned them. Because if they think that this year is going to be automatic because of what people think about them, then that could cause a sophomore slump. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just recency bias. That's the easy way to sum it up.
But again, recency bias, and I know you want to say something, Crypto, but this is where I'm going to give you credit, Crypto, right? Because recency bias 2 years ago told us that a Super Bowl winning head coach, a young up-and-coming team with a quarterback in the Jacksonville Jaguars that won a playoff game, and then the following week in the divisional round played Kansas City to a great game, right? They were competitive in the divisional round to the eventual Super Bowl champions. Why, Crypto, with the recency bias, why did you pick the Houston Texans to win that division the following year?
The following year?
Yeah, remember 2 years ago, Jacksonville won the playoff game, and then then coming into last year, I'll give you credit, Crypto. You picked the Houston Texans.
Crypto is pretty decent at getting out early on trends. You know what I mean?
And the only reason I'm bringing that up, right, is because we talk about recency bias. But everybody besides Crypto that I knew picked the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they had, I would say, in my opinion, an even worse collapse than the Miami Dolphins. Right? Because that's a team that actually won a playoff game and had higher expectations. The year they won the playoff game, they even added a big-time receiver last year in Calvin Ridley. And they went from a divisional round team to a team that missed the playoffs. So all I'm saying is the same way we critique and we have some concerns about the Miami Dolphins, which are valid, I would say that's not a Miami Dolphin problem. That's a league-wide world problem, right? Like, every team has question marks. Like, just because the Houston Texans had a great season, their quarterback played extremely well, their coach seemed to be pushing all the right buttons, what they did in 2023 holds no weight in what they're going to do in 2024. And I just think that sometimes we are overcritical on the Miami Dolphins, but we'll give everybody else, when we're doing the same evaluations, like evaluating their teams, we give them certain passes and certain things, and I just
or their flowers,
or their flowers, Ali. And for me, I just don't understand why.
That like every one of their draft picks are going to pan out for some reason.
Exactly, Color.
Can I ask you this question, Lewis? Because remember, I gave some pushback on when. Remember, there were people saying that Josh Boyer, when we transitioned from Boyer to Fangio, right? And it was like, give them 10 games. You know, they was putting these long games like before our defense could turn around. I was like, no, they got the offseason to get it right and hit the ground running, right? And they was kept trying to say that, no, it's going to take Fangio at least 7 or 8 games to get it together. Now, given that same logic that people were saying about Fangio, do you think, would it be fair to apply that same standard to our new defensive coordinator?
Well, no, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, absolutely.
Yeah. I agree. Okay. I think it's going to take a few games.
Fangio, right? Since we was giving Fangio, even though he's more experienced and got more clout in the league as far as him transforming defenses.
Well, that's why we're loading up on.
We were willing to give him 10 weeks, Well,
But
damn, how long
Crypto-
are we gonna give this new guy then?
But Crypto,
That's what I'm
that's
saying.
why we're loading up on the look at the two positions or the two spots we effectively loaded up on. Pass rusher, and offensive weapons. Ball carrier.
Yeah, I was thinking Fangio
You know what I mean?
was going to turn it
so
around a
what
lot
we're-
faster than 10
well, real
weeks.
quick,
Is all I'm
what
saying.
we're looking to do, it looks to me, is
You know?
that we're looking to simplify the defense. First of all, you put all your athleticism at pass rush. It don't take much brains to pass rush, dude.
Absolutely.
I agree,
You know what I mean?
100%. That's why I don't give them 10
And it can be,
weeks, 'cause
and
I
it can
give them like
actually
10
affect the
10
game more
days,
than a lot of the
to
other
be
stuff.
honest with
So
Can we
real
agree
quick,
on
let me-
one
let
thing
me
about
land
the
real
gotta
defense
give
real
them
quick?
10
Let me
days.
land real quick. Let me land
Hold
real
on.
quick. Let me
Hold on.
land real quick.
Okay,
No, let me
okay.
land real quick.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So you know, that's the position on defense that is the easiest to pick up and the most effective towards the play. On the other
Right.
side of the ball, we got the running back. We got all these receivers. We got Odell Beckham now. We're
Smith.
looking at it like we're
Yeah.
also trying to complement what you guys are talking about of new defensive coordinator with, okay, well, we're just going to try to bludgeon them even more on offense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely understand.
Well, that's the pressure on the offense.
I do have a question regarding the defensive pass rush, real quick, and it's not really a question, but I want to see if everybody here agrees, and specifically Lewis, because Lewis, to his credit, he kind of got me thinking last year and even the year before last year about this. Do you think it's so important, like it should be the main focus for our defense, that they need to figure out and put it in place that we have organic pass rush? We need organic pass rush no matter what, right? Like that's the key, right?
Well, I would say yes, but this I think Anthony Weaver is more in the lines of Brian Flores, right? And I remember this offseason when we were looking for our defensive coordinator, Ali, I threw out a name that I would have contacted, right? And everybody told me I was batshit crazy because he hadn't coached in the league in a couple years. I wanted Rex Ryan.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Come to find out, Anthony Weaver is a Rex Ryan guy, right? He falls under that tree. I think you're going to see multiple.
You don't say, Lewis.
Yeah, you don't say. So
right?
the reason I talk about this, because Anthony Weaver already mentioned organic pass rush, because he said that it's so much easier to rush with just 4 guys rather than have to blitz all the time and everything. So I'm wondering if they brought in all these guys, defensive tackles, and all the outside linebackers or defensive ends, if you want to call it, really to find that organic pass rush. And that's something I'm excited for on the defensive side. I want to find that organic pass rush. I don't want to have to sit there and blitz 90% of your time just to freaking get to the quarterback. We need to build it, in my opinion.
Well, let me ask you guys a question, because I seen it in the chat and I want to give John his flowers. He had a very interesting question, in my opinion. He said, out of the AFC teams that made the playoffs last year, which team can any of you guys see on the outskirts not making it? And I'll give you guys mine first. I think it's going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I love the moves that they made this year. But when I look at it, the Baltimore Ravens upgraded with Derrick Henry, right? We know what Lamar Jackson brings. We know Zay Flowers. I think the Baltimore Ravens are going to be there. Now, Cincinnati, they're a
wild card. Yeah,
they're a wild card because Joe Burrow got hurt last year. I'm gonna bet that Joe Burrow plays a whole season this year. I think the team gets left out. Not saying that Pittsburgh is going to be a horrible team. They're not, but I just think that division is going to be so tough. Again, Cleveland for most of the year had the #1 overall defense. Baltimore was a top 5. We know the problem Cincinnati brings from an offensive standpoint. I just think
Cleveland's offense ain't no slouch either, even without Deshaun Watson. So
it's definitely not a slouch, color.
So with the Ravens,
for my answer,
you're right. Pittsburgh would be the one team.
For my answer, I think 2 teams come out of that division.
Listen, three
You cut off,
players,
Lewis.
teams can come up the
What you
division.
say, Lewis?
Well, I was saying I think both teams. I think two teams come out of that division because I do think that division is going to be so tough. I think it's Baltimore and Cincinnati coming out of there. I would say the team for me that gets left out of the playoffs this year is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
What were all the name all the playoff teams
that's
just
the
to
most
remind
likely
me?
team.
Who were all the
They
playoff
might
teams?
add an 18 too, though. Yeah, they are talking about that. I don't know if it's gonna be this year or
I'll tell you
2026.
now, right
They
now.
talking about 8 teams.
Well, it was the
Well, that's
Kansas
probably
City Chiefs.
too late for this year, Crypto.
One
Yeah,
was
it was the
Buffalo.
Kansas-
Yeah, the committee.
Two,
hadn't
oh no,
voted
one
for
was
it,
number one.
but
The number
8
1
teams.
seed was Kansas City.
Okay.
The 2 was Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
3 was Kansas City.
4 was
You just said
Houston.
Kansas City.
Yeah, 3 was Kansas. No, 1 was. Sorry. 1 was Baltimore. 2 was Buffalo. 3 was Kansas City. 4 was Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
5 was I think 4 was the
Cleveland
Texans.
was 5 seed.
Yeah, 4
was
was
Houston.
Texans. Cleveland was
Yeah.
5.
All right. So I'm gonna go
Steelers
ahead and
was
say
6.
I'm gonna go
Steelers
ahead
was
and
6.
say this. I'm gonna
Steelers
go
was
ahead and
6
say
and Miami was 7. Yeah.
I got my team that's going to be left out, and it is in that same division that you're
Cleveland.
referencing, Lewis. In my opinion, I think you're wrong. I think the Steelers make it, and I think the Browns are out, and I will tell you why. I think the Browns are out because they didn't really, in my opinion, if you look at the draft, I don't really see where they really pushed the needle. I think they really kind of stayed the same, in fact. And then you look at Pittsburgh. They rebuilt that offensive line. It's now no longer an aluminum wall. It's more of an aluminium wall, in my opinion. So, and I'm joking when I say that, but I mean I'm serious. They really built that offensive line. That offensive line is going to be something to play with, and Najee Harris being there, and some of the other weapons that they have, and now they have an actual quarterback behind it that they're really behind from what it looks like. I actually think that that team is gonna actually move the needle a little bit, and I think they make the playoffs still. In fact, they're going to be getting T.J. Watt back. Let's not forget about T.J. Watt, and they have Minkah Fitzpatrick and other defensive weapons there. So,
well, Ali, let me ask you this,
I think
though.
Cleveland's the man out, the odd man out. Go ahead.
Ali, let me ask you a question though, real quick, right?
Go ahead.
Because I could see that. But let's say the Steelers are obviously they're starting with Russell Wilson, right? They already came out and say he's the starter, this and that. I'm just going to ask the question. Now, I see Q in here. It'd probably be a better question for him since he's a Steeler fan. But if the Steeler fans are anything like the Miami Dolphin fans, we also know they traded for Justin Fields. Let's say Russell Wilson is not giving them the amount of production, and let's say they first 4 games they're 2-2, and when you look up, Russell Wilson is 4 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Do you think there could be a call for Justin Fields? Because again, he's only going into his 4th year. They have to see him to see what they're making forward, and I just think a team like that, if Russell Wilson is not playing elite, and the fan base starts calling for Justin Fields, and that can weigh out on a team, right? Like that, there could be turmoil within the building. There could be certain players that want Russell, but then there could be other guys that do want to see Justin Fields, and there could that. I'm just asking, in your opinion, Ali, could that be a possibility to maybe tear down the Steelers a little bit, in your opinion?
It could be, but to be honest, let's look at it this way, okay? They have a Super Bowl winning coach over there, right? Am I right? He has a ring, right? The coach that they have, the Steelers. And in my opinion, he tends to find talent. He brings the talent out of players that you may not have thought had talent, or you may think that they're they don't have all the attributes. I mean, even look at Antonio Brown, for example. Antonio Brown was undersized. Nobody thought he would be the explosive receiver. I mean, he wasn't a first-round draft pick. He was like a 5th or a 6th round, right? And look at the star that guy became when he was coming through the ranks. He has that ability to get those players to maximize their talents, and he gets them to perform. What I think in this case, you got a Super Bowl winning quarterback who needs a reboot. And I think that their head coach is the guy that can help them. And you also have a cheap backup quarterback, and I'm prefacing backup because I think that's what Justin Fields is at this point, that is trying to find his way. And I think he can at least get himself set up in the right direction going forward under a coach like this. So I
And
don't
they
think
didn't
they're gonna.
execute well.
Hold on. I don't think they're gonna have the drop, like it's going to be like, oh, they're 0-7 or something like that. I think they're going to be pretty competitive, but that's just my opinion, though.
Well, 3 teams came out of the made the playoffs out of that division last year. You had
Mhm.
Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and
Right.
Cleveland. Do you?
Yeah, 3 teams
And
made it,
I guess I'm asking everybody. Do you think that the North is sending 3 teams to the playoffs this year, or does that number get cut?
No,
to 2?
I think it's 2, and I
It-
think Cincinnati is out also because they're losing receivers. They got a rookie running back now, and in addition, they're losing receivers. I know they may have picked up some pieces here and there, but they didn't really do anything that, like, wow, oh my God, it's not like what we're doing, and maybe some of the other teams in the AFC have done.
3 teams can go. It could be the
They
same
can.
3
It's
teams. You
possible.
never know. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, Mike Tomlin, it's kind of hard to count him out in a way because of his, long-term success. But that'd be interesting though. Cleveland, they had good defense.
Who's their running
They
back now? I want to say.
offense. The running back will be back healthy. Chubb, Nick Chubb. But it's gonna be interesting to see. That division is a gauntlet. I think everybody won at least 9 games in that division. Clearly the best division.
At
in
one time,
football,
they had
but-
a 3-way tie. They had a 3-way
Yeah.
tie going.
Right, yeah. So it's gonna be tough for
And you know
all
what's
of them to
crazy?
qualify.
Even
It'll be
though the Ravens are so good, you know what I mean? I want to say one. Can't remember if it was the Steelers or Cleveland, but somebody always has their number. I don't understand in their division.
Yeah, it's like the Steelers always beating the Ravens, Browns always beating the Bengals always beating. They always beating up on each other.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. The division. That's how we was back in the '90s with us and the Jets and Bills.
So my question to you guys: who do you guys think the dark horse, sneaky sleeper team is to make the playoffs?
In the conference or just league wide?
AFC East. Oh, we'll do both. League wide. I have 2 on one on each side.
My early pick right now is Atlanta.
That's interesting. That's an interesting.
I'm going to be bold. I'm going to
say
stay in
Atlanta.
I'm going to stay in our own division. I think Miami wins the division. Right? We conquered the boogeyman. And I say the Buffalo Bills get left out of the playoffs. I say the New York Jets make the playoffs.
That's
right.
interesting. Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
If I'm taking 2 out of that other division and 3 in our division, the Jets will be that 3rd team to make it. Yep.
No, I'm taking 2 out of our. I'm only saying 2. I think the Miami Dolphins
Okay, I
and the
got you.
Jets are the only teams in the East that make the playoffs. I think Buffalo is en route for a rude awakening. I think, but not saying that they're going to be a 4-win team, but I think Buffalo misses the playoffs this year.
Agreed,
do.
Lewis. That slide I've been telling you all about, I think is finally here.
I'm not ready to put the coffin on them yet. I'm
my
not gonna touch
sneaky
that hot
team.
stove at this moment.
My sneaky
I don't know
breakout
if I'm
team to
ready
make the
go down
playoffs.
that one yet.
Yeah, my sneaky team to make the playoffs in the AFC. I'm going with the Colts. They got a star-studded running back. They got their star quarterback there, and they have some weapons and defense and whatnot. And I think I think they picked up Leatu Latu, I think, right? And you look at that, and they almost made the playoffs with Gardner Minshew at quarterback, right? Imagine when you have your star quarterback there and you have him play a whole season. I think that they're closer than what people think, and I think they make it in. On the NFC side,
I got two NFC teams, but go ahead, Ali. Atlanta was my other one, and Chicago was my other one.
Chicago is a maybe. That's kind of. I think I'm more leaning Chicago over Atlanta, to be honest. I think Atlanta. There's too many question marks still for me. Go ahead.
I'm going with Arizona as a sneaky good team, and I'm gonna go with Ali's favorite coach of all time, the Chargers.
Yeah, that was my second AFC team. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
God, I was trying. I couldn't remember.
Turning them around.
Oh my God,
sneaky team
Shake.
that can sneak up with somebody. Yeah.
Jake.
Oh man. But the
At
Jets,
least
I
you
can
could
see
have
the
given
Jets.
me
They
the
roster
good
looks a lot better.
Harbaugh, not the cheater. You could have given me the Super Bowl winning Harbaugh. I mean, Jesus Christ.
I met him at the baseball game, man. That's the only reason why they won the title.
I think the AFC is completely blown up and up in the air right now as far as who's going to be the new.
Everyone upgraded. Everyone has upgrades. It's really
it's really tough.
That's the biggest wild card. Yeah.
I will pick
Right,
my
Color,
one-off dark horse. I have to say I think the Raiders are going to make some noise this year, man. I really think they're going to they're going to do everything in their power to be relevant in that division, and possibly even stun the Super Bowl champions. But I mean, I don't know.
They already beat them once, right? At least in the regular season. They got them.
They got good. They believe in their coaching. It's good, sound coaching, and we'll see. But
I understand that there's a fancy to root for the Raiders, but I don't think they did anything really to get better, to be honest. I don't like their tight end pickup of Brock Bowers. No matter how talented he is, they still don't have a quarterback, in my opinion.
What, Ali? You don't think he's better than Renfrow?
No. Did you hear what I said? Regardless of the talent that Brock Bowers has, they still didn't pick up a quarterback, is what I'm saying. And what I'm also saying is, they got Christian Wilkins, but there's a lot more question marks on that team that that we haven't even really deep dived into. So we'll see. That they're a wait and we'll see. I don't think it's their time yet. I think it's almost kind of like Detroit. You know how I said, "Oh, that's the team that to beat. They're going to make their playoffs or whatever," and they didn't until the next year. I think that's kind of what I think. It's not this year. I think it's next year that we can really see what they can become. They just need a quarterback, to be honest.
I'm not too down on a quarterback. He did okay in his outings against us.
O'Connell? What was his name? O'Connell or whatever his name is?
Yeah. He was serviceable.
What's good, Tony?
Yeah. He's not a world beater, like you said, but I think a guy like Bowers can enhance his ability because you need.
Everybody say hi to Tony. Make sure you get over to who? That guy that was on Larry K's channel, Shake Money in the Blender, last night, right, Shake?
Yeah, I tell you what, that show was
the toxic
a
guy?
great show. I can tell you that right now, man. I love that show.
Oh shit, the toxic
one. So if you want to know more about the man that is Tony H, mainly from the X/Twitter world, and now definitely gracing us with his often appearance over here on the Finn's Tailgate. Want to know more about Tony, man? Go check out Shakes in the Blender episode with him last night on the Fanatic. Larry K. Larry K.
Spoiler alert! Tony H doesn't stand for Tony Hawk. I asked him. So
hey, trolling aside, Tony's my guy. I'm not gonna start cussing up here, but I mess with Tony and Shake. I want to give you your flowers, bro. I thought that episode last night between you and Tony, I think the way y'all bounced kind of y'all had a good ebb and flow. It wasn't a lot of talking over each other. And I just want to give you your flowers, bro. I thought, I think the blender has been getting better and better and better. And I just think last night's episode was one of the best I've seen. So shout out to both of you gentlemen. I thought it was really, really good.
Man. Hey, Cruz Ruiz, he's going to be in there soon.
A good episode. I might have to put in a
Cruz. I got confirmation. Cruz Ruiz is going to be in the blender. Mo Sauces.
Never heard of him.
Wow.
Mo Sauces.
Irving.
Who's that?
Yeah. Who's that? Who's these characters?
Sounds like a food truck.
Yeah, I know. Shake Money. Damn. I don't. Who's these characters? Shake. I'm trying to. Put in the Wikipedia updates. I need to update.
Mo Sauces sounds like a McDonald's character, to be honest. No offense to him, but it sounds like a McDonald's character.
Are you talking about
Crypto's
that?
Gonna be in there?
That guy Cruz that goes by the Brickin' for Chicken? Is that what I heard? I heard his new nickname was Brickin' for Chicken. I don't know. Cruz, can you confirm or deny?
Definitely.
Brickin' for Chicken.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah. Brickin' for Chicken. Damn.
I mean, listen. I'm plugging myself a little bit, but the guests I've had Mr. Negative was great. Andrevius, of course, yourself, Lewis. And I'm waiting for this legend from Texas to make an appearance as well.
Well,
who's that?
Shake, if you don't mind me trying to add a name,
urban legend.
Shake, I think this is a person that I would be very interesting to see a one-on-one conversation. And again, she's in the chat. I don't know if she's still in there, but the queen of the community. I want to make sure everybody hears me. The queen of I think Vinsanity and you, Shake, that would be a great show to kind of get, Vinsanity side of how she became a Dolphin fan and her beliefs and stuff. Because again, there's a lot of great women in the community. Vinsanity definitely being one of them. And for me, I would definitely be tuned in to watch that show. So,
hey, listen. I asked her. I don't know. Listen, because I respect. I have nothing but love and respect for Vinsanity. If she's down, man, I'll be more than honored to, man. So
she already responded. I'll do it.
Listen.
Well, that one will go on my main TV.
Right.
You pick the date. I don't care what day it is. We do drive times on Friday. Whoop, it's out the window. I don't give a fuck. We're gonna do in the blend any day. You pick the time, the date, and it's done. Point blank. So
I'll be watching that one on my main TV.
And I will, like I said, I'm gonna put my face on it real quick. I would be 100% honored to have you on that. And like I said, if you pick the date, I'll do any day that you're willing to do. So I'm just putting that out there. So you pick a day and I'm there. I'll move heaven and earth to make sure I'll get that episode done. Because hey, listen, I was a big fan of Vinsanity too, watching TD on the Tuesday night panels, and I remember the first time hearing her voice on the little call-in shows. So, hell yeah, big time. Any day after the schedule release sounds fair. All right, that's what's up, man. So we booked it, Lewis.
Okay, Thursday.
No, after the
Thursday is the schedule release.
Look at that business getting done right at the tailgate, man.
That's great. That's
By the way, the day of the schedule release, I'm gonna try to make it my my tradition. Chef Jew is gonna be in the blender again. So
okay, Chef Jew.
Hell yeah.
Schedule release is on next Thursday, right? The 9th. When is it, Shake?
Huh?
The schedule release is next Thursday. Next Thursday,
Yeah.
Okay. 9th. Man, this offseason going by kind of quick. We're already in May, man.
That Insanity episode is going to be going on. That's one I'm watching on my main TV right there.
Yeah.
That's couch
And by the
primetime
way,
television right there.
Memorial Day
check
in
this
3
out.
weeks.
This is one of the reasons why I'm trying to get EM sooner than later, because Pete told me if Pete, you know, the guy who's gatekeeping
Pete's
you the other
Coffee.
day.
I'm talking about.
You're gonna get Pete's Coffee on here?
Well, it's definitely a who with Pete too, but the other guy,
EM, yeah, EM, the legend from Texas. EM,
never heard of him.
That guy.
Well, you'll get to know him.
Hey, in the great words of color commentary, that's not even
Is
the
it
name
him?
that sounds good. That's definitely not a football name. Is EM? I can promise you that.
No,
but no. He said after EM does an episode, he's gonna come on. So I'm gonna get. Pete said he'll do an episode of In the Blender after EM. So
yeah, man, back to back EM and Pete. Oh man, shit.
Damn.
PT Barnum is going to be rolling over his grave after these episodes.
After the Pete episode, that'll be the last episode of the Blender because the ratings are definitely going in the shitter. So I would advise you not to do that, Shake.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
What are you talking about, Fred?
I don't even know who that is, Shake. I have no idea who that is.
No, let's see. The thing about with Fred, I can't. Not because I don't want Fred on the show. Because I gotta send the link through carrier pigeon.
Yeah, carrier pigeon. Right. Damn. Pete and EM on the Blender. Shit. Damn.
Oh, Shake. There you go, right there. I see him in the chat. You should get Bones to do an episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bones. Yeah. Bones, you can't be hiding out. You're going to be held accountable.
I only have one requisite to do the Blender, and that's if you're a Dolphin fans, man. Just hit me up on Twitter, man. I would fit you in. I would if anybody who wants to do it, even you, Fred. I'm just joking, Fred. I would love to.
It's open for Bill's Mafia, Fred.
I got nothing but love and respect for Fred. So let's put that out there. But
Shake is giving you the invitation.
Just hit me up, man. Hit me up on my socials. Y'all know what it is. Shake Money.
Have you ever had Michael K on the Blender?
No, that's he's not a Dolphin fan. Well,
I know, but that would be hilarious, though. I think it would be funny as heck.
Hey, by the way, speaking of which, hey man, I want to introduce last night's guest who helped. Who you know what I'm saying? It was an awesome show, one of the best I've done. My man Tony H. What's going on, Tony?
Fellas, what's good?
No, he was posing with the Bills Mafia, so he might be.
There it is, Lewis. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it uploaded, Lewis. But there it is. That's the Who meme right there. Who?
Right.
Hey,
there you go.
Hey, Crypto.
There you go.
Hey,
yeah.
Hey, Crypto. That's me. Letting everybody know I'm really like that in real life. Even in enemy territory, I was still 10 toes down. You feel me?
I thought you blended in with that crowd a little bit too much there. You know, you had that red, white, and blue on.
I'm good. What red, white, and blue? Yo, I'm clearly dolphin down. What you talking about, bro?
I saw that red, white, and blue. Your background. I'm like, damn.
Tony. Hey, Tony.
What's up, Lou?
What cell phone tower are you using right now? You picking up Verizon, AT&T, Boost Mobile, T-Mobile? Like which one are you using right now, Tony? The people want to know, Tony.
I'm on Verizon right now.
Oh, okay. All right, bet.
Yeah, the Verizon one. No.
Hey, but listen, man, I can't
T-Mobile get no love.
I can't take that title no more because Shake Money outdid me last night. Last night episode, so. I'm gonna move that title to Shake Money for now on.
What are you talking about?
The phones, man. You got me with the phones. Shake
like
Money had 5 phones. He had 5 of them. It took 2 of mine. Crypto, he took 2 of mine, so I can't even compete no more. But what's going on, fellas? What's up,
Tony,
boy?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Tony.
Oh no, okay, my bad. It's recorded, by the way. If y'all want to go check the.
So Tony, I know in the Twitter space earlier, I seen you in there, I believe, but I know you were probably working, so you didn't have no time. What? Because I haven't heard from you. So what do you think about the OBJ news, bro? Like, what are your thoughts on
it? I think, to be honest with you, by bringing him in, I know a lot of people had some pushback, but I really don't, because I mean, let's be real. He's gonna, if they put him in the slot, he's gonna be going up against the third, fourth, maybe sometime the second DB, and I think he have more than enough talent to beat those guys down in and down out. So I mean, it's not the big body, tall receiver that we want, but that do give us more diversity to where we could interchange all these guys. He could play outside on the boundary, for some plays. Tyreek can move into that slot like he's been asking for. He provided us that luxury to be able to put him outside and let Tyreek go in the middle. I would say he got to be healthy. He got to stay healthy. He's been getting injured every year for the past 3 years. So, I mean, if he stays healthy, I think he could provide us a nice. I mean, if you go back and look, he was kind of productive with the opportunities that he had. He was
he was
productive.
a little resurgent last year.
You know what I'm saying? He
got his percentage back up a little bit.
16.1 yards per carry. I mean, for reception. He had 3 touchdowns in 14 games. I mean, you put him give him 3 more games, maybe he could get 5. Maybe 6. I don't think we got. How many did Durham Smythe, Berrios, and Cedric Wilson had combined last season? Did they have 6? I don't think so. You know what I mean?
Probably not. And the thing of it is, Tony, I'm a huge Durham Smythe supporter, man. I'll be real. I just, the guy does his job, right? But when it comes to location on the field, it's not even so much a matter of whether Tua is going to start finding guys or whatever else. I think Odell Beckham Jr. in a number 3 position is going to be like Tyreek in a number 1. He's going to command the football. So if Tua is not finding him on the field, he will, or Odell Beckham's going to let him know it. You know what I mean? So,
which is a good thing. I mean, I doubt this season that we be so Tyreek centric like we was last season. Obviously they drafted 2 receivers in the draft, so they're possibly getting prepared for the future and moving off of Tyreek. So what better way to start easing the guys in, you know what I'm saying, bringing the Odell Beckham in, and while Tyreek is still on the team and these young guys could learn under them, learn how to be professionals, learn how to be all potential all pros, because both of them were all pros before. So, I mean, for me, I think it's good at the very, very minimum. You get what I'm saying? They could teach the young guys how to be professional and a couple of tricks in the trade and how to get acclimated with the speed of the NFL, because that's the thing. You got that speed. In college, you might be the biggest, fastest on the team, but now you got all the best of the world in the same league. So that speed is going to be just a little bit faster. And once I just think it's, I mean, we needed a third option, albeit I think you don't just want to put a third option in there that's not going to speak up. You know what I mean? Because like Color said, if he don't get that ball and he open, he's going to voice it. And maybe Tua needs that to know, be like, yo, this
almost like they're this, like Durham Smythe. Could Durham Smythe be the Skylar Thompson of tight ends?
But here's the biggest thing for me.
He just ain't got that person out that, that, hey, get me the ball, or like whatever.
Tony, let me ask you this question, because in back-to-back years we've faced this problem, right? And what it is, and it even goes all the way to the 49ers when Mike McDaniel was in his last year there, and they're playing in an NFC Championship game. One of their star receivers goes down, right? And the team becomes one-dimensional because, now it's easier to block stop one receiver and whoever's running the ball at the same time, right? The last 2 seasons, we've had an issue where either Tyreek goes down or Jalen Waddle goes down, right? and or both at the same time. Having OBJ there, and let's say it's an OBJ and Waddle are playing and Tyreek's out for the game, or OBJ and Tyreek are playing and Waddle's out for the game, does it still, if you're an opposing team, does it still scare you? Let me ask
be
that
honest
first.
with you, I don't think
Insanity, I sent you the link.
We got to see if it still translate on the field. He was playing pretty good last season, right? But we got to see how he performs in this offense to where he demands the respect that his name demands. Like his name demands the respect, but if it's on field play demanded, then yes. But I won't just say that just because his name is Odell Beckham Jr. and what he
I understand, but based on what we can agree that based on what we've seen on paper in the past, and let's say especially the Super Bowl year, I think he is definitely talented enough to make sure that this team doesn't become one-dimensional still.
Yeah, correct.
After one of those guys go down.
You go based off last season.
I was going to say the other thing is remember over in Baltimore, you've got Lamar Jackson as a quarterback. So
I was just about to say that.
There are a ton of plays that would have been outletted to Odell Beckham instead of Lamar running the football. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they also have Zay Flowers there. That's really good too.
I can already hear Crypto saying. Yeah, but Tyreek gets so much of the ball that offsets that. And you're right, Crypto. But whereas Baltimore's not, we are a pass-centric football team. Our coach is an ex-wide receiver. And, I still believe that there would be more outlets to Odell if he was here than if he's playing in Baltimore. You know what I mean?
The point I was making is that
Ali, real quick, I just got introduced a legend in the build. We got a legend in here. Lewis would agree with this one.
Shake Money, I was just about to say Shake. This is a person that you will not hear me say who to. I can promise you that.
Thank you guys. Hello, Shake, Color, Ali, Crypto, Lewis, Tony. It's a pleasure to be up here with you guys. But finish your guys' point. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for them to interrupt. Sorry.
No, it's perfectly fine.
Ali was going to make a statement, but
real quick, and then I can step back. Essentially, what I was saying is my point of why I was bringing all that up. Like, does it fear you and stuff if one of the other receivers are out and you still have Odell there? Is because I honestly think that when you have Odell and Tyreek on the field and Waddle is out or one of the other is out, the other receiver doesn't have to be relied on as the only go-to guy. He doesn't have to put the whole game on his back, right? We don't have to constantly throw it to Waddle. We don't have to constantly throw it to Tyreek when the other one is out. Now we can spread the ball around and still be that spread offense that we want to be still. That's all I was saying. Go ahead. And Finsanity has the floor.
What was the question? I'm sorry. What are we talking about in general?
Whatever you want.
Well, I guess we'll frame it. What kind of value do you think that a guy like Odell Beckham at this point in his career could really bring to what we're trying to do?
And I say this respectfully because I know I'm on Twitter, on X. I was, extremely hyping up, this pickup, mainly because of the value that we got him at, right? But I think Odell kind of comes in to be like just a veteran leader. I think that if we can get, like I said earlier, 400 plus, 500 plus yards from him, I would be amazing. To Ali's point, if one of the guys go down, it'll be very interesting to see where they slide him to and where he starts, right? We're all assuming that right now Odell will be in the slot and they'll keep Jalen and Tyreek on the outside, but it'll be very interesting to see how much knowledge these guys have to where hopefully we can move them to any part of the field. And like, say if we have a more favorable matchup, right? Do they all understand their assignments and the roles of the playbook to where we can switch the X, Y's, and Z's? And it's going to be like, you're going to have to play to our game plan instead of us having to adjust to yours. So I don't foresee him having a resurgence, a breakout career. I really appreciate Greer getting this deal done early. I know that he was looking for double-digit million numbers, And Greer smartly drafted not one but two guys and said, you know what, you have a choice to make, Odell. Do you want to be in Miami, or do you want the money? Because believe it or not, we have more money being freed up. So if Odell wanted to play hardball and wanted to go get more money, he could have. Or if he really wanted to be with the Dolphins and felt like the Dolphins needed him, he could have held out until June and said, you know what, that's when your money is going to free up. Maybe I can get a little bit more. Maybe it doesn't have to be, a base of 3. Maybe we can go base of 5, base of 6, and incentivize the rest of that part. So I'm not expecting, fireworks. Maybe a couple, red zone touchdowns. Of course, Tyreek is still going to get the first looks. Then we're going to, go to Waddle. We don't know how we're going to utilize the tight end position. But what Odell does is he makes the defense have to be honest with him, because he is someone that I tweeted can still get separation. And if you let him, and he can still get behind your defense. And if you let him do that, and we go back to the sideline and we're seeing it, we're like, you know what? Let's run it back and see if they play it the same. See if they've made that adjustment. And if they want to keep leaving them open, I'm here for Tua, getting him the ball all day and making that defense have to readjust to his skill set and potentially having, a decent game. But we'll see. It'll be fun to watch. It'll be very interesting to see. I already tweeted out the Texans and Dolphins game is going to be a movie, right? You're going to have two amazing offenses and two. We'll see what our defense looks like, but that Texans defense was legit last year, and it's going to be interesting. And I know you guys were talking about the teams that we could potentially see in the playoffs. A lot of it is going to come down to divisions, because that part also contributes to your conference record. And if the Dolphins can find a way to assert themselves in this division, it'll be an easier path, because obviously you win the division. But not letting up on some of those games, like not letting the Patriots get one from you, definitely trying to take care of the Jets at home, even if you split with the Jets and, Aaron Rodgers is who some expect him to be, and he's not, the shell of himself, right? Then splitting with the Jets would be, completely amazing. We've, Tua, I believe, is undefeated against them, if I'm correct. So hopefully, we can keep that going. But I'm not saying Odell's about to, shake the room, but he could definitely be impactful in it. There we go.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I told Lewis earlier that I only expect maybe 500 to 600 yards and a handful of touchdowns, maybe like 5 or 6 touchdowns. That because the one thing they are saying is that he really appreciates McDaniel because he believes McDaniel will get him the ball. And what a lot of people are reporting is that he was offered a lot more money elsewhere, but he did choose Miami. So I think there's there's a lot to be said about that. But I don't think he's going to be like, oh my God, Pro Bowl, over 1,000-yard receiver and everything. So I definitely agree with that. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. And you talked about the Texans offense. There's a player I almost forgot that they even have. They have Pierce. Was it Damian Pierce on their team? That running back.
Yeah.
He was injured last year, and he's good. So
right, yeah, they got the other running back. Yeah.
Yeah, I almost forgot about that.
Yeah.
So they got
I
some.
mean,
They definitely have
a pretty
weapons.
stacked backfield.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely love our backfield more.
Oh yeah.
I know Devin Singletary's still there, right? I think
No, he went to Chicago. I
he went to
think.
Chicago. So who's their other running back? Oh, they
So they
got
got
Joe
Singletary and
Mixon now.
Swift.
That's right. They got Mixon. They picked
I'm
up
definitely
Mixon.
doubling down on my Bears prediction. Then.
Oh man, that's
if
gonna
they
be
got him and Swift.
fun. Those tickets for that game is going to be outrageous. Like the city of Houston, I just tweeted out, like, the Dolphins should have at least 3 primetime games, and that could easily be one of them, right? So it'll be with this the schedule release coming up, it'll be very interesting to see how much respect.
I'm targeting that game already.
Yeah, and if that's not a primetime game, then I don't know what is. Like let's be honest. Like, I don't
Sunday
know what
night,
is.
at least if it's Sunday night, be a Sunday night game.
You could put that Sunday night. You could put that Monday night.
I know
Either
Pete's
way.
gonna be watching it.
I don't want to be on Monday night. I want it to be Sunday night so I can travel.
So you can travel. Okay.
Make
So
it
you're gonna
easy
go
to
to the
travel
game.
for me. Yeah.
Do
That's
we
gonna be
play
my
Atlanta
away
this
game.
year?
Shout out to Utah
Yep.
Fins fan over on Twitter/X. How's it going?
Yeah.
Thanks for listening. Come, everybody that's on Twitter, come over here and give us a
If
subscribe and a
Green
like.
Bay is not in December, I'm gonna target that one too. If it's not a December game. I'm knocking
Shake
on
or
wood
not
that
Shake?
it's not.
Crypto. Do we play Atlanta this year? Yes or no?
No.
No.
We
Okay.
got
Never mind.
yeah.
My daughter lives in the Atlanta area, and I thought that would have been an awesome game to go to with her.
I'm not gonna lie. I just was
Yeah.
listening. I got a phone call, so I had to hop off real quick. But when I was coming back, I was hearing the conversation, and I agree. I think Miami is gonna have more primetime games than what we had last year. But I'm gonna give you a hot take right now, because Vincenti, I seen your tweet about the Houston Miami game being a movie. I think the NFL is going to want to sell that week 1. I'm going to call it out on a limb now. I think it's Miami at Houston week 1 of the season.
It's a real possibility.
Looks like I got an early Labor Day trip to Houston then,
Lewis, for a lot of the same reasons they slated us against the Chargers last year to start the season. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I think Vinsanity hit it
That'd be perfect.
Right on the head. You got 2 exploding offenses, 2 young up-and-coming quarterbacks, right? That you know, depending on whatever side you're on, you can make an argument that these 2 young guys are top 10 quarterbacks in this league. A lot of firepower. The NFL is a business, and they want explosions, right? They want firepower, and I can't think of a better matchup than 2 young up and coming teams that were both in the playoffs last season. I'm going to call my shot right now. I think Miami and Houston week 1.
Week 1.
No, I'm gonna call my shot
last year, Lewis. Remember, they got that last year. It was fireworks in the us in the Chargers.
Well, I was going to say,
that was
especially when both teams are seasoned, so their offenses are going to be ready, and you're going to have your window of opportunity for a really high scoring matchup between these two is week 1. You know what I mean?
Well, hey, I'm going to call my shot. I say the Houston game is going to be a Christmas game because the NFL has been listening to our Twitter, and they know what better way to have a toy drive than during Christmas. Right, Lewis?
Well, that is a very good point. You know, I wish Tony was still up here, but yeah, me and Tony will be doing a toy drive, and we will be in Houston. I will be in the building, and Tony said he's going out there, and I listen. I think there's going to be a lot of Dolphin fans that make that trip to Houston for a lot of the points that Vinsanity was making. I just think that is a game, when you look at it, that is gonna tell a lot. And I think for both teams, I think both teams are poised to make a run. I know I make the comparisons that the possibility of Houston might fall off this year, maybe a sophomore slump for the quarterback and the head coach. But I just think.
But it ain't gonna happen exactly. But that slump ain't gonna happen week 1.
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
And if I'm the NFL, right, and I think Color made a good point. I think Houston's offense will hit the ground running. So I think Miami's offense will hit the ground running. The question is Miami, how quick can Anthony Weaver and the Miami Dolphin defense get up to speed, right? And when you look at again, if we're talking from a business model with the NFL and some of the rule changes and stuff, is going to an offensive game, and they want to see points. And again, look at the way Miami is currently constructed and the Houston Texans. That game could be a 38-35 matchup, a 41-38 matchup. Something
right, but it's only going to happen before each other knows a lot about each other. So later in the year, it'll be lower scoring.
You want to know what another
That's
candidate
why you got to schedule it week 1
for a primetime game is, and hopefully they don't slight the Miami Dolphins fan base. San Francisco is coming to Miami, and that should be 1,000%. A primetime. Like, give us that one. Like, if you're not going to give us any other one, give us San Fran prime time, Sunday night, Monday night, so that the fans can really have like a really good competitive game. And, we'll see where the chips fall and all that and how we stack up against that team. But that one definitely needs to be a night game. It will be so electric inside of Hard Rock. I would love that.
I could see the Bills being one as well. The Jills.
That's true. Insanity. But I was thinking if the NFL is going to be cynical to us, they're going to send us to Lambeau Field in December, late December, when it's 4 degrees outside.
Isn't it time for us to switch? Because like
that's what they're going to do to us.
Last year we went to Buffalo early and they came to us late, right? So I don't know if it's switch. I don't know if they switch it every year or how that,
Yeah, they alternate between us and the Bills. Won't come out like
I don't think there's a specific rule, but I think they try to do that, Finsanity, because there has been years where we had to go to Buffalo twice in the winter. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the truth of it is, the NFL tries to, have the two teams that they think could potentially be fighting for the division late, where there is a playoff implication, right? We had them week 17 last year, and it came down to that game to see who would win the division. Exactly. Nothing would make the NFL happier than for it to be, that same scenario, whether it's with us, the Jets, or the Bills. I know that they are going to be trying to calculate what is more likely to happen. So we might be seeing both of those teams late instead of getting them out of the way early, because it is entertainment, and no one wants to be watching I don't want to say meaningless games, because they all are meaningful whether you play them in September or December. But if the division's already wrapped up, or we kind of know what's going to happen, it is what it is. So yeah, I could
to that point we might play them back to back to close the season.
We could. It's happened.
The other team that fits the same kind of bill as the Texans somewhat, albeit probably not as marketable, would be the Jaguars too.
Right. They come down.
As long as we don't play them in London, I'm happy.
They come to Miami.
Okay, they come to us. Thank God. All right, cool.
No. I think Jacksonville comes to Miami, but since they're both in the state of Florida, here's another call, my shot moment. I think because every team plays a Thursday night game, I think for travel, restrictions or just the travel, those teams will have a short week.
That would be nice.
A short week playing on Sunday and then having to play again on Thursday. I think the Jaguars-Dolphin game is the Thursday night game for travel purposes.
That certainly would be nice.
So
that
we're
would
not
be
getting. You don't think we get a Thanksgiving game?
That would be awfully generous of the NFL.
I thought we get a Thanksgiving game this year.
Do we, or we playing on Black Friday again? Because we own it technically.
Yeah, right. But the thing is, they switched that up with us.
Of course, they could make that the Brazil game, Louis, if both of us are closest proximity.
They already said the Brazil game is Philly. I forgot.
It's Philly and Green Bay.
We're in Spain. We have a Spain game.
Okay,
we're in for Spain.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good game too. Philly and Green Bay.
Speaking of Thursday night games, could we get a Week 1 Thursday night game?
No, that's reserved.
No. That's reserved for the Chiefs.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. Wasn't it Jets versus Buffalo last season?
No,
that was Monday.
No, that was a Monday night game.
It was Chiefs.
No, it was Lions.
It was Chiefs.
Lions and Chiefs. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, it was
whoever they think the runner-up in the
right.
NFC is against the Super Bowl champions. That's who normally they reserve it for.
Okay. That makes sense.
The 49ers actually might play
I'll give you a game that I can see being a prime time, either Sunday night or Monday night game, is when we travel up to, I believe we go up to play the Rams, the Los Angeles Rams.
Yes.
I could see that being
a
Sunday
Coast
night
trip, though, Lewis.
or Monday night game.
Sean McVay.
Yeah.
Oy vey.
Playing out there in SoFi, man, I want to go to that stadium, man. It's so bad.
Who knows? They might run back the old Fins Jets Monday night games if Aaron can hold out. You feel me?
Yeah.
Listen, crazy things happen on Monday nights when the Jets and the Dolphins play each other.
I know. Don't remind me. That's a painful Vinny Testaverde reminder to freaking Jumbo Elliott in the back of the end zone. Don't bring back that bad memory.
Man. Listen. I'll tell
we
you.
had 4 interceptions in that game, and we still lost. I'm still pissed.
I'll tell you one thing. If Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers, I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him in a night game. Give me him 1 p.m. early, no
Right, some
lights.
random
I don't.
afternoon, which is
Yeah.
one of the
Random
3
game. Yeah,
losses that he gets in a given season. You know what I
I
mean?
still hate Vinny
I agree,
Testaverde for
Vincennes.
this.
I don't
Hey,
need him
Give me
carrying
Want
out.
a
Green
guy
Bay
like
Sunday,
that on
1
some
p.m.
random Sunday
First
that
game.
nobody's paying attention. You know what I mean?
Not Green Bay, but
hey,
Aaron
hey,
Rodgers. Yeah.
I see the homie Tony came back in here. Tony, people in the chat were asking about Insanity brought the Houston Texan game up, and people in the chat were asking, do we got any further details on the toy drive, Tony? You know,
Oh shit.
are we still on for that?
Yo, Lewis, you got to grow up sometime, my boy.
Hey, I may have some crypto I need to spare, Lewis. I got
Hey, listen.
some coins I may need to spare.
Hey,
I
man.
might donate a couple, maybe some Dogecoin I can drop in the bucket.
But Houston is most definitely gonna be the move, though. I think
for sure.
we gonna
Absolutely.
I think we're gonna be out there heavy, based on word on the street. They're like that might be the game to be at. If you
Yep.
do want to pick one to travel, you might want to get to that
man.
Houston game.
I hope that's week 1, like Lewis was saying. Man, that'd be so perfect.
If
Right at
it's
the end of
week
summer.
1, oh yes, that'd
Oh
be.
man, it'd be
Oh
so
my God.
perfect. That'd be right into my travel plans, man. Oh
Well,
man, I hope that's
crypto,
the case.
crypto. When I get out there, right? Because I plan on spending at least. I'm thinking maybe getting in maybe Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, something like that, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, so I can go see the city. But I'm not spending the whole time. I'm flying into Dallas, Fort Worth. You know anybody that lives out there, crypto, by chance?
Oh damn!
I think
I don't know.
Alex Diaz lives out that way.
This guy. This is this guy, man. He messes around with Leatherface, from time to time. So, I heard, that's
Hey
this guy
yo,
who
crypto.
kind of, dances with Leatherface from, occasionally,
That's
So
crazy.
he
That's
might
crazy.
be there to greet you at the airport.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
And
guy I know in Fort
He
Worth,
tend to
and
do
he's
that,
been a
man.
mentor.
And the
He's been
dude,
a
he called
mentor for a
himself
lot of
like
people.
Dolphin fan or something like that. I don't know the nigga name. It's something like
What's
that.
going on?
Yeah,
Oh,
Tony.
you
Yeah.
don't
Yeah, I'm not
you
going to
don't
disrespect my
Yeah, you
brother
guys
like
were
that.
talking about Alex Rene Diaz. He lives out that way.
Tony, so Tony, Tony, real quick, you know how we do. I need that on wax. Are you saying you don't know a certain individual? Is that what you're saying, Tony?
I
Oh
can't
yeah.
pronounce. I saw the nigga name. I read it, but I ain't know he had like
Yeah,
initials
me.
or something.
Well,
Now, can
I approve that message. I don't know that man neither, Tony.
can I
So
ask y'all a
Oh yeah.
question?
Yeah, Miss Eddie,
Sure.
go ahead.
This
And
is just a
Tony, real
preference.
quick, insanity
Go
before you
ahead.
go. Hey, Tony,
Mm-hmm.
just be careful, mindful with the N word because we get in trouble.
Oh my
for that.
bad. I got you, Shake. I got you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Insanity.
So since we are, speculating on, schedule and, potential primetime games and all that, when do you guys prefer to have the bye? Do you want it early? Do you want it kind of middle of the season, or do you like it late? Like, when do you guys prefer that?
I always
I
want
like
it
it
late.
mid-season.
I want it in week 10.
I always like it late. As late
Yeah,
as
late,
Right
like
after
right
Thanksgiving.
after. I prefer right after mid-season. Probably like somebody just
Yeah.
said 10-10 probably would be perfect. 10
Week
or
10.
week
Yeah, 10
11.
or 11. I'm
Week
good right
11,
there.
yeah, that'd be perfect.
I think
Yeah.
that's one of the big reasons why Buffalo was able to refresh themselves.
Yeah, with that bye week in the middle of the season. Yeah. That's a perfect time.
Because what it allows you to do, it allows you to make any trades, because you have till week 8 this year, I think, to make your trades, right? And then it allows you to kind of give you that time period to kind of refresh, refigure out positioning
So
of
many
your
soft
players, and
tissue
maybe anybody
bruises
new that's
going
you
up.
brought in.
Yep, there's so many soft tissue bruises by that time of the season, man. It's like you want that late as possible, that last week off before you really make a charge in December. That's my opinion. I
2
want it
years
as
ago
late
we
as
had that,
possible
didn't we?
every year.
Insanity. Didn't we have it a couple of years for Insanity? It was
What'd
like
you say?
the Houston game. Didn't we have like a bye right after the Houston game a couple of years ago? Or was it before? Before we went out west and went on that long West Coast trip.
Are you talking about
2 years ago. Not last year. Yeah. Then we had like a bye kind of almost late in the season, like around Thanksgiving time.
We might have.
I say.
I can't tell. Like, to be honest, I
Wasn't
can't
it
tell.
week 14 or something, or week 13?
Hey, just ask
I
yourselves
want to say
this:
Houston. Then we went to San Fran.
when you go to request your
Makes sense.
vacation time with your company, and
Yeah.
which dates are more likely to already be taken? That's how you know the answer right there, man. And you know what I mean? I just want it as late as possible, man, every year.
Yeah. We get some injuries, you know.
Because even if it causes some rust, you're still taking it in like week 11. It's not like you still have, time. It's not like a early round bye of the playoffs or something. No, I want that bye as late as possible. Give our guys as much chance to, come in like it's week 1 again in December,
Mm-hmm.
Man, Houston Texans, man. Right, week 1, right out the gate, man. That'd be nice. That's Labor Day weekend, I think. If my memory serves me, I think it's Labor Day weekend.
Ain't nobody taking their vacation in May. Everybody waits till the end of the year, man.
Yeah. Then we might play the Indianapolis Colts after that. Then the Patriots.
Well, plus there's so much going on later in the year for people in general. I mean, think about your own lives. You know what I mean? There's just so much going on later in the year, in the later months. You just need that time, man. Who cares what am I going to do with a week off in week 4? You know what I mean?
Hey, Crypto, you trying to pull up to Houston too?
Yeah. My brother lives in Houston too, but I already got like the hotels already. I just got to give them the dates, I don't know which weekend I'm going to be down there. But yeah. I'm definitely trying to go to that one.
Yeah, I think that's the game to be at. For sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Those resale prices are going to be astronomical if people even want to resell them. But the ones that are available, I guess for market value, it's still going to be crazy.
Yeah, we got to buy them like almost next week. We got to start buying all the tickets now.
Yeah, you better, because people are going to buy them up and
I need to get
say it is in week 1. Say it's later, and it's like major playoff implications, and like how we ran into the Ravens, crazy enough when we're playing for the 1 seed. I don't know if Houston is there yet, particularly, but and how they're going to do within their division, but when there's playoff implications, those prices soar, and people are real quick to like, hey, I'm gonna buy one for me and maybe buy 2 extra and resell the 2 extra to pay for my 1, plus have some money in my pocket. I'm not saying hustle, but I'm just saying if you got it, you might as well go. You might, because listen,
you on to something, Vicinity. You on to something now.
I ain't
Come
saying
on.
I play the game, but I'm saying if you have the flow to play the game. Right. Imagine someone really wanting to be at that game, and normally it is like where they want to go with someone, so that's why you got to get the extra 2. You feel me? Boom.
Good point.
And then you resell them
anyways. Right. Keep
and
yours and then resell the other 2.
There you go. I don't tell the world I told you, but make sure you know. I get 10%.
I'm taking notes. I got a ballpoint pen this time. I don't have a number 2 pencil. I'm writing it in ink.
Y'all want to hear something kind of crazy? Last season for the Dallas Cowboy game, I got one of my friends. He has the 300 level section, and he sold his tickets for $900 a piece.
Yep. Even if you get them 300 tickets, section tickets, to get something cheaper. If you can flip that, what?
Yeah.
Some of y'all might be paying out for
careful, though. There were some sold for $1,600.
Yeah, and like in round our section, like the lower bowl, but he sold $900 a piece for the 300 section, and he's a season ticket holder, so he ain't pay no retail price.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, Ali. If we end up with a game like that this year, Mom might be going to the game by herself, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
What do you mean? Why?
Because if I were to get $900 out of 1 ticket,
you're saying but you got to be careful though. This is what I was trying to say. Hold on about that though.
I was gonna say,
wait. Be careful though. Be careful, because I'm going to tell you straight up.
Well,
the Dolphins are tracking that shit, and I know people personally that got banned for it. So just be careful.
Ali, there's ways around it.
There are, but I'm just saying, be
concerned
careful
about, like,
because what they look at,
right.
what they're looking for specifically. If it's one game, okay, not a big deal, right? But if it's like half your season,
Right.
right, that you've sold, to for however much or
They are
whatever,
going on
they,
patterns and they're going on
yeah,
percentage. So, like, if
yeah.
I sold one with a really high markup like that once, and that was the only one I did all season, they probably wouldn't have a
Yeah.
problem with it.
My friend that I
they wouldn't.
see at the game every time, he sold his Dallas ticket. He's in the lower bowl, the low like what section 200, and he sold his for $1,000 a piece, and he had 2 tickets, so he got like 2,000 for
He
him.
could have got
So
way more for those tickets.
probably it was like a
They
last
For the
minute thing,
lower
bro. He
bowl,
wasn't gonna sell him. He was gonna go to the game, and
lower
then
bowl
he
is
ended up selling
100,
them.
right? That's the
They offered
100
me
level.
more for my tickets at the 100.
Yeah, 100 is the lowest.
Well, 200s are suites, so those
Yeah.
are technically more valuable than the 100 level. So he could have got at
Maybe
least
he's
a
in the
minimum of
100
2,000.
area.
No,
Don't quote me on where he's at. I just know he's down there. He's way. See, I'm in section 342 myself, right? So he's way down there. I don't know what section exactly. I just know he's
if he's
in
in
the
the
lower
200
level.
level, that's considered where you start getting the suite levels at. So some of those tickets, they come with free food. You have a table and chair right there, depending on where you're at. So if he was in anywhere in the 200 level, yeah, he could have got a minimum of $2,000 for his tickets. Minimum.
Yeah, that's where my
That's the
parents had their
executive suite.
tickets at.
Damn.
That's Club Live. Is that where that
Yeah.
club is at?
Yep.
Well, it depends on what section you are. And you could buy the Club Live access regardless of what seat you have. You could actually pay for that access.
Okay.
Yeah, man, I went to a preseason game in the 200 level last year just to see what it was like, man. Ah, man, it's worth every penny, man. My God, the AC alone.
Right. I imagine. Yeah.
Like the
You gotta be
200 level promenade is all indoors AC, air conditioned.
One thing is for sure, I will never sit on the visitor side ever again, no matter what.
You get roasted
Oh
out there.
man.
You are a
What was that?
bold man if you did that. Jesus.
Bon Joe, who was that? Bon Joe. Somebody said they sat there that one Buffalo game and they was baking in that was it a Patriot game that week 1? That was a Patriot game. They was sitting in the visitor side and they was baking.
Color said he could only sit for
Man.
30 minutes at a time. He kept coming over to my section.
I can imagine how hot it
Oh,
is.
it was
It's
bad,
like
bro.
all day, all afternoon.
Now, the Buffalo game was hotter. I mean, the Patriots game was hotter, bro, than the Buffalo game. That's what's funny about Buffalo fans complaining all the time. But
Right,
man,
the
I tell you
Patriots,
what,
of course, yeah.
when the clock hit 0 and we beat them, bro, there was nothing because I was on the visitor side. Obviously, that's why I was baking in the sun. But they didn't have like as big a contingency as they did when Brady was there, but they still, dude, everybody behind me still had Patriots jerseys on, and dude, the feeling of walking up, it was like a reverse walk of shame. It was like I was walking up and everybody else around me was shamed. It was great. Because that was, believe it or not, that's the first time. It's the game when, just for people that want to reference it quickly in their head, the game where, Waddle split the safeties and, burned them for a touchdown before halftime. Right. But that game, like, that was the first time we ever actually won against the Patriots. When I went to a game, like I had been to like the last 4 losses against them at Hard Rock, and I'm like, oh, finally to walk up that freaking those stairs, through all them Patriots fans as a winner. It was precious. Didn't matter how hot it was.
Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm sitting in the shade in the 300 level. I'll be much more cozier up there.
And it was a lot easier to get a coffee at the Dunkin' Donuts at the Pompano Beach Plaza that day too.
That was because they got, not only did they lose, but when they got there, they were told they were out of donuts. The Dolphin fans bought them.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. They told them that we were out of donuts.
It's more of an inside joke, Crypto.
Oh. Wait a minute.
Well, that must have been one of their pastimes, because like I mean, the line out of the Dunkin' Donuts after a game at that plaza was ridiculous. But I guess they didn't feel much like stopping that day.
Vincent, you said you've been to the MetLife Takeover. You was probably there last time I was there. I was there 2 years ago, week 5. Were you at that game?
No. I've shaken some LF takeovers off. The last time I was there, oh my gosh, like that was back when I was, early with TD and it was freezing. I'll tell you what game it was. Remember, granted, Flores was our coach, and remember they called that outrageous pass interference to close the game,
Yeah.
and they got in
Then they
field goal
kicked like the
position
7 field
on
goals
Nick
that
Needham.
game.
Oh,
That was the game. Yeah.
One, it was bad because we were freezing our behinds off. Like, us Dolphin fans were bundled up. Like, it was, and granted, we thought we had that game, and when we saw that flag, like you just felt it, like I was so mad. This is how mad I was, and this is back when I was a crazy deep, maybe a delusional, Dolphin fan, young, very passionate. I remember someone was like reviewing the game or just talking about it, and I remember I got in this Jets fan's face. Now, what makes it worse is that this guy was in a wheelchair. I kid you not. But I was so mad in that moment that I was like, well, if the ref wasn't out here throwing like bogus flags, we would have won. And I say nothing disrespectful to him, but like and I wasn't like in his face aggressive. I just said it in his direction. You feel me? And then just kept walking. But yeah, MetLife takeovers. I mean, granted, recently have been fun because we've been winning. But I tell everyone it is truly an experience. Dolphin NYC, that sports club fan base, put on a great weekend for all the fans. They make sure everyone gets transportation there. They have a meetup spot. Then they tailgate. They give, you can buy a food and drink package if that's what you're into. And Solo D typically comes up there and he's performing, which is, always a vibe and always a good time. I mean, you guys get it every weekend anyway, but for us who don't get it every weekend, that's definitely special that he always, comes. But it's fun. It's fun because you get to see especially a lot of the Jersey Dolphin fans, and you get to see how passionate we are, but just a lot of the Dolphin fans, from up north, people will travel.
Oh yeah.
Will travel. I've met people from, Ohio, and they're like, yeah, we came, we do this every year. I've met people as far as down as DC and stuff like that. And believe it or not, there's a lot of fans from Miami who come, like, so I would definitely say if sorry, Shake, if I'm taking this from in the blender. If
you could, as a matter of fact, you're actually your my wheels are turning to for the line of questioning. So go ahead, please.
So yeah, the MetLife takeover. I call it the Mecca of takeovers. Like, you can take over a lot of things. No one cares that much about the Bills game. Like, whatever, that rivalry between Jets and Dolphins.
Hey, did you just take a shot out of me?
Huh?
That's what it sounds like.
No, Tony. I'm not. Tony, you are not even on my mind. Because I know we did one like recently. Like, I heard about it. Was that the one you went to, Tony?
No. Well, like, I don't. When I travel to the games, I don't do none of the takeovers. We just do our own thing. So yeah. But I don't know if they had it. That I went last season, so I don't know if they had it last season or not.
Yeah, it's like, I know that because I know, the Bills, try to do a takeover down here, and I guess we interned. I think it was something. It was supposed to be a thing of, us trying to take over their stadium or whatever. Listen, I don't know too many, Dolphin fans you're gonna get to. Freaking and them definitely did go to that Tennessee game when it was cold. That one year when
Right. I think
when
Batman
it
said
was
he went to that
snowing
game.
and stuff. But the MetLife Takeover, it's been around so long. It's just kind of a part of our culture and just like a rite of passage. Like if you want to see two fan bases, like I know you were saying, Tony, that they were, showing you love and all that. Nah, ain't no love.
Hey, so check this out. Larry K, the guy who
Yes.
my partner on
Mhm.
Banana Curies
I know
fan,
Larry K. Absolutely, yes.
he's from Jersey,
Absolutely.
and one thing he played me one of the local radio stations. He goes, "We're gonna get a lot of calls about how the Jets suck, but it's not gonna be from Jets fans. It's gonna be from Dolphin fans.
Mm-hmm.
Why the hell am I surrounded by Dolphin fans?"
We are up here. Like a lot of people don't know, but we up here, and it's crazy. Like you'll see like people's cars decked out with stuff. Like you'll see people walking around with Dolphins gear on, and you be like, "Fins up," and they be like, "Fins up." Like it is not even like taboo for us. Like for me, since I'm in South Jersey, for me to see a Jets fan, that's crazy. That's wild. Like you do not see them. Like they are legit like North Jersey New Yorkers. Like for real, for real. Those South Jersey fans are all Eagles fans because that's closer to Philly. So
Right.
so for me, the energy and the vibe and like that feeling when you go into the MetLife, first of all, they're trying to, sound us out, but because we're so large in numbers, we're making noise. You feel me? I know you guys have sometimes heard it on TV and stuff like that. I think that one Kenny Stills, game that he played, when he made that crazy touchdown or whatever. But I tell everyone who ever goes to the MetLife Takeover is never disappointed. One, because 9 times out of 10, you're gonna get to beat up on one of your division rivals. Luckily, it has been, in an amazingly embarrassing fashion. Last couple times, other than when, well, we think we played Skylar at Skylar played them at home, but for the most part, we've been able to beat the Jets. And two, you just get to meet great people, great fans, a lot of passionate New Jersey fans, and when I say we hate the Jets, we hate the Jets. And that's why I always put like disclaimers when we talk about the division. Jets fans, please understand that this smoke is coming from a fan that hates y'all. I do not care. You're finishing fourth in the division. I do not care what you have. I don't care how bad the Patriots are. You're either going to be third or fourth. And if I put you at third, it's because I'm basically saying you're the worst team. But since we all kind of know where the Patriots stand, I'm not going to be that delusional. I don't feel like being delusional today. But yeah, it's there's no Tony, you going into the Bills and getting that lovely treatment. No, absolutely not. You
Actually, they
going you
treated me all right. The Jets fans when I was there. I'm saying.
no. Well, maybe because I'm a little bit more hostile.
So
You know,
so crypto.
maybe because they won the game 40-19.
Yeah,
That's
maybe.
probably
Yeah,
why.
maybe.
Oh yeah,
What
we
game
did
did
get
you
our
go
ass
to?
smacked around 48-28. So I mean, hey, yeah, so
What game did you go to?
That's probably why.
What game did
hey,
you go to, Crypto?
The one that Teddy took it out and Skylar came in and finished the couple years ago.
you went 2 years ago.
Yeah, the ones 2 years ago. Yeah, week 5.
Hey, crypto,
That's
you
probably why they
Oh,
were so good, they cordial to me.
you mean the fourth quarter game?
yeah, when they
Yes, that one.
yeah.
The
The
fourth
the
quarter.
Skylar, not the Skylar miss, but the field goal miss that the floodgates open on that one, that game.
Yo,
Jason Sanders, yeah.
watching that game because my
Hmm.
brother's a Jets fan, and then
Oh, he
Brees just
is. Oh, so he was at
Brees
that
just
game probably.
Brees running all over us, man.
He was. Brees had a field day in that game. He had like 100+ yards in that game.
Yeah, I remember that, and
That's
yeah,
probably why
and
they was nice to me.
Listen,
I just thought about it.
so yeah, so if the Jets beat the whatchamacallit, the Dolphins, your brother kind of has bragging rights, right?
I don't let them have any. No.
Yeah, because
Right.
that's one of the reasons I
I
don't
don't
like
blame
losing
you.
to the Canes, because my brother-in-law he'll troll me.
Yeah, my brother's the type when the
Oh, your
Jets
brother
beat
like the
us,
Kings?
he's calling
So
me and
now
my
we
dad.
know. Now we know who's not the black sheep in the family. Shay, it's good to know that.
Man, but yeah, like if when the Dolphins beat the Jets, my brother crickets. But if the Jets beat the Dolphins, he's calling my dad. He's like, "Where's Jasmine at?" And just all these crazy things. So it is what it is. To the victor goes the spoils, as I say. Recently, especially that Black Friday game, um, I was able to, but of course, if you would have Aaron Rodgers, okay, if you would have Aaron Rodgers, whatever, but we still won. We weren't complaining about not having Tua 2 years ago, so it is what it is. Got to play who you play, and everyone that was hyping up Tim Boyle last year, oh, Tim Boyle might, man, if y'all, that was probably like some of the worst takes I heard in my life. We should be afraid of Tim Boyle. Sheesh. And that was cool. Shout
I'm
out to
just,
everyone. Huh?
hey, Crypto, I'm just happy to realize I'm not the toxic one in this fan base no more.
Who's toxic?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I ain't never scream at nobody in the wheelchair. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
That was years ago. That was.
Right.
I have become a better person.
You put that out there. How
I
do
Hey,
I
just
do
threw
it
it
in
out
my
there,
listen,
Crypto.
wheelchair?
listen. I'll tell the whole story, and I'll live on my truth. You feel me? I'll live on my
Listen,
truth. There was another reason why I was absolutely upset during that time too, but we don't need to get into that. The ones who know. But I'm not that person anymore. I'm definitely not that person anymore.
Listen,
You turned
So
over the new
it's
leaf in life.
insanity. To be
You
fair,
turned over
listen,
a new leaf.
my best friend, right,
hmm
was in a wheelchair. He has I forgot what he has, a rare condition. So he draws with his mouth. He was in an art program. He's in for the Northwestern. He went to a magnet, Northwestern, right, Tony? So he was in a magnet
Yeah, yeah.
program. He could draw with his mouth because he has very limited use of his hands. And two things he taught me: uh, people with disabilities hate, pity, and
Yes.
my dog. I don't feel bad at yelling at him. So
Oh,
yeah,
so
man,
y'all gonna make it seem
we're like
okay,
family.
cool.
So it's like
I see
at the
what
end
we're
of the
doing.
day, I don't notice his disabilities. I've known him for so long that, you know what I'm saying. I don't see him as handicapped.
Let's see you develop a closer relationship with him.
Yeah.
But it's in
Framed
general,
in his direction.
handicaps
It
are
was
different level.
it, it was more it was more of in his direction, not like really in his
I bet you he
face.
didn't.
But
He likes
that
that though.
was
He
years
likes.
ago. I was man. First of all, you know what? Sometimes when you're young, you do dumb things, and luckily for me,
He reacted.
luckily for me, I definitely am a different person. I'm definitely a changed person. Like I'm not gonna scream at anybody. I try not to scream at anybody. I try not to let my emotions get the best of me, but sometimes they do, especially now, like over a game. Even like, and y'all gonna think I'm crazy about this, before, after a loss, like you could not talk to me. You could not, don't say nothing about the game. I don't want to talk about it.
That's everybody,
I'm
don't we
I
always
think
Yeah,
like
I'm
that.
that's
pissed.
that
But
still
now,
goes on. Yeah.
after a loss, okay, who's playing that for? Like it does, like, because I'm like, you know what, you're gonna win some, you're gonna lose some. The Tennessee game, that one that one
That one
almost
took
got me
3
back to
weeks to
that
get over.
level.
Oh
That one
no.
almost got me back to that level.
Ooh,
But
That
Tennessee,
one
I
took
was
now,
3
done.
weeks to get over.
now, now wins, losses, it's like, you know what? It's a game.
Mm.
It's here for entertainment. I love this
Yeah.
team. I'm passionate about this team. That part's going to be true. But there's nothing else I can do other than be a fan. Like, like realistically, I'm not going to be out there catching a pass. I'm not going to be out there running around, running the play, calling the play, doing all of that. Like I can cheer as much as I want. At the end of the day, they gotta go out there and play, and the results are what the results are. And believe me, it was bad. Like even
Yeah.
like after the season, like where we miss the playoffs, I don't want to talk to nobody. I don't want to be bothered. Like y'all seen me, I disappeared. Y'all see y'all at training camp. Like, cause I had to be so far removed. Like, that's how ingrained my feelings and emotion was with this team. And I had to separate that because it's not healthy. Like, it's not healthy, like you allowing yourself to get so high or so low because of a sport. At the end of the day, they gonna get paid, they gonna cash them checks, and they gonna be on vacation with their family in the off season. You feel me? And at the end of the day, I gotta find, peace and happiness and things that actually matter. I'm happy when they win. If they lose, okay. Who we play next week? What game is on at 4? I don't carry it anymore. I be like, okay, those are the results, and I move on from it. And I just realize that the game was a game. I try to remember as much about it as possible, and it is what it is. But I'm not about to sit here and cry over millionaires. Like, that's like what are we doing? Like,
Yeah, at the end of the day, these players are gonna go in their $1 million houses and
Okay,
and
LeBron James.
soak.
Hey, listen, yeah.
Oh, that was
No,
funny.
listen.
So, I mean, at the end of
No,
the day, it's just basketball.
No, cause like people know me back then, like when I was, like a crazy like fan like that. Man, I hated Golden State. Like, I hated Golden State. And like I realized, bro, while I am hating on this team, I'm missing out on greatness. I'm so distracted by what's in that I'm not even enjoying like some of like the most spectacular shooting that we've seen that people may not even ever get a chance to see, when Steph Curry, you feel me? So once what's the name now? I love Golden State. I love talking about that dynasty and but when I was in it, diehard LeBron fan, man, listen, yeah, but I really
Wait,
took
who's your
time. Like,
basketball team though?
who's my basketball team? I like the Heat. I like the Heat.
Yo, you all Miami and you in New Jersey. That's
No, I'm not all Miami. Well,
we
no,
got to
no.
get her in the blender. Get her in the blender. We got to figure this out.
I'm a
Shake,
New
we got to
Jersey
figure this
Devils
out.
fan because that's the only New Jersey team up here. As
Who?
far as
Let me say
baseball,
that again.
I like Mookie Betts. I like players. I like Mookie
Hold on,
Betts. I
say that
like
first
Fernando
part again.
Tatis.
Miss Cindy.
Huh?
What's the first part you said? Say it again.
Which part?
You
The
said
first
who's the
team
other
you
team that you
said
like
because
from
it's the only
Jersey?
team in New Jersey.
Oh, the
From
Devils, New
Jersey.
Jersey Devils, the hockey team.
Oh, New Jersey Devils. Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry to
Yeah,
hear that.
yeah. With baseball, I like players. I like, I like Mookie Betts, and I like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and I like Fernando Tatis. I like Dominican. Well, other than Mookie Betts, I pretty much like Dominican baseball players. Like, it is what it is. They tend to be my
Big
favorite.
Papi?
I don't know why.
You like
Huh?
Big Papi?
Hey, Papi Ortiz.
I wouldn't say I was I wouldn't say I was a big Papi fan. No.
By the way,
I
I
wasn't
understand.
watching I wasn't into Boston. Like,
What
I'll
about
never
Sammy
be into I'll
Sosa?
never be into
Hold
Boston.
on.
Vonjo, going on with that Vonjo, man. You keep that
What
little
about
message away from me.
what about Sammy Sosa?
That's right, Lewis.
Oh,
I'm
Gato.
glad you came on over to the right side, Lewis. That temper shit
I
out of
will
there.
say this. I'm not old enough to appreciate what Sammy Sosa was in his prime. Like, I know about him, but
That was Michael Jackson, right?
I never really got to watch Sammy
Oh, okay.
Sosa and stuff
I,
like that, or
I
Barry Bonds
respect
and those
that.
people. Yeah. So I'm not
Given
going
that
to sit here and
he
just lie and be like, oh yeah, Sammy Sosa.
give
Like, nah.
given that he played for America's team, I would
They
expect
still recognize
Cubs.
everybody
the
to
Cubs as a baseball
acknowledge the
team.
Cubs.
But I am supporting the Dodgers this year, so let's go
You know,
Shohei and Mookie. So I am supporting the Dodgers.
But you know what? As far as players, NBA players, I don't know why, but I was a huge Dennis Rodman fan. Wherever he went,
Yeah, I didn't get to watch
I know.
the
I'm an old guy.
gloriousness of Michael Jordan and the
Dennis
Bulls and
Rodman,
stuff. Yeah, so like that's why when people say,
Scottie Pippen was
Hey,
the
I'm
best
there.
player
I'm
in the
like
there,
I
game.
don't
Dulcinaticus.
respect when
I'm
people say
there,
Michael
man.
Jordan is the GOAT or is their GOAT. Like, I don't
look
push back on that. I
what
didn't get
Lewis
to
said, color.
experience Michael. And I'm pretty sure had I experienced Michael live in his prime and all that, I would probably think he was the greatest player ever too. So
Yeah.
You know.
But no,
I think
but
Michael
yeah,
Jordan's
but
overrated.
Ramen, I don't know, something about
Whoa,
Ramen.
Crypto, you
whoa,
got
Crypto, calm down, Crypto.
Crypto, like don't start no
Crypto, hold
wars
on
up
now,
in here.
goddammit.
Don't
What do you
start.
say? What's Crypto
Listen,
say?
We ain't even gonna
Michael
repeat
Jordan's
what he
overrated.
said. Stop it, Crypto.
I don't think he really means that.
Yeah.
You really mean that, Crypto?
He's a Utah Jazz fan,
Overrated.
He
He got
scorned.
away
He
with
That's all
the
it
pushed
is.
off.
the
He pushed
worst
off.
call in
No, he
NBA
didn't.
history.
He
No, they
pushed
didn't.
off.
Did they call it?
That was
Did
a
they call it?
push off from the heavens. Matter of fact,
Did they call
he
it?
still got
Okay,
the
Tony.
whistle
Okay,
swallowed.
Tony. So when
It
Cedric
ain't happened.
Wilson got mauled by the Eagles, that wasn't pass interference either, right? Because they didn't call it, right? Okay.
Right.
Just
I don't know
just
what you
so
talking about. I don't
okay,
know.
listen.
I
I'm just
don't
saying
know
if you're
what
gonna
you
call
talking
it, but it wasn't.
He swallowed.
I mean,
In the words of
listen,
MJ himself, he swallowed the whistle. The ref swallowed the whistle.
listen.
Hey,
It was
listen,
a
man.
push off, but he still made the shot, and he still had to make the shot. So at the end of the day, I guess the fact that he still made the shot just speaks to his greatness, I
My
guess.
Panthers keep screaming. All right, you can forget about it.
I'll admit I'm a casual basketball fan, but in my humble opinion,
You won't be
if
that one.
you ask me who the GOAT is,
Sir,
I'm gonna say Kobe Bryant.
I don't know nothing about
Who's
Orlando.
in charge of the who's in charge of the Heat? Who's in charge?
Oh, stop! We're not
It's
starting
always
this.
been a
No,
discussion.
nope. Nope. Don't listen. I am officially away from spaces, so don't bring that like nope. Nope.
I'm just
Nope.
trying to search. You know, I've been
Ask
trying to keep
Lewis.
up with my Wikipedia entry
Listen.
stuff insanely.
Ask
I
Lewis.
need to know
Listen,
who's
no,
in
that
charge.
was an epic show by Lewis, like because it was so so
Somebody ask Lewis who run the Heat, man. I don't know.
like
Lewis might have
Lewis know what he be doing. Like Lewis,
Ruins
because
the Heat.
especially
That's what I'm
at
trying
that
to figure
time, we're
out.
all triggered because we're obviously going through a tough playoff series, and he's like anything to stir the pot in this fan base. Yeah, so shout out to Lewis for running some, pretty high volatile spaces, but it's great. Him and Batman, Andrevius,
Hey, yeah,
they
you know
all
that. Hey,
they
Finsanity,
all know what they're doing.
meme. You know that meme with the little girl, with the match that is looking off at the house fire and shit.
Yeah.
That's Lewis, man.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Somebody bring Lewis up here. We need answers, goddammit.
That guy with the
So wait, Crypto.
Yeah.
You are a Chicago Cubs fan, a Utah Jazz fan,
all over the place.
Yep.
Miami
Carmen San
Dolphins.
Diego.
You at San Diego.
No, I'm saying
Padres?
Carmen San Diego's where in the world? Like, no.
Oh.
I'm talking about like, everywhere over the globe.
Okay,
That
got
teams
you.
in different spots.
So it's safe. It's safe to say Crypto's just confused.
Nah, crypto. Like I'm safe
Listen,
everywhere.
and I'm a Yacht Chalk Jayhawk when it comes to the basketball.
Can I ask you a random question?
Kansas?
I'm a Jayhawks fan. Yep, the Jayhawks.
God. What?
Yep, that's my
Hey,
team
man,
for
listen,
the
they
college
had some good
basketball.
years, so I can see
Yeah.
why. I'm
We were the
questioning
champions 2 years
why
ago.
the Utah Jazz, like,
Why the Jazz?
yeah.
I fell in love with two-man basketball. It was Stockton Malone.
Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Pick and roll.
What's up, Drew? I mean,
it was
Lewis.
Stockton and Malone. Yeah, pick and roll.
That must have been tough.
Yeah, the pick and roll.
All I know is there is
Lewis, what's up, Lewis? You care to elaborate on that question on Crypto Act?
Tony, all I know right now that there is a fat boy running around South Florida with no shirt on and some suspenders on, killing the Miami Heat organization right now.
Are you talking about? Is he talking about rerun from what's happening?
Hey, man.
Run from what's happening. Yeah,
Hey,
that's
listen.
it. That might. You know what, Fred Berry? That might be him.
I think his name is Ellerby or Ellersley or I don't know, man. Some fat boy in South Florida running around with suspenders, man. He's no good, man. He done tore down the Miami Heat organization, man. It's crazy.
Listen, I was hoping that the Magic won. I mean, they're a young team, and it would be nice to, see them win a series. I guess,
No,
I don't care about no one Florida because I'm not from Florida. I like
who
Ben
they got over
Carroll.
there?
I like Ben Carroll, and Jalen Suggs was, I liked him when he was on the Zags and stuff in
The Zags,
Gonzaga.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's certain players that they have on their team, like Wendell Carter and stuff like that. You got the Wagner brothers, however you say their German name. They be turning up for Team Germany, so they'll be interesting to watch. If they should be on the Olympic team for Germany. That would be very interesting to watch them and Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah.
But
is Dirk coming out of retirement to play for him?
So like it's just particular things I like
is
about
Dirk
him.
gonna play
And
for
then,
him up in 70?
and Donovan Mitchell should have been, on the Heat. And what better way, I guess, if we do need it to. I'm not saying go and get him or whatever, but it seems like Miami just likes to keep acquiring weapons.
Is the guy from Suspenders gonna sign him?
Stop!
Who that is, Crypto?
Stop!
Who is that?
I'm just trying to say, Donovan Mitchell might not like it.
He's not coming. He's not coming.
Hey, listen.
He's not coming.
I only
he
got
might, but
two
I don't think it's going to happen.
say.
It never happens for Miami. Like no matter what star, we've been tied to so many stars these last couple of off seasons, and we've all been crying, "Get Jimmy help, and help has not came. And the crazy thing about it is we talk about our runs and stuff, but we
help
still
is on the
knew
way.
that we needed a pure scorer, huh?
Hey,
help is on the way.
I only got two things.
Hopefully.
I only got two things to say before I get up out of here real quick, right? I see my brother Von Joe, and Von Joe is a great father.
Lewis.
Shout out to Von
Joe. Von Joe is a great father, so he advised me if I could come back up here because he don't have the time right now, right? He's doing the father thing, which I appreciate, right? But he wanted me to come tell you guys.
Don't do it, Lewis.
It's one Florida, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? Magic in 7 for the homie.
Get out of here.
And now before I get up out of here, I need to hear Tony and Finsanity's thoughts. Because Crypto, before the NBA season, he told me that Victor Wembanyama was the 7-foot Allen Iverson. That's what he told me.
What?
Crypto
there was
said
some context
Wembanyama
to that statement.
was a 7-foot Allen
What's the context?
Iverson.
There's the no.
That's what
no.
I don't give a damn about the context. Why would you say something like that?
That's crazy.
Because I said I didn't say directly he was that. I said he had the crossover of Allen Iverson and the shot of Steph.
Oh Lord,
That
don't make it better. That's even worse.
Crypto.
That's what I'm saying.
The
man had the ability and agility of Kevin Durant.
You're a goddamn fool,
the shot blocking of Rudy Gobert. The shot of Steph Curry. And the crossover.
Now, Crypto, now it makes sense why you're a Utah Jazz fan, because you watch the games with your eyes closed. You gotta watch the games with your eyes closed.
Stuff like Crypto is seeing things. He is seeing
nobody in
things.
their rightful mind would just wake up and say, you know what?
The legend EM can verify everything I just said about
the legend EM is in love with Victor Wembanyama.
He's delusional.
He'll say anything about Victor.
I'm just saying
within some kind of reason half the time.
The legend EM is gonna
Hey Tony.
He's gonna co-sign that.
What's up, Lewis?
Me and Von Joe need you to say it one time for us, right? One Florida. Just one time. Just say one Florida for us, man. That's it. One Florida.
I'm not from Florida. I'm from Miami, my brother. I don't know.
Is there a difference? Is there really a difference?
You gotta, if you know, Finsanity. If you know, you know.
So y'all separate entities.
Listen, I'll tell you one thing.
Magic actually has a basketball team.
I'll tell you one thing. When you come to Miami, you would never, and I mean you would never hear nobody from here say they from Florida.
Okay, I got you.
It sounds so weird when they were like, from Florida. What? No, I'm from Miami. I'm not from no damn Florida.
Miami.
Yes, I'm
I mean, it is.
I think they do that in New York
like,
too. They be saying it about New York City.
Okay.
Like, well, yeah,
I mean, but there is that kind of allure of saying
Buffalo
I'm from
don't
Miami.
claim New York.
Huh?
Buffalo do not claim New York. No,
Well, Tony, that's not fair.
No, that's where they at.
Tony, that's not fair. Don't nobody claim Buffalo. So that for you to
Canadians do.
Right.
Even Canada don't want Buffalo. They don't even claim
exactly.
Well, Tony, to be fair, when people ask me where I'm from, I don't say Miami. I say Carroll City.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. It's Shake Money
I
understand
see
if
what
you
you're doing, Shake.
if you
No,
know, you know.
I'm
No,
If
not
you
brother.
letting
know,
Shake
you
get away
yeah.
with
I'm
that.
not. I mean, I
Hey, man.
obviously don't know. I'm not
Depends
from
on who
there.
I'm talking to. If
It's
I'm talking to
King
anybody
said Carroll
inside,
City.
if I'm talking to anybody inside the United States, I'm from West Palm Beach.
Hey,
But if
Shake.
I'm talking to anybody outside the United States, I'm from Miami.
Man, when I tell people
Well,
where I
They
was
wouldn't
born
have a
and
clue
raised,
what West Palm Beach is anyway. You know what I mean?
Yo,
when
no,
they
they
ask
wouldn't.
me
hey, highlight
where I
Vonjo.
was born, when they
Highlight
ask me where I
Vonjo
was
comment,
born,
y'all. Highlight Vonjo.
when they ask me where I was born and raised and stuff, and I tell them, and they be like, "Oh,
Cavacho.
that's the Miami Gardens area, right?"
Look what Vonjo put.
Cavacho.
Ah,
Would that be a statement from Carroll City or from Dade County? Cavacho.
that's a
Man,
Miami statement right there for sure, for
listen,
sure.
man. Listen, man. I'm from Murder Gardens, man. If you
There you
know,
go.
you know,
See,
man. You know
there
what I'm
you go,
saying?
Lewis.
God damn.
If
Murder
you
He really broke
Gardens.
it
What?
down.
What is
Yeah.
that?
if you know, you know. God damn it! That you know
Nah,
what I'm
like
saying? That
up,
Murder
Damn.
Gardens is
Yeah.
where I'm from.
like
Oh,
up
and
here.
I'm not
Actually,
gonna
I
lie.
thought
There's some
Murder
That's like
people.
started,
saying
There's
you
but
from
some people.
Washington Heights and not from Brooklyn.
There's
You
some
know?
people out west. There's some people out west in this country inside this country that I've met that I tell them I'm from Miami because they wouldn't have a clue. Like I judge the person too. If I don't think they have the intellect enough to know where West Palm Beach is, then I just tell them I'm from Miami.
Murder Gardens is when you take your first date to Olive Garden, right?
Hey, yeah, something like that. Say, hey, but
What?
What?
y'all have a good night though,
Wow.
man.
Have
I'm
a great
out
night,
of
Lewis.
here.
Hey, be
Y'all
easy,
be
Yeah.
Lewis.
good. You already know. Y'all be good.
Nah, like
Easy,
the
man.
people from
See
Jersey
you
for the
in
most
Texas.
part will be like if we all from Jersey, we'll be like, oh, where you from? I'm from Jersey. Okay, then it's like what part? And when we say what part, it's either north or south. Like that's
Dade
it.
counties.
What up? What
Like
Right.
up, y'all
that's how
boys?
Jersey
Yeah.
like. Oh, where you
So,
from? Oh, I'm
bro.
from
Look at
And
South
Dade County. I
Jersey.
ladies?
don't
Like
know what
that's
none of that
it. Like
means.
if people know things about South Jersey or North Jersey, they might try to get into the intricacies of like where you're actually from. But if
What
you tell
about
someone you're
Brick
from
City,
South Jersey, like
Fantastic?
that's good enough. And if you're from North Jersey, that's
Do
good
they
enough.
say Brick City?
Who?
Brick City.
I've never heard
When they
someone tell
talk
me they're
about New
from.
Jersey.
I've
Brick
never heard
City.
someone tell me they're from Brick City. Like unless you ask them what city they're from. Like if you want
Oh,
to get
okay.
that deeper, like we never really get that deep.
They
We'll
Color.
be
call
like,
it
what
I
Brick
need
part are
you
you
City.
to. I
from?
need you to stay
Because
10
I
toes
heard a lot
down,
of people
color.
say Brick City from New
I need you to
Jersey.
stay 10
They
toes
say
down, color.
Brick City.
Oh, I always do, man.
Hey man, we got to you
Yeah.
got. I know you're a little older, but you got to say 5, 6, ace in the building. You heard?
5,
Hey,
I
by the
6,
way,
mean,
do they
ace in
call
the
it Brick
building.
City because when you leave your car there, that's how you'll
I
find it on your
always say
All
that.
right, he'll be
They
sitting on
leave that
bricks.
shit on bricks.
He'll be sitting on bricks.
yeah,
Formerly
you
Yes,
be sitting on
407,
sir.
bricks.
formerly
Hey,
407,
hey,
Yo,
presently
what
listen,
is
listen.
305.
If
Central
anybody,
Jersey? You
listen,
talking about like
if
Trenton and
anybody
stuff?
wants to know anything about
Yeah,
Palm
Trenton.
Beach, go to YouTube and type in "Gangsta and Thugs" and you will find out.
And what? Palm Beach?
Hey, bro, they
Central
got
City, Mo?
DVDs on that shit, bro.
Hey,
They
don't
got DVDs on that shit, bro. I'm telling you, you better go look it up.
Don't forget about that little neighborhood that's right off to the south of Singer Island, where all like the old mobsters live and shit. You know what I mean? Like that's all
Hey, bro,
entire.
listen,
That
man. You
whole
gotta talk
town
about
is that
Cameron. You
whole
gotta talk
town is
about
a
the
lay
Raw.
low for the
I'm
mafia
telling you, man.
scandal.
Go look up Gangsters and Thugs. Gangsters and Thugs, Palm Beach. I promise you, you'll be like, oh
What?
shit.
Gangsters and
I
Thugs
might
Palm
have
What?
on
got
the
myself in
beach?
trouble
Like
by
yo,
Hey,
saying
that
that.
Okay,
what?
okay. You
I
better go
On
look
just,
the
that shit up.
beach?
Hey, go look on
I,
YouTube. I promise you. Go look
hey,
on
Mo, I
YouTube.
just read your,
Gangster and
I
Thugs.
don't watch inner city violence. I
Mo,
don't.
I just
What
read
up?
your
That's
comment,
Brick
right?
City,
I, I just read
Pensadity.
Mo,
That's what Brick
I
City
read the
is.
comment, and I
I
want you to
don't
know,
know what
have
that
you ever heard of
is.
Cocaine Cowboys, Mo?
I don't know
That's
what
Don't
that
talk
Northern
is.
New
about
Jersey
cocaine
outside of
cowboys.
Newark.
Come on now,
That's
Tony.
inside of
Stop it.
Newark.
And
Oh, okay, because
Stop
you
it.
just
Come
said there
on,
wasn't no
dog.
movie, but boy, we got
Yeah.
whole
Okay,
documentaries
but
about Miami.
that's a
Don't do that.
movie. It's not a documentary, bro. You gotta look
Yeah,
at
yeah,
Gangster and
that
Thugs.
mean it's based on a true story, Mo. You know, movies you can
Okay,
you can steal.
we don't do true stories. We do the real thing. We do the real thing,
we
Tony.
do the
Based on
We
a
do
true
documentary.
it
story.
uncut and unedited. We don't do
Yep.
Hollywood here, bruh. We do it real talk.
Got you, Mo.
Listen,
And to
Cocaine
Joe,
Cowboys
I've
is a
never heard someone tell me
documentary,
they're
my
from
I
brother.
Central Jersey.
understand
So
that.
thank you for being the first. I've never heard that in my life. Like no one's ever been like, yeah, I'm from Central Jersey.
Listen, man, I'm from 561,
Central
568.
Jersey, yeah.
Central Jersey?
Stand
Talking
up.
about
I have
If
Trenton
y'all know
or
about Triple
either
J,
Princeton.
Suave Smooth, you better go look.
I
Better
have
do some
to admit,
research.
though, Mo, Bad Boys 2, I have a
I
feeling
used
it's
to
really like
drop off
that.
loads
None of
at
Miami,
Bad
bro.
Boys 2 is based in Miami color.
I know,
in
I'm saying,
South
I have a
Jersey,
feeling it's
Millville.
really like that, bro.
Man, my thoughts of Miami, yeah. It's I mean, I don't know. Like I just seen like what, they portray it to be. So like I try not to judge a book
Well,
by its cover.
well, you know what? For saying it's a thing down here. We say you got to come across that bridge. So what you see on TV is on the other side of the bridge. You gonna
Well,
see all
Nene
the
just
nice.
dropped the coordinates. She said
You gonna
103rd and
you
17th
gonna be
Avenue.
you gonna be
Damn.
you gonna see South Beach. You gonna see Biscayne. You gonna see all the little nice things that you can see over there. Where the Port of Miami, all that
Hey,
stuff.
look,
But
look. You see, I'm gonna be
But
real.
what's
See,
going on
I don't know shit about
103rd?
Miami like
come over
that.
that
But you see,
bridge.
hey, check me out. Check me out. I
Come
don't know
across
shit
that
about
bridge.
Miami, but when
We
I'm in
all
the
got
city,
crossing those
hey,
bridges.
when I'm
I
in the
Is
go.
city,
that
I
the
call
bridge?
Tony to check in. Hey, listen, I don't know shit about Miami, but I'm in the city. I call Tony to check in always. You feel me?
Yeah,
What? Nah, I
Tony,
fly
it's like
in
everybody's
Oh, Washington
straight
Heights.
to the
That's in New
stadium,
York.
You know,
That's
hey,
what I'm
Tony, you
talking
gotta tell
about,
him,
back
bro.
to
Hey,
Jose.
the
Tony, you gotta
airport,
tell him. You
and
gotta
fly
come and
out.
check in. You heard, Tony? You better tell him. You better tell him. Tony, you gotta check in right quick.
Hey Tony, everybody's image in their head about Miami is from that old Miami Vice
All right,
intro,
bro.
bro.
Fuck
You know what I
around,
mean?
fuck around.
That's what
Hey,
they
you
think
fuck
about
around,
color.
and hey, you fuck around, and I give Zotown their dues, bro. They gonna fuck you up. I'm telling you.
Hey, yeah, color. They think it's Miami Vice until
What
they
Right?
go
about
across.
Minnesota and Washington?
Cigar boat,
Minnesota
and you know
Avenue
what I mean? All that stuff,
and
hot women and all that. Well, there is
Good Hope
hot women, but
in
you know.
Southeast DC.
How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody's having a great night. Happy
What's
Friday,
going
Oh,
y'all.
Tyrone Hall know a little something, boy. He the talent for life. That boy say T4L. You know a little
No,
something.
Nene
And the
He
just said
great
across the
something
thing,
about
bridge for real, for
103rd and
real.
17th.
and no offense to the
Nah,
ladies, but the great
mm.
thing about the hot women of
Hey,
Miami is it's
Tyrone
like
know a
an
little
ice
something,
cream
something.
shop.
Nah,
You know what I mean?
that's my hood.
Oh, 103rd and 17th?
Nah. When he said T4L, that's talent for life. But you know, you got to know what you know.
Damn.
Yeah, you
Tunnels.
And Tony, I'm also old enough to have actually had a 305 phone number up here in West Palm. So
you got the 305 phone number?
No, I used to.
Yeah,
Like
that
I
was
grew
before
up
that. That's
with a
before they came out.
305
That's
number.
before they came
172nd
out
in
561,
Amsterdam.
bro.
Yeah, we
Jose
didn't.
is
Before
giving out New
561.
York addresses.
Bro, we
Jose,
went
you
to
in New
407
York
for a
City?
couple years before we even got the new
That's a New
561.
York
Man, we were
address.
always 305 originally.
Yeah, it was. Yep.
They went
Yeah,
all the way up to
305 went all the way up to Jupiter.
My people live in
Color.
the
yeah,
Baton
it
Blues.
covered all three counties when I was growing up.
Yes, sir.
Well, like I'm
305
from where I'm
786.
from, 941. I'm from
Nah,
where I
bro.
live.
786-954. That's that new generation shit, bro.
Well, 941,
Exactly.
941 where I live, it covers Port Charlotte, Sarasota, and Bradenton.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm in
So it's
Bradenton
covering.
Jose
right now, bro. I'm in Bradenton
Jose
right
said
now.
pull up. He's in New York.
Yeah.
He's on the corner of
954
Brooklyn
is a
Avenue.
little bit original
And
simply because 954
he's near the
they got
Statue of Liberty.
954 when we
Yeah,
got
that's what he said.
407
No,
on
Are
that
you
954
first
visiting or are you
breakup.
usually
You
from
know what I mean?
living
Broward
in
County.
Bradenton,
That's
Mo?
Broward County when you say 944.
Jose, pull up. I'll meet you at the
954 is
Brooklyn
Broward County.
Bridge.
Yeah,
That's
that's
Broward
Broward.
County.
Yeah,
Like
954 is Broward
954 has
County
been
when
the
they split that
longest
shit. Yeah.
without being 305. 954 has been
Yo,
there the
what's
longest.
786? 786 is from what to what county line, Tony? I don't even know what
No,
786 is.
786.
It's
No,
like
okay, so
Western
78.
It's like Western Dade, dude. Pretty
No.
much. Suburban Dade.
786.
Mm-mm.
What happened with 786 was before, you remember they had it separated. It was 305 or 954. When they ran out of numbers
Yeah.
in both counties, they added in 786.
Right.
And they even
Yeah,
got
there you go.
754
Got
as
you.
well. I don't know
Yep.
if y'all remember.
Right,
754 is the newest one.
and I
Yeah.
think 786 was originally cell phone exclusive, but then they
Yeah,
had to
all
like
cell
open
phones,
it all up.
exactly.
Yeah.
When they ran out of 954 and 305 numbers for your cell phones, they added in
Hey, I
786.
remember when Metro first came out, bro. It was either 305 number, it was a 305 number or a 954 number you can get. That's it.
Okay, well now it's 786 because I have a cell phone that has 786.
Well, you know, anybody that got like all my cell phones are 786, but now since you get the option if you want 305 786 and when you're in Miami-Dade. But that was I've been had my phones way before then. but
You got to
before
give
they
me
didn't
5
have no
hours,
available
Jose.
Hey, I'm
numbers.
gonna be real, bro. My phone company. God damn, I can't talk. My first phone company was fucking what was it? The Nextel shit, that chirp shit. You feel me? And then I went to Metro.
Oh, that shit was great. That push
The
to
next
talk.
Hey,
Nextel,
but
that
you know what? Hey, you guys want to know the real story about Nextel? You know, they banned Nextel because they couldn't track that shit. You know that, right?
right?
Well,
Yeah,
they
the
ended
church.
up
Yes,
selling
yes.
to
That's what.
Sprint,
That
dude.
chirp,
Yeah,
the feds couldn't watch that shit,
Yeah,
bro.
the church.
Yep,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
boy,
when people
that shit,
started trapping on
what?
it. Yeah.
That shit was
Uh-huh.
litty.
And
Everybody used to
Sprint,
have a
Sprint ended up
Hey,
buying their
Tony,
ass.
I remember. Hey, bro, you be chilling in class, you be like,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. When you were trapping, all you already knew, man. Just chirp me. Don't call me. Don't do nothing. Chirp.
Hey, look here, Tony. I just came up here. You acting brand new. You say you from Opelika. How you don't know what 13017 at?
I never said I don't know 13017 at.
Yeah, now I heard you say, "Now I don't know about that." When he said 13017 crypto, that's right.
No,
That's
I
right
ain't.
before you.
No, hold on. I don't. Maybe I wasn't responding to crypto about. Yeah, that's Silver Blue Lakes. My stepmom live over there.
Okay, what side? On the 103rd side or 17th?
On 17th side.
Okay, yeah. Who them people is that I may know them? What's their name?
and she said, "Who them people is? Who that?"
They the
I gotta
Henderson.
get ready. I'm getting ready to go home anyway.
The pyramids. You know the pyramid.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. You Ganesha Pyramid and all them? Them your
Yeah,
people?
like Brett Pyramid, the one I played
Yeah, I
football.
went to school with them.
Yeah, that's my stepmom and all that.
Hold on now. Don't
That's
make me go and get in the
Look
inbox.
at that. She know your people's, Tony. You see that shit? Small world, bro. She know your people's,
Yeah,
bro.
Hey, Tony,
Me
you
and
talking about
Ganesha
you?
They're going to be cousins by the end of the
I can't
year.
hear what
What?
you saying, Mr. Pope. What you said?
You talking about the
Pretty
pyramids that
much.
play with UM?
Huh?
They're going to
Yeah,
start
Brett
sorting
Pyramid.
through the
Yeah.
paperwork,
Oh,
crypto.
okay.
Next thing you know, they're cousins, man.
21 and
Hey,
me.
bro.
That's
So
how you
I've
do
been at work all day and doing reports all day. I was finally able to get on. So what's the beat, man? What y'all thinking about this whole Odell shit?
I know a little
Hey, but,
something. I
hey,
just keep my mouth
real quick,
closed.
are you living
Man.
in Bradenton or are you
I
visiting?
might know a couple people here now.
Hey, Jose, Nathan's is closed at 2:00, man. You got to pick up me one before I get there.
Yeah, are you visiting Bradenton?
He said, pull up. Let's go to Nathan's.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, bro. Dade County, Broward County, and Palm Beach County are the only counties that stay open 24/7. You know me? You hear me? That's the only ones that stay open
We're
24/7.
kind of slacking off that these days, Mo, up here,
Did you hear?
man.
Mark, you heard
Yeah, I don't know about you, Color, man. You just going the wrong places, Color.
Can't even
I know
get
you're a little
goddamn
older than me,
taco. I
but
can't even get a
that shit's still
taco
live
at
out
3 in
here.
the morning.
Hey Mo, you hear me?
What happened to getting a taco?
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you, Shake. I'm sorry. What'd you say, sir?
I said, are you living? Are you visiting Bradenton or are you staying around here?
I'm in Bradenton. I got here last Sunday, and I'll be leaving on this Friday coming up. I'm gonna be here for another 10 days.
I think Nathan sell tacos. They call hot dogs.
I live in this side of town. I'm in Port Charlotte. I live around the Port Charlotte area, man.
How far is Port Charlotte from Brady? That's about what, an hour and a half, hour?
Not an hour.
Oh, okay. We gotta link up, man. Maybe we'll go link up and go have a drink somewhere, man.
Technically,
halfway.
Mr. Pope, a hot dog is a taco.
Exit 170.
No, but you want
Off 75 or what?
Yeah, 75. Exit 170. Around that area.
You don't have no Nathan restaurants down here, I don't think.
Oh, no Nathan's down there where you at, Mr. Pope?
I don't think so. If you want Nathan, you gotta go to Publix or Winn-Dixie and get it.
I'm like right off of 305 right now. 305, the highway 305 or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. It's a place called Miami Subs that used to carry Nathan's hot dogs. I'm not too sure if they still.
Nah, I can't rock with Miami Subs, bro. Back then, the old school Miami Subs, that shit was raw. Now that shit's a little different.
They call it.
I don't even think they.
It's called Miami Grill now, bro, or something, or Grill something.
Oh, grilled onions? They grilled
Well, you
onions?
see what happened was they changed the shit because you know Pitbull bought that shit, right, Tony?
Huh?
You know Pitbull bought that whole franchise, right?
What, the Miami Grill?
Yeah, that's Pitbull shit.
I ain't know that.
Serious talk?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he bought that shit about 4 years ago, bro.
Oh Lord, y'all! There you go. There go the trouble, y'all. Everything is running smooth. We got two initial. We got
Hey,
two initial.
EM, bring your ass up here, EM. I gotta talk to you, EM. You need to come up here, bro. We gotta talk about some things, bro.
I don't know who that is.
I need to discuss a few things with EM.
We don't know who that is, Mo. I never heard of that.
Oh, that's the name you don't. Okay, that's he who that name. Okay.
Never heard of that man.
And you calling me toxic, Tony? You see that shit? You called me toxic last night, bro.
What you mean? I'm just saying we don't want to. I know. I heard. He might be toxic, but I really don't know who he is. I just know how to read his name out. That's all. I just know he got 2 initials and some kind of Dolphin fan or something like that.
That's right. Who's that guy?
Hey, so let me ask y'all boys a question, because I know we talked about the other day in the
Hey,
Spaces.
Mo. You say y'all boys, man. Don't be disrespectful.
Oh, stop it, Tony. Stop that bullshit, bro.
You don't see Insanity up there?
Oh, I am so sorry, Miss y'all boys and the lady.
You see?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But nah, y'all good with paying Javon $14 million a year? We good with that?
Who?
He's gone. He's gone. He's a goner.
14?
Those Sphinx cats are expensive. The Sphinx cats are expensive.
So I'll be real. He's trying to start off at 17, right? So I think I'm gonna tell you right now, Chris Greer ain't gonna pay the man more than 14. Word on the street is Chris Greer's talking about 14 million. That's it. That's what you get. If you don't want it, keep
Chris
rocking.
Greer offered this nigga $14 million?
14 million APR, bro.
Yeah, all right. Oh, my bad, Shake. But
man,
if he don't, $14 million, bro? Nah.
Hey, bro. Hey, y'all boys in the
hold on,
space
Mo.
talking about 15, 16.
He should have had that contract signed ASAP pronto. If they offer him that much money, nah, bro. He should did. Boy,
I feel you. Trust me. You don't think that's what I'm saying, bro? I just want to let you know.
If he don't sign that contract,
Listen.
I'll
I heard. Listen. I heard 14 million APR, and I heard that's the final number. No more, no less. We ain't gonna go higher than that. And if he ain't gonna take it, we gonna go to Plan B in June 1st, bro. We got Plan B on the side, bro. Like we gotta understand some shit.
Man, get out. That man ain't worth that 14 million.
Hey, but what did Chauncey Gardner sign for? What was he signed for? What, like 13 and a half, right?
Who?
Chauncey Gardner.
CJ, did he?
Yeah, he got like 13 and a half from the Eagles, didn't he?
If he did, that means
looks like we just lost a good one. Devon Holland's a goner.
Yeah, well,
Well, no. If we're offering him $500K more than Chauncey Gardner Johnson and he don't take it, then you got to go, bro. I'm sorry. Whatever.
He shouldn't get paid more than CJ Johnson.
I feel you, Tony. I feel you, bro. I feel you.
Yeah, he can't be demanding that kind of money.
No, we're not gonna tag him. That don't make no sense to tag him.
Not on his next contract.
Well, what's the tag at? What, 13 million, right?
11.
Maybe 13 and a half. I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah.
11 and a half. Give him that. Call it a day.
I don't know about 7 and a half. Disrespecting the man.
I said 11. 11.
11? I would go 11. I would go 12. I would go 12 realistically.
God, this goddamn traffic, man. I hate this Formula One. Man.
That shit that bad out there, huh,
What the hell
Tony?
you doing at a Formula One this time, Tony?
No, they have it at the stadium, bro.
Hey, bro, I heard them tickets were pretty cheap. I heard they were giving them tickets out for 50 bones, Tony.
No. I live by the stadium, so the traffic, I'm trying to...
okay.
Trying to go out and...
Hey, bro, Tony, Tony could throw a rock at the stadium, bro. Real shit.
Yeah.
Real G shit.
You be having the parking events at your crib, charging people for tailgating?
Nah. You gotta be exclusive to get in Tony's crib. You gotta be exclusive to get in there, bro.
I mean, like I parking over here, gate 7.
Welcome to an ear extraordinaire Buffalo fan. Josh Allen is the next Carson Wentz.
Hey, the Buffalo Bills gonna take a big dip. Them Buffalo Bills fans are gonna take a little slide, bro. Hey, good luck fighting for third place in the division, bro.
You think we're gonna finish third?
Maybe.
We'll see. I don't know. I think the Dolphins should win the division.
I'm talking shit. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I can't talk shit because Buffalo has our number. Until we beat them,
Mo, I just want to say for the record, this Buffalo Bills to an ear has done more. It has done better to argue for Tua's position than any Dolphin fan to an ear I've ever met.
Salute to you, brother. Salute to you. I never met you before, but salute.
Yeah, I think. Are you guys excited about Odell Beckham or?
I'm lukewarm on it. We'll see. Listen, bro, I'm past, bro. The last 2 years, this team has fucking burnt me. I'm over here having all these high expectations, and they ended up burning me the last 2 years. So I'm gonna call my expectations this year, and I'm gonna wait that shit out and see what happens.
I think more than anything,
that's the right approach to have.
I do think Odell is a pretty tough dude. I think he's going to bring a lot of mental toughness, though, to Miami.
Well, the last quarterback he had, the last actual real quarterback he had on them passes was Matthew Stafford.
That's what I'm saying. If he can be even close to that, it's going to be. Look, I mean, anyone, whether you're a Dolphins fan or not, the weapons that Miami has on offense, is just, it's sick. Like Malik, I wanted the Bills to draft Malik Washington in the middle rounds. I think that guy is a gem.
Dude, I honestly don't think, if I could be real with y'all, I don't think Braxton or River Craycraft might make this team. It's going to be Tyreek number
Washington.
One. Nah, it's going to be Tyreek number 1, Waddle number 2, Odell number 3. You're going to have maybe Zakama number 4. 5 is going to be Washington, Malik, and then number 6 is going to be Tajay.
I think Malik Washington is going to be the 4th guy.
Craycraft make this team over Eazy-E.
Yeah, I could see it. I could see it, Tony. I could see it.
I can see them. Hey, listen, I can see them carrying 7 receivers.
Yeah,
they'll probably
keep 7.
I don't think we're 7. I don't think so. And I'm gonna tell you this right now. We're gonna carry. Listen, we're gonna carry probably 5 or 4 running backs, and then we're gonna throw Chris Brooks as that secondary second string fullback option. Watch.
How many tight ends did we carry
last year was 4, Tony. 4.
Okay,
no, we had 4.
I think this season, I do think we're carrying this season only 2 tight ends and Ali Ingo. So that's going to open up an extra space for the receiver.
I think it's 3. I think it's 3. It's gonna be Buddy from Atlanta. It's gonna be Darren Smythe, and then maybe. No, I think we'll have one more.
Hey, the only pushback, Mo, I'd say is that given the relationship and trust between McDaniel and River Craycraft, I highly doubt that all of the rookies will beat him out. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, if we put any of the Washingtons on the practice squad, they're gonna get picked up.
They're not gonna make it to the practice squad.
Well, I'm not saying
remember we got stuck, bro. We got screwed last year because we put Elijah Higgins on the practice squad thinking he was gonna get picked up, and then boys picked him up.
I'm not saying that he won't. I'm not saying that River will make the team per se. I'm just saying that it's highly unlikely that all of them rookies will beat him out.
I personally think River Craycraft and Berrios will get cut because I don't think the Dolphins are worried about somebody picking them boys up. I think they won't get picked up if they get cut.
Who?
River Craycraft or Berrios.
Yeah, I think.
Them boys will clear waivers and they'll be right back on the practice squad.
Yeah, we've tested Craycraft on in that position before, and we're safe. So yeah, I agree that would happen.
I said the same thing last
year. And bro, you gotta think about it, bro. You know, everybody wants to get younger, bro. If we let one of the Washingtons go, they're gonna get picked up, bro. Any of them.
But I don't think they're gonna let one of the Washingtons go. I think Berrios is gonna be the all man out, and maybe Eazy-E. He doesn't stay healthy.
And the thing is, Eazy-E could probably come right back too, because I don't think nobody's gonna be looking for him either, bro. You right.
Remember, Eazy-E, we don't even know about that mystery injury. All of a sudden became a neck injury. So
yeah,
we don't really fully know.
Hey, bro, how does that happen? 2 years after college? Oh, that's a college injury. 2 years after?
Right.
What?
So we don't know what's really going on.
It's probably
with that situation. So I think
as far as
they're not drafting. They're not going to draft those 2 guys and I don't think neither one of those guys make it to the practice squad. I do think you have. I don't think Braxton Berrios make it to the practice squad either. But I think you have a higher chance of Eazy-E making the practice squad than those 2 rookies. Based on his injury.
The thing that changed, and again, guys, add this to your calculus too. We cannot forget how the new kickoff rules are going to affect who we value in those as far as our list of wide receivers. So that's going to benefit a lot of certain guys that might not have made the team in years past. You know what I mean?
Yeah, i.e. both of the Washington, both of them have return experience.
Right, and I could agree that a guy like Craycraft would be an odd man out there.
But
I'm
I
just
don't
saying,
think. I
I
think.
doubt
That's
I
that
think
something
all
he
he's too.
does.
three
Yeah.
new widers. You know what I mean? Like it's very unlikely that, given the relationship between McDaniel and Craycraft, it's unlikely that all of those rookies will beat him out.
You know,
No, I
another
don't
form.
think. I
They
don't
got to
think
have
they.
a hell of a
I
camp
think
if
River
they do
Craycraft
beat him
make
out.
the team. I think he makes the team. I think the two people that might be the odd men out are Barrios and Craycraft. That's what I think. But I do think that they might carry 7 receivers this season, and they're gonna take the hit on tight ends this season
Right.
because we didn't have tight end injury
Right.
issues. We
Right.
had a receiver injury issue. So
Mhm.
I think they'll rather listen. Julian Hill would make the practice squad before any of these receivers. Period, hands down.
Right. Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you got to think
Right.
in that mindset, in that aspect. You're not going to give up Craycraft. Craycraft do give you value when he play on the field.
You
Julian
got to remember.
Hill, you just use it for blocking. So let's just keep
And
calling
we
spade a
can't
spade.
underestimate how valuable the trust is between
With
Craycraft
George,
and
yeah.
McDaniel. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't know. I
So
watch
remember,
every time.
McDaniel is highly reliant on being able to trust guys to be in a certain spot where they need to be. You know, so
Yeah,
that's a
I mean, I
big
just
thing
watch
that
him.
we forget about.
He's a consummate professional.
As
He
far as
gonna.
Easy E goes, we can't underestimate what Easy E can bring to the table on that short kickoff deal. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but I think you have two proven commodities. Well, at least in college, that's what they both have experience and they do that right. So those people they bring that value, especially Malik Washington. He if any one of them, I think, well, just based on their college experience, we gotta wait till how and see how it translate in the NFL, at least in training camp. But I think Taj Washington, if either one of them they take a chance on, it would be Taj Washington
I think Easy E
because
makes
of
the
his
team
frame.
because he's. I think Easy E is going to make the team because he's got three cell phones. He's got working on 4 phones. I think he makes this team. You know,
but you
I
see
think
how
Mike
that's
McDaniel
hedging
likes
though,
that.
Tony, because if Easy E makes it over those guys, right, then that means that their presence pushed him to get better. And if he
Right.
doesn't make it over those guys, then those guys are worthy to be on it. You see what I'm saying? So it's like win-win. Either way it happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but wasn't Easy handpicked by Wes Welker?
What easy what say not say again?
He said,
No,
wasn't he handpicked by Wes Welker?
I believe he was. Yes.
I
yeah, I
detected a
think he
little
was.
bit of tongue in cheek from Mr. Polk there. I'm not sure. I don't want to speak for him.
No, I think he was. If I'm not
No,
mistaken,
I think he was. That was Wes Welker's pick. I believe so. Yes.
Yeah,
because they're from the same school. Ain't he
according to
from Texas
Easy
Tech?
E, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to remember Malik
No.
Washington too, and this receiver class was historically deep. So it's not like Washington and Taj Washington, like those two guys would have been picked earlier in a different class. You know,
Right. That is true.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
That is
That's
true.
why I'm comfortable if they beat out guys, because it's like, look, it's the same thing as the Miles Gaskin scenario. Like, if you can't beat out Miles Gaskin, you don't deserve to wear a uniform. But everybody's hating on Miles Gaskin. It's like,
right?
no, he's good enough to be RB4, and if you can't beat him out, you don't deserve to be a Dolphin.
That's a fact.
You know. And now we've actually upgraded who that Miles Gaskin is. So, in other words, our RB4 is night and day better than our Miles Gaskin was, sure, but he's still now the barometer. Like, you still got to be better than that RB4 to make it on our team. That's
Is
why
there
we're continually getting better everywhere like that.
is there a team in the NFL on paper, at least on paper, that has better skill positions than the Dolphins? Because I'm struggling to find one.
I mean, if you're gonna upset crypto talking paper like that, bro. But yeah, just kidding,
Yeah,
crypto.
but the thing is, Josh, you got to
Paper
with,
championships.
with all this talent, you have to utilize it. We have to utilize this talent because I mean, for the past what 2-3 years, we stopped up on talent, but we're not utilizing these guys. That's the
Right.
problem. You got to utilize it.
Yeah, Claypool wasn't used like he should have been used.
Ideally,
Claypool's
and I know
going
y'all
to
are going to hate
Buffalo.
this.
He's going to
I know y'all are
Buffalo,
going
if
to
I'm
hate
not
it.
mistaken.
Well, Chase
Ideally, the odd man out is one.
the head case.
Yeah, but Josh, if I'm not mistaken, y'all getting ready to sign him up.
I mean, Chase Claypool, he's a head case. The one thing I'll say, I mean, we were all immature when we were in our early 20s, so we'll see what happens. But it's
head case talk, man. We are mentally friendly around here, brother.
So we'll see. I mean, I'd be more excited
if he can turn
about
it
it.
around up there. That means he just didn't like where he was at. Well, he is closer to home. He is Canadian, so maybe he'll change.
The Steelers are one of the best well-run organizations in all of sports, and they just got rid of him. That's to me that says something.
Yeah, they are.
Know?
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, now that he's in Buffalo, he's closer to home. You know,
so maybe he can turn. Maybe we can turn that curve like the Honey Badger did.
Well, you're an honorable man, Crypto, trying as hard as you are, bro. I really give you credit, man.
y'all remember the Honey Badger? How he was?
The Honey Badger
By the end of this night, Chase Claypool is going to be a Hall of Famer, Josh. I hope you know that.
No, the Honey Badger was slandered in the media.
I told him he's going to be an Argonaut. He's going to be with the Argonauts.
He's going to be an Argonaut.
What you said, Josh?
Yeah.
No, they slandered Honey Badger in the media just because he liked to smoke weed once in a while.
Yeah, but Tyrann Matthews, he was a game changer, and he was a big playmaker.
Yeah,
so
he was.
Yeah,
his talent was like no other.
Great.
He was talented.
Yeah, Honey Badger was
the DB that play with Cardinals and all them.
Yeah, the Cardinals and the Saints. Yeah.
Cardinals and the Texans at one point. Yeah.
Yep. But I will say something.
He played for the Chiefs too at one year, I think.
Yeah, he played for the Chiefs, I think, 2 years.
Yeah, he had some time with them too. Yeah, he had a nice little journey.
He was with them on their first Super Bowl run, I believe.
Yeah, when they played the Niners. Yeah, the first Niner matchup.
You know what? He can turn around and be a good mentor because he really turned his life around. He can be a good mentor to some of these players coming into the NFL. Go around and tell his story.
Mm. Yeah.
Maybe he can talk to Tyreek Hill. Yeah. Maybe they've been in Kansas City together.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on Tua this year, man. I defend Tua. I ain't gonna lie. With the weapons he's got, I mean, it's just the offensive line depth. I think is outstanding. It's the third year in the same system. He doesn't have a continuity excuse. You know, he can't just have a winning record.
Continuity is there.
Yeah, the continuity is there. He can't just have a winning record. Like they have the Dolphins. He has to take the Dolphins on a deep playoff run. It has to happen.
That's the expectation now. Yeah, that's the next level.
There's also pressure on McDaniels too.
I'm not going to say win the Super Bowl because that you need a lot of things have to go your way, and you got to get a little bit lucky to win a Super Bowl.
Check out our upcoming new podcast with G. It's going to be called Diamonds and Shit.
Diamonds,
both of which were produced by Pressure.
And you know what's funny is one thing about crypto, he's been steadfast in saying that the only box that Tua has to check out is the playoff win. As far as a regular season quarterback is concerned, crypto has said that he believes that Tua is a regular season quarterback. He just needs to check off that playoff win.
He's been outstanding for the most part in regular season.
And you know what's funny is
you come in two phases. You got to do it in two phases.
The people who are Tua-neers and Tua lovers, I've heard them speak more ill about Tua than crypto has, and yet he's the hater. I don't get it, but whatever.
Yeah. Sometimes they don't realize they're throwing shade on Tua. They don't realize it sometimes.
Crypto is an Eichenberg fan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, listen. Hey, Tony, let me ask you a
You're right.
question.
I'm a big time Eichenberg fan.
You wanna hear coincidences?
He's a
Let me ask you
cornerstone.
this. Our defensive tackles last year, right, got a combination of 19 sacks. Have you noticed that they didn't get those sacks until Eichenberg became an interior lineman? So that tells you right there, iron sharpens iron.
Iron sharpen iron. I see where you're going with that segment.
There you go.
Okay.
Exactly.
We
Iron sharpens
underestimate the
iron.
value of Liam Eichenberg. Okay, I get it.
Yeah,
I'm
iron
coming
sharpens
around.
iron.
Our sacks, total went up. There's a correlation and maybe causation there. Right there. Eichenberg's, sharpening them up on the interior.
And don't forget crypto like DVP also.
Oh yeah,
Sharif.
That's the reason he went to New England to get Devontae Parker's autograph.
Yep, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
I went out on the field.
Gave him a hug and everything. Come back home. You got some unfinished business in Miami.
Yeah. That's some unfinished business. Oh yeah.
I think Jordan Poyer
Welcome
and
aboard.
even though Jordan Poyer, he's a little bit older, obviously, and Siren Neal are going to offer a lot of toughness and leadership too, man.
What happened with
Siren
Poyer
Neal
in
is one of my
Buffalo?
favorite Bills. What's that?
Well, I said, what happened with Poyer in Buffalo? Did he have issues with y'all coordinators changing out, or was he wasn't one of the ones that didn't like rebel against y'all management? Did he? Or
No,
he kind
no.
of like went
He's
went with the flow. He didn't hate what was the guy Frazier? Did he have any problems with him?
No, look, Jordan Poyer is he's a good soldier, man. I was upset when he left, just because he was there in Buffalo so long, and he's just such a physical presence. He's lost a step,
Oh,
but
in other words,
he's lost a step, but he's still very effective, instinctual, and he's very, very physical. Like I think
and nobody in Buffalo is trashing him now. You know how fan bases get whenever they leave him.
no,
They throw
Jordan
dirt on him
Poyer,
out on his way out the door.
Jordan Poyer is as tough as they come, dude. He's one of the toughest football players I've ever seen. So
What I like about Weaver's defense is that it's just like Flores. Flores never used a linebacker to stop tight ends. He used a physical safety. Eric Rowe was the best safety for 1 year in terms of doing this job. Even though he faced the guys like Kelsey, Waller, that like Poyer's gonna come in and be the tight end stopper. You're not gonna expect Jordan Brooks or Anthony to do that. No. Or Long, no. Riley, no. It's Jordan Poyer's job. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. I mean, he's on the
What's up,
early part
hooked
of
up
30.
Joe? What's up, Joe?
What's happening? Just joining Friday night, seeing what's happening.
What do you think about the old deal edition?
Man, that was crazy, man. It came out of nowhere for me. I was like, really? Because I thought we were kind of all set, But at first I didn't like the idea at all. But the more I hear about it, and the more I think about it, it's only $3 million base, and we needed a wide receiver 3, so might as
exactly hooked up, Joe. We could have spent $3 million on some sorry QB too, right?
And if he makes more, then he deserved
we could have
it.
gave him an extension.
And if he reaches higher ends
out
of his contract, then he did what we paid him to do. That's
And
the
the
way a
Dolphins
contract
win.
should be.
Yeah.
Here's your base contract, and here's some incentive money. I really like a $3 million base with $5 million worth of incentives on top of that. I mean, he's not going to come here just to retire and party. He's got $5 million worth of incentives, and he's not just going to come here and goof off or something.
Right.
And Curtis, we were just on with Curtis, and he dropped off. Ace per head, Curtis.
Yeah, we were
and
on with Curtis.
And he was talking about how Beckham's a good run blocker. He graded out better than our guys did in the run blocking area. So,
blocking's a big thing for our wide receiver core. They talk about it themselves. The coaching staff talks about it. That's the reason they love Cray so much, is because he's the best on the team. Blocking matters. So I'm kind of thinking that might have been like the over the hump, getting you over the hump.
Yeah, and to McDaniel's credit, Color, I think we spoke about this a couple of months back. Force multiplier, right? I mentioned this on Curtis's channel as well. We had that with Waddle in 2019, I think, or 2020, and then we really wish that we can have someone that can give Waddle the room, right? Poof, Tyreek reached. That's another force multiplier. Now you have a guy who's very elite at his route running. Maybe doesn't have the speed he had as a rookie, but they're talking about the best wide receiving core in the NFL. Now, force multiplying means that in a 3 wide receiver set, you can run big, basically because they'd either flow to the slot side, which is Tyreek and Odell, or Odell and Waddle. Whatever side they decide to play over and flood, Achan, Mostert, and Jalen Wright runs to the opposite side, simply because of the leverage that the defense has to put capability over to. And so it's things like this that McDaniel is a genius. The blocking still has to work, but it is a genius move to force safeties and the whole entire side of your corner coverage to go to this side. Meanwhile, we're running the football.
I don't think they will have A10 and Mostert in the game at the same time.
Right, yeah, it's gonna be like a lightning and thunder type thing.
I don't think so either. But the 21 personnel definitely has my favorite fullback, Engel. I love when he signed him 2 years ago.
Mostert.
Yeah, because listen, people got to respect the I formation. If you look at how, like, his job is to kill the middle linebacker, Mike, coming down to tackle Mostert. And he does it well every time. Engel is the best fullback. That's why he went to Pro Bowl.
The Dolphins' running back depth is insane, man.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Real. You said the right word, Josh. You right on
when your third string running back is a 4-3 guy, and it's a legit 4-3. You know, a lot of guys will run 4-3, you know, but they don't. It doesn't look like that on the field. It looks like he's running 4-3, and that's your third string running back. I mean, shit, man.
I think he's the bell cow.
After Mostert's
well, Dolphin fans have been begging for this now for 6 years, right? This guy is what, 5'10"? He's built.
Isn't he almost 220 pounds?
He's 5'11".
Yeah,
5'11", 205.
205. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
210. You're right, Crypto.
Exactly. At the I was just gonna say at the combine he's 210. But guess what?
Same height. That is the same height and 5 pounds less than Marshawn.
I was just gonna say you said that 2 days ago.
All he need is one more Big Mac and he'll be good.
It is also the same height and 10 pounds less than Emmitt Smith.
And so look at the proportion of his body and height.
It's one more Big Mac and he'll be there.
210 in that type of body, that means you're a bell cow. So Dolphins, don't beg anymore for. You got your bell cow. You got your bell cow. No need to cry.
And he's fast.
You heard that, Cap for life?
The guy
I
don't know if he's going to be proud of that.
More put together runner already than a guy like Chris Brooks. No shade on Brooks.
We need to still hold on to Brooks. Use Brooks like
there ain't nothing wrong with that. Sure.
I don't know if Cap believes we have a bell cow. Sharif. What's Cap for life?
Guy's already a little more put together. You know what I mean?
Listen, I'll put this on the line right now. Javon Holland won't be here this time next year. Your new bell cow in 2 years is Jalen Wright, and I'll put this on the line too. The most productive rookie out of this class, in terms of this year, is Mo Kamara. He's gonna have over 5 sacks. Probably return for touchdown, some type of crazy play where he picks up a football and does some shit.
And Mr. Pog, for all we know,
5 sacks.
Jalen Wright pushes a guy like Brooks. You know what I mean? To get better.
Of course. But I think like
Yeah.
who was that?
Okay.
Like Sharif said, I think we got hit in gym with our new defensive lineman.
Yeah, that'd be something special
Listen,
right
when you have a guy who has a personality like Reggie White, any team, the 32 teams who skipped over me, guess what? I'm coming for you. That I see Reggie,
31
and
teams,
I
actually.
know I sound
Same
old.
attitude
Color.
Josh Rosen
Chip
had,
on the
bro.
shoulder.
Josh Rosen.
there.
Listen,
Yeah.
bro.
Nah, he got
Color,
to step
good one,
over
good
him.
one. But when you listen to the Deacon Reggie White speaks, or I'll even use one better. The guy who used to
So you saying Josh Rosen should have become a deacon before he did all that shit?
listen, the deacon would speak about you
Or
and how you disrespected him during the
rabbi.
week. Man, you wouldn't
At least
want
a
Reggie White.
rabbi.
You don't want to see this dude will be preaching and then come and
Try to be
slap your
they
ass.
won't bound.
factual around here, so that is correct, Shake. I think that would apply. Yep.
Pastor Reggie White.
You guys think Cam Smith will step up this year?
Oh, that's a good question.
He starts.
Because
I
We
would
hope he
like
get
to
on the
see
field.
that.
Oh,
he's
definitely.
got to win that. He's got to win that starting job, man.
Definitely.
He's got to win that starting job.
Well,
it's time
until
for him
the
to take
guy
over.
even gets on special teams, the question is he in the same boat as Tyndall is in?
I hope not. Right now he is.
Let me ask you a question. Was it who's the guy? Cam Smith. That's our draft pick.
Yeah, from last year.
Last year, Cam
Last
Smith,
year.
and I heard there was rumblings. Cam Smith during the Tennessee game, where Cam Smith told Vic Fangio, "You can't talk to people that way." Or am I confusing that with
Right? I mean, let's be real here.
Flores. That's two and Flores.
Hold on a minute. Let's bring some
You're right,
perspective
Jake.
to this here, okay? Because we there's still people asking questions about with good reason. I'm not saying they shouldn't, about Cam Smith and also Channing Tindall, and they get brought up around, keep getting bantied around as if they're gonna take their place one day, and it's like, wait a minute here.
What the hell's wrong with this guy?
So a guy that is able to get on the field in 2 seasons as a late round draft pick, who was behind some of the best pass rushers in the league, gets himself on the field in that amount of time, going through the late round draft pick track that the most NFL teams have those guys on. You got to get on special teams. You got to, all that. And this guy has already broken his leg out of the game. And we're talking about Channing Tindall and Cam Smith as if like what's up with them, when they going to get on the field.
I would say this though, Color. There's fringe guys because Needham has to prove something too. I think
in the track that Cameron Good was on.
Right.
Wait a minute. What you said, Color? Because I couldn't.
There's fringe guys. Tyndall is one of them.
Since you didn't hear me, Mr.
You're
Paul,
breaking up,
sum it
Color.
up quickly. Those 2 guys haven't even gotten to step 2 of the track that Cameron Good has laid out.
Well, we both know Cam Smith is better than both of them hands down. So
I think 2 and on got you, Color.
Well, maybe. I'm just saying, Tony. We have to look at reality here. Is that there's a certain
understandably
track,
so. Yeah, right. All right.
and here's a guy drafted in the late round that was sitting behind some pretty good damn pass rushers, albeit they got injured. That's why he got on the field. But at least he was ready to get on the field by that point.
I know why Tony says he's better. He's got more than one phone.
Because you talking about
I can neither confirm or deny that claim on Crypto.
Yeah, right. Mr. Polk, I'm talking the relationship between Cam Smith, Channing Tindall, and Cameron Good. We talk about, people bring up Cam Smith and Channing Tindall.
Maybe Chris has grown.
Like, when are they getting on the field? And it's like,
let Color finish, please.
Here's a guy that's already
remember now.
Gotten out of the off the field. That wasn't even expected to be nothing but camp body. That's what people have called Cam Good since he's been here, a camp body.
But Color, I think like what Chris Greer has grown in, right? You remember Weaver? You remember Calhoun? You remember like you kept Calhoun a bit too long. I think and you kept not Charles Harris. Uh, you kept Charles Harris. You kept Deion Jordan. I I think Chris Greer's learned that okay, the Tyndall you move on. You've already kept Baker. You gone and got Brooks. You got this kid Anthony. So I think Chris is like, okay,
That's
I'm
the
not gonna
other
do the
thing. We're
Deion Jordan with
we're
this Tyndall
bringing in a
thing,
bunch of
right?
different free agent linebackers.
Like
And
he's
it's like,
grown
wait a
in that
minute here.
aspect.
Did we do that to Cam
Like
Good?
this
No.
is him
Hold
admitting
on.
that I fucked
Hold
up.
on. We didn't do
Right,
that to Cam
Well,
Good. Now we
right. This
have
is what I'm
now
saying. So it's
because the
like
guy broke his leg, but we didn't do that to Cam Good before he broke his leg.
Right.
well, injuries happen, but I predicted that Cameron Good would be on this team simply because his arm length and the way he's violent too.
I'm going to
And
tell you,
as everyone
and
sees.
Ali can back me up on
Channing
this. I've been
Tindall.
on Cam Good from the beginning, as well as Mr. Polk here has followed me from the beginning on the Cam Good thing. Yeah, I understand.
Like he wasn't even on the he was
Hold
on the
on, Shree.
practice
Hold
squad,
on,
and I was
Shree.
saying he
Shree,
was going to
hold
make
on.
the team.
Somebody's talking right now, bro. Hold on a second. But see, I done lost my train of thought, man. Thanks.
We're talking
I
about
think Elijah Cameron's
Cameron
gonna make
Good.
the team.
Are you being genuine or are you being sarcastic, Color?
No, I really
You're
lost my
speaking
train of
about
thought.
No,
No,
when you said
Elijah
thanks.
Cameron's gonna make it.
Well, really, Cameron Good and Channing Tindall came in on the same draft.
Right.
You said that Cameron Good
Right.
was going to
It's just
make
that
it.
Cameron
Yeah,
Good,
Right.
Cameron
They were
Good,
drafted like 3 rounds apart from each other.
right? Cameron Good
No, one
was
was in the
basically
7th
an
round, one
outside
was in the
linebacker,
6th round.
and Channing Tindall was an inside linebacker coming out of
2
college.
rounds apart from each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they came in on the same draft.
Interesting.
But it's just that they rumors had it that Channing Tindall just wasn't able to make the jump from college to the NFL.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say now. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
go ahead.
Mr. Polk.
No, go ahead, Carla.
It was the moment I really became a guy that would look. I'm not trying to say that Cameron Good's going to be this world beater. I'm trying to say that from day one, people like, no, he's just a camp body, and I don't think that's what we intended for him. I think we actually intended more for him, just like we intended more for Tyndall. My thing is, and when I first realized that was the first moment, and a guy like Tony can appreciate this, who goes to camp a lot. It was the moment I saw him in camp standing next to Jalen Phillips when I couldn't tell the two apart. I'm like, oh, I see why they drafted this guy. I don't care what round he was drafted in. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a doppelganger.
And I've been with him ever since. And I've been right. Till he broke his leg. Now, for a guy like Cam Good, unfortunately, I don't foresee necessarily a comeback per se, because that type of injury for a guy that would, look, there is a reason he was drafted late. There is a reason he's, referred to as a camp body and all that. Even though he has excelled over that, when you get an injury like that, as that type of guy coming in and that type of track, it's very rare that you see them not just take their medical settlement and never play again. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it is that's how I feel right now. I'd love to see the guy try to come back and be better than he ever was. I would absolutely be pulling for him to do that. I'm not trying to ward him off. I'm just saying, we got to be real that if he was a first round draft pick, yeah, no big deal. Heal up. You got all the time in the world. But a guy like that with his draft stock doesn't have all the time in the world. So it is sometimes more beneficial for those types just to take the settlement and be on with it. You know what I mean?
I mean, because
he probably never expected to be this far in the first place, because he is an overachiever.
Color, there's 2 players I always hear you stick up for: Cameron Good and Durham Smythe. Those are the 2 I always hear you talk about. Those 2 guys.
Well, it's hard not to stick up for a guy that is like 80% to get you 10 yards on any given play.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Durham Smythe. Here's the thing with Durham Smythe with me is that he, like I said, he came in with Kaseki, and he was supposed to complement Kaseki as a blocking tight end, but he got a little better with his hands. I'm not saying he was on the same level with Kaseki, but he got better with his hands to me, and it's just that we just didn't really utilize him to a certain point.
Well, I think a lot of what happens is the big names come out, and it's like, look. Most people immediately, when it's not a big name or a big prospect or whatever, we immediately relegate them as, hey, they're not going to be nothing. But there is a
Exactly.
reason that a lot of times, just beyond bringing in camp bodies, that a team drafts or brings a guy in because they have identified a certain thing about the person. When it comes to River Craycraft, mainly the reason I've fought for him so hard is because he brings a particular skill that I've seen over the years that has really come through for championship teams in clutch situations, i.e., keeping your eyes on the football and catching the damn thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
In Cam Good's case, it's like you see certain things that's like, even if that one thing is harnessed, I've seen that one thing be able to, make a difference for a championship team. And we forget those things, that not everybody is just a camp body just because they ain't a big name or they were drafted late. You know what I mean? And all that. So I try to identify something about a person and say, okay, is that one of those things that you see all of a sudden out of the blue? You're watching two championship teams play each other and you're like, oh, this nobody does something. And you're like, man, I wish my guys would do something like that. And you're like, who's this guy? You know what I mean? It's because everybody can contribute, and there's certain things that are very, very important to championship teams continuing to win and get closer to the goal. And it can be something as simple as keeping your eyes on the damn football.
And then with Channing
I,
Tindall,
I agree with that.
we didn't bring Channing Tindall in as a body count because the Dolphins looked at him as a potential good inside linebacker coming out of Georgia. It's just
I
that, like
see
I
Chris
said,
moving on from his mistake 2 years ago, though. This is what I'm saying. Chris Greer's learned that not to fester with trying to make the pick look so good and beyond what we think, right? The kid's not playing. He's 4 linebackers already signed or drafted.
oh no
He's
no no
already way
no.
beyond Tyndale's growth.
No. Here's the thing, Sharif. I'm not saying that Tyndale is going to. I mean, personally, I
No,
think this.
what I'm saying
I
is, I
think
think
no.
Chris
Let,
would
let,
have
let me
tried
finish.
to
I
push.
think
Hold
Tyndale.
on, I think Chris would have tried to push his pick to make it look good in the face of us who know he's shit, and he's not doing that anymore. Don't you guys notice that?
No.
He's
I agree.
that's
But
what
that's
that's
why I
all I'm
think
saying. I know what you're
that's
saying.
no. I think as far as Taylor goes, he hasn't made that adjustment. So he's on his last leg with the Miami Dolphins. Period. We need either he makes a breakout, which I doubt is going to happen,
I think
or he's
Chris
going to have
Greer
to
made
move
a
on.
big
Well, you
mistake
know what,
when he
Mr.
tried
Polk,
to
you're making
keep
a great point
Dion
because
Jordan,
you're making
right?
a
He
great
tried
point
to
because
access Dion
hold
Jordan
on,
in
hold
our
on,
minds,
Sharif. I want to exemplify.
right?
I want to enhance Mr. Polk's point. Because I think it's along the lines of, look, we can use the excuse that, oh well, they're bringing him out at the right moment or they've got a plan for him or something. But that doesn't make sense when you've got a guy like Cameron Good that came from nothing and has already injured himself out of the game in 2 seasons. So all that, oh, they're saving him for something or he's on some kind of special shelf or something. No, that don't work because of what Cameron Good has done. That's why I keep bringing up Cameron Good.
That's a good analogy. But I just think Chris would have tried to push Dion Jordan and flip it, and we would have been pissed every time. Oh, dude, Chris, can't you see this dude can't play? And Chris would have still tried to like push it, and he's not doing that anymore. He's like F Tyndall. I'm bringing in Brooks, Anthony. I'm bringing in Good. I'm bringing in Chubb.
Well,
Like
we
F
quite
freaking
frequently
Tyndall.
hear, and with good reason, we quite frequently hear Tua is QB1 because nobody's beat him out. Well, Channing Tindall hasn't beat anybody out.
Hey, Color, I hate to interrupt, but somebody wants to drop the link because it left the scroll history.
Roger that.
I got it.
And kind of piggyback on what you said,
Thanks,
See,
you know,
we're
that's
also
the
growing
learning
with this
curve
GM as well, guys. I
that's the
think
learning curve that
it's
Chris
almost like
going
a
through.
family thing. Like we're watching our uncle screw the team up, and then he recovers in 5 years, and then uncle screws the team up again. Fast track Striders to win.
I'm just saying, Sharif, there ain't nothing Chris Greer. This is the point Lewis makes a lot. There ain't nothing Chris Greer can do about a guy not being a draft pick, not being able to beat guys out.
Oh, I agree with
nothing Chris Greer can do
That's
about that.
coaching.
So he might have been wrong about that guy. You know what I mean? Who hasn't?
And his
I don't
moves.
think anybody. The reason Dolphin fans keep calling for Channing Tindall is because they thought the guy was something. So what? Why was Chris Greer wrong if he thought the same damn thing?
Right, because I agree. Well, because once
I just don't want you to push Eichenberg on me if he's
You get
trapped.
what I'm saying,
But
right? It's
Eichenberg
like,
isn't
are the
trapped.
fans calling for Channing Tindall because they believed what Chris Greer believed in him, or are they calling for Channing Tindall to make Chris Greer look bad? You see what I'm saying?
It's because people have that image of that Georgia defense and like,
Well,
he started on the Georgia defense.
Well, so did Chris Greer. So if Channing Tindall didn't make that happen, it is neither the fans nor Chris Greer's fault.
Agree.
I agree with you, Color.
His fault.
Put a fire under his butt. Can I just make this?
Debate right there. I've never even taken a position on that debate, but that logically ends the debate right there.
Right, because it points back to coaching.
Use the word logically. That doesn't fit.
Well,
That's
of course,
what's up,
if
man.
logic could end every debate, then nobody would ever talk anymore.
But I want to just say this
can
right now.
Can that player make the adjustment? That's
I
what
see
it points back to coaching, or can that player make the adjustment? Because Deion Jordan, I mean, we all know how he was in college. Well, as soon as he hit the Miami Dolphins team,
sometimes players just don't work out. Sometimes
they just don't work out.
make that
but
step.
don't push him on me continuous seasons like what Chris Greer did at the time.
But what I'm saying, you can't point that at the general manager.
Yeah, he learned. I think he learned that
because once he made the
here's the thing. Think of it like this, because it'll make more sense. If Tua never becomes Drew Brees, that's not Drew Brees' fault.
Chris ain't gonna push Tua on us if he does not make it this year. I'm telling you, Chris is gonna move his ass on.
What if Tua is like Kirk Cousins? Is that really Greer? So Chris Greer, I can't get mad at Chris Greer.
Analogy is because it literally is the same thing as saying it's Drew Brees' fault if Tua don't turn out like him.
Right. I understand. It's just I can't get mad at Chris Greer because he still picked a good quarterback. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna get mad at the guy.
But I think the thing is, and I'm not even part of this.
I don't think it would have been real quick, Bryson. I'm sorry to kind of reiterate what Josh was just saying. I don't think Chris Greer, I don't think that it was a malicious incompetent pick if he thought he'd had something there. That's what I'm saying. Even if he's wrong, and we're all wrong, everybody's wrong about whatever. That ain't Chris Greer's fault because he obviously thought something that 50% of the fan base thinks.
Right.
So how is he the only one wrong for? You know what I mean? Like, how is he? The player just didn't fulfill expectations.
Like Deion Jordan.
Yeah, I think though, but if you have opportunity to draft another player at that spot and their opinion was wrong, that's where that blame comes in, I think.
But if he's still holding the same opinion and that opinion hasn't been proven wrong yet, then why do that?
Yeah, we don't know yet.
Listen, Color, I'm just playing devil's advocate in that argument. there.
Oh,
I
got
like
you. I
Tua.
got you. And thank
But
you.
So
I'm just saying that's where they're making those arguments is that, they might think Greer might have drafted the wrong guy. I think we have a fine guy. We'll see. I mean, him or Justin Herbert, regardless of
I
contract
mean, if
or
I
how
was
much
the
they're getting paid.
GM,
Neither
it
have
would
won
be
a
my
playoff
opinion
game.
that I made the wrong choice and I would have already done something different. But Chris Greer doesn't believe that about himself.
Yeah, that's true.
Tua.
No, he
So
doesn't. He thinks he's the guy.
I don't think that's necessarily a wrong choice, or I should say, what was the word I'm thinking of? Not
You're allowed
like
to change your
incompetent,
mind
but
at a
not
later
like
date.
it wasn't like
let me
egregiously like malignant. You know what I
let
mean?
me
Like,
let me ask the panelists then, Color. Do you think that a
not as if
rookie
he's
can
going
step in?
with Jeff Driscoll. You know what I mean?
Do you think that a rookie can step in with the weapons that we have now on offense, a rookie quarterback next year, and play well?
You got to name
Yes,
like
the
a
trend
guy.
shows that you
If
can do that.
if that is the
As a rookie
case,
quarterback can do that.
so if that is the case, hold on, let me
Not any rookie,
let
but
me
the question
land.
was, can a rookie do it?
Let me
And the
answer your
answer is
question,
yes.
Curry.
Go
Given
ahead.
that there is starting to be more
not
synergy
any
between what they're doing in college and what they're trying to do in the NFL, and that's starting to match
That's my
more,
premise.
even if they're forcing that like a shoehorn, you know what I mean?
That's the premise I'm using. Yes.
Then I would say the likelihood that a future college quarterback that is of high value could step into what we got and succeed are high. I mean,
And so
Brock
why
Purdy's
am I
pretty
saying
good.
that? I'm saying that
Yes.
because if Chris Aloysius Greer believes
Brock
that he
Purdy
was
already proved
wrong
it,
on
right?
Tua,
At a high
if Tua
level.
goes 8-9 or Tua gets knocked out of the first round, it's an easier transition in 2025 with the weapons of a new QB rookie quarterback. So he will move off of the mistake without paying him $55 million a
Yeah, but
year.
Sharif, what if
It's
he
the
has another
same thing with
Sharif
Tannehill.
though? Hold on. What if he has another great, not great season, but he makes the Pro Bowl again, and they play the Chiefs in the first round,
We're not
and he
doing
plays.
that.
Hold
We're
on.
not doing
Hold
Dak
on.
Prescott with Tua. We're not doing Dak Prescott with Tua. No.
When it comes to
See,
executives
that's the
in
thing
the
about
NFL, there
But
is
you don't.
Josh,
no
he's not going
value.
to do that.
Nobody could
Zero
speak with
value to
certainty
the
what
Pro Bowl
Chris
anymore.
Greer
It
is
is
going to
a
do. No
freaking
one.
popularity
Unless
contest,
Chris
dude.
Greer.
The executives are not paying attention to the Pro Bowl anymore, bro. At all.
But let's say
Period.
I'm just saying, but Color. I'm saying if he puts up solid numbers,
They're going
and
to
then
use
he
all
plays.
pro, not Pro Bowl. They'll
He
use
plays.
all pro, not Pro
There
Bowl.
is no agent
Right.
throwing out the
Right.
Pro Bowl on the table
Okay,
anymore,
but what
bro.
he's saying is if he
You
puts
had to
top
say
5
all
numbers
pro.
up,
That's what they have to say.
All
but
pro,
If
yes.
he does good enough
All
to be
pro, yes.
selected, then he gets
Yes,
Absolutely,
but
all
not Pro
pro,
Bowl.
yes.
Yeah, you
Because
can't use Pro Bowl no more.
that's still a
So
somewhat of an
essentially,
objective.
the team is set up to continue winning with or without Tua.
Or
The team is
years voting you in the top 5.
the team is set up to continue winning with or without Tua. That's my
Top
point.
100.
My point is, if Chris Greer makes a mistake on any position, this team is still willing to weaponize you next year and move on off of you.
I'm
That's
just saying.
all I'm saying.
I would not move.
You're saying that everybody's exposed.
I don't
You think a rookie
agree.
quarterback is
I
going to
don't
take us to the
agree.
Super Bowl?
I think a cheap
Unless
contract.
Greer want
I
to
think.
lose his
How
job.
about that,
If
Jake
he's not
Money?
willing to
I
do
think a
that.
cheap contract could help us.
Again,
Not $55 million.
I think if we even get to the second round of the playoffs, we are doing the contract with Tua. Okay, even if it is more money
Greer's
than it
tied
had
to
to be
Tua,
this
man.
year, it don't matter. If we get to the second round of the playoffs, we're contracting Tua, and
7-year
we're
plan,
rolling-
crypto.
No, we're rolling
Well,
him
yeah,
with
then
him
that
as a
cements the
franchise
7-year
quarterback
plan at
like
that
Dan
point.
Marino, bro.
Actually, we're doing a. Actually, I disagree with you.
It
We're doing
cements
a
an 8-year
10-year plan.
plan.
We're doubling it.
I swear to God,
Yes, a 10-year plan. Yeah.
Tua
That's
could
right.
have
Hey, good catch.
Tua could have 50
10-year plan. Yeah.
touchdown passes.
Hold on,
Tua
hold
could
on.
have 50 touchdown passes and lose in the second round to Mahomes, and people would still want to get
Now,
rid of him.
Josh, you had asked the question, right? And
agree with you.
I want to give an answer to it.
It's a Tannehill all over, man.
If we get to the second round of the
It's a 10-year
playoffs,
plan.
we are
Shake
going to
Money's
give
point.
Tua a contract that is going to be the type of contract that keeps him our franchise quarterback for the foreseeable future.
We never had a winning season with Tannehill.
If he has a great, if he has a high statistical year again, and we burn out in the first round of the playoffs, we're done with him.
I got a question though. You don't think they'll give him the contract this
It's that
offseason?
simple.
I think Chris don't make mistakes
they're gonna
anymore,
wait?
man.
They'll
Chris
wait till
ain't
next
No,
listen.
because
offseason to
short of a
finalize it.
Super Bowl, he's not going to command money that we're sitting here going, oh, well, we should have done it last year. It's not going to be that much difference.
No. I agree. I just the rhetoric around
No,
the
it'll be
offseason has
10
been he's
million
gonna
is the
get
most.
paid
It'll
this
be different.
offseason.
I just
Unless
think
he were
that
to win a Super Bowl, in which case he's worth every penny at that point.
Oh no.
listen.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying he deserves or doesn't deserve it.
And
It just seems
guarantee
like
you, if we gave him a contract
the
this year,
talks have been.
hold on, Bryson. I
Yeah.
just thought of this. If we gave him a contract this year, right before the season, and he ends up winning a Super Bowl, you don't think he's going to want to restructure?
Listen,
No,
I
he can't.
want to
late
wait
at that
till
point.
next year, and I like Tua. I want to wait till next year to pay him. I just
Tua
think they're
will
gonna
hold
get it
in
done.
Hawaii if he
People
wins the
that think
Super
it's going
Bowl.
to be a
No,
difference
you won't.
if we have
You
to
won't
pay him now
restructure
or
because
then
he's
more
locked in now.
later.
No, we got to give
I'm not
George
convinced.
But what they're
I'm
saying
not
is it's better to
convinced
pay
he's
him if you know what you got versus
50
pay him and
million
not know
plus
what you got.
guy. I'm not convinced he's the 50 million plus guy. I'm not convinced that yet.
But
It's
you
not
would be
that
if
if
we
we're
won a
It's
Super
better
Bowl.
to pay him 60 million and know that you got your guy and
Right.
pay him 50 and not know
Exactly.
what you
No,
got your
I
guy.
agree. But I'm not convinced either. I'm not convinced. But
Okay,
I'm
so the
just saying I
question
think
is,
they're
but
going
Bryson,
to
Right, because
anyway.
paying him
Bryson,
60
hold
is
on.
definitely say he's
Bryson.
won at a higher level and deep into the
So
playoffs, and you don't mind giving him that.
and if he
Versus
won the
giving him
Super
that and
Bowl,
you uncertain.
and if he
Him
won
going
the
Super
Super
Bowl,
Bowl, he'd be
sure.
every bit worth that 50 million, right?
No, yes, and I
Okay,
think
okay.
I'm just
Stop
saying.
right there. Stop right there.
Okay, go
How
ahead.
much more than 50 million would, in your opinion, would he even be worth at that point if he won a Super Bowl this year?
10 more, 60.
Right.
No,
That's what I say. You pay him
I don't
60
know.
and
If he won the Super Bowl,
that
he
you
reset
got
the
it
market.
versus paying him
He
50
reset
and
the
not
market.
knowing. That's what I'm saying.
I'm telling you right now, with the
Wait a
moves
minute,
we
wait
have
a
made
minute.
this year, with the moves we have made this year, plus inflation, that extra 10 million is like, oh well. Okay. It really is.
No, sure,
means
whatever.
nothing.
I mean, I don't know. I just don't
Well, the
think he
extra 10
deserves to
million
get
in
paid
1
more
year
than
is
Patrick. You know.
that don't.
But Bryson, do you think Justin Herbert's worth that money?
Not yet. I don't think he's earned it. I think he's a stat queen. I think he's a generational talent when it comes to his arm. I just haven't seen him show up in those big moments.
So if you were
Not
the
saying
Chargers,
that
hold on,
won't
Bryson.
happen.
If you were the Chargers GM, you wouldn't have given him an
No,
extension.
I would have paid him. I would have paid him just to hope that you're not going to find a guy like that easily. I mean, quarterback is so hard to find.
Okay, but Bryson, when I saw Tua play Herbert this earlier last year, it was week 1. I thought Tua looked the eye test, not just the stats. The eye test told me Tua was better.
Listen, I love Tua. I'm a big Tua fan. I just need to see it in December and January. That's my
I think they knee jerked a
we
little
just
bit
have
with the
different
5,000 yards.
I love Tua.
but
I think
there's
he's
still got to
great-
be some value to that, man.
Sure,
You know,
Color,
like-
I agree with you. They should have done the 5th-year option, paid him this offseason or something. They went real early. It's a new regime, though. We'll see.
But the thing, okay, so color was answering the question
Herbert got
that
paid 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago.
Yeah,
so-
they
but-
paid him early.
So
Which means they
Bryson,
got out
color
ahead
was
of it.
Yeah,
yes,
they did.
essentially. So Bryson, color is answering the question, right? So what essentially is going to take place is that Greer is going to realize, like Calhoun, like Jordan, Deion Jordan, like Byron Jones when he played hurt, like Fuller when Fuller played with the thumb, fake out with the thumb, did not play. Greer's going to realize if Tua gets knocked out of the first round or goes 8-9, Greer's going to realize I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm moving off of guys.
Sharif, let me say this.
All I'm saying is there's history to show. There's history that show that he tried to push. He tried to hold. I'm not finished. He tried to push Jordan. He's changed from doing that. He's not going to try push Calhoun in your face. He's not going to try push, you see what I'm saying, Tyndall in your face. He's going to say, we'd like Tua to be here for a long time. Meanwhile, this is your 23.8 million. If you're playing on this and you can walk, you can bet on yourself or do whatever you want to do on yourself. If you don't win, there's rookie quarterbacks who can come in here with Odell and Tyree and Waddle, and I will move the fuck on.
All right, let me respond to that if you don't mind.
But you'll be paying him $3 million a year.
Remember, Greer is actually
the only thing
Greer is
is,
actually super deserving.
and I agree with
hold
what
on, Crypto.
saying.
Let him respond to that.
I agree. I see what you're saying, but quarterback is such a different position than all these other positions.
I
Quarterback
just said
build a drop. No, let me
rookies.
finish though.
Let him finish, Sharif.
Yeah, let him finish.
Quarterback builds or ruins careers for coaches and GMs. Head coaches and GMs lose jobs for quarterbacks. Right. So either, in my opinion, I think Chris Greer's all in on Tua, and if it doesn't work out, that's his ass. But let me go forward with that. With how good this roster is, even if we miss the playoffs, or let's say we make the playoffs, we're not in a position to where we can go get a CJ Stroud or a rookie quarterback that come out the week one or year one
It's
and
not
do
true.
well.
Not all top quarterbacks are drafted in the top 10 positions.
That's true. No, that's fine. But I don't.
And we have 2 third-round picks. We can move up.
I don't think he's gonna just ditch for. Yeah, but how many third-round quarterbacks make?
Don't let this year's draft fool
Listen,
you.
I don't want to debate. I don't.
Be spread out and
But
be
Bryson,
as
I don't
late
want to
as the
take this
7th
to a
round.
debate of why you should keep Tua. There's 5 quarterbacks in his class who was drafted with Tua, who's already been paid. I don't want to go down this road with a debate why you should keep Tua. All I'm saying is,
I'm not saying
Greer has been here for more than 16 years. He has tried to push players regardless of them being trash. I think he's learned from that in the past. And I think I use examples. Calhoun, Byron Jones, Tyndall. I use other examples where he's not trying to push when he see the guy is trash. He's actually
is different. The quarterback is different. If he's
Chris
wrong
Greer.
about the
What is
quarterback,
Chris
why
Greer?
wouldn't
A
they fire
GM
him?
or is he a GM or is he nice to Tua? What is he paid to be?
No.
He's
I'm
paid
not
to be
saying,
nice to Tua.
Sharif, I'm not
See,
saying that.
I'm not here debating whether you should. I'm saying if Chris Greer feels that he made a mistake, there's rookie quarterbacks willing to be paid $3 million, and you can keep Tyreek. You can keep everyone if you make $3 million as a starting quarterback as a rookie.
What I'm
I
saying
would
is
rather that for my team.
He's fired.
I'm just saying
the
that.
wrong guy fired. That's what I'm saying.
Well, he's fired if he doesn't get anywhere for 3 more years, and fans are worst pissed because you're going. Well, see, that's the thing. People would rather color. You see the sign language color. People would rather Chris be fired on the head of keeping Tua than for us to win. I hate that shit.
I'm not on either side.
I hate that shit.
I'm not on either
You're
side.
saying he's gonna have to fall, but you want Tua to stay? I would rather us fucking win, bro.
Sharif, hold on. Sharif,
talking about, Sharif?
Sharif, what do you want Tua to do? What is the baseline?
I'm just telling you what he's gonna do.
He's saying Greer is not going to tie himself to the hip of one guy.
Exactly, because there are rookie quarterbacks trending and coming right into offenses and striving.
Sharif,
he already said he's our franchise guy. He said it. I'm not saying it. He said it.
You know how much times he said? He said he loved X. He loved X, but guess where X is?
He did not know. He said
X is on panels on podcasts.
When did Chris Greer say he was our franchise guy? He didn't use that verbiage.
No, he never said that. He never announced somebody wanted to franchise
for a long time.
Just because everybody synonymized that verbiage doesn't mean that's what he said.
Hey, we need to let Hook Up Joe talk. He's been trying to talk.
Oh, no, I've just been listening. But, I will say something on this because, if we're talking about like quarterback, there's what we all want to happen. Probably everybody on this panel would love for him to play on his 5th-year option and see how he does. And we just go ahead and pay whatever it takes if he kicks ass. And if he doesn't, then we have a decision to make.
I think that's how Chris is thinking. That's how Chris is thinking.
But there's always a big but in here somewhere. And the big but is it ain't happening. We're gonna pay this year, and he's gonna get his contract, and all the talk about the 5th-year option is just gonna be a bunch of crap. You know what I mean? I'm just in reality.
They've already exercised his 5th-year option.
I'm just telling you, he's not playing on his 5th-year option. I wish he was.
Now, to the examples, right?
Exercised it.
To the examples,
the option of whether or not
I do have one more thing to say too. In a minute.
So to the positive example,
wait a minute. Let
go ahead, Joe.
Finish his statement. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Hooked Up.
Yeah,
okay, so we talk about there's always another quarterback just waiting to come in, right? Well, if you look at every year after Tua was drafted, you've got Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, Kenny Pickett, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and Trey Lance were your top 5 picks. They were all first round top 5 picks. Then you got Justin Fields and Mac Jones, which are other 2 later round picks, somewhere around there. So basically,
First round.
in short, all of those names are the first round picks since Tua was drafted, starting the next year. And you look at that list and you go, well, what percentage of teams that picked in the first round got their home run quarterback in the first round, even on a high pick at 5 or higher? CJ Stroud looked good last year, right? You got
Okay, but
Trevor
fair
Lawrence.
enough. But what percentage
Yeah,
of
but
those
also
teams? I'm going to say it, Crypto. What percentage of those teams deserve to be drafting in the top round part of the rounds every year? The same one. So I'm not gonna necessarily hold all the water to that percentage, simply because there are a few of those quarterbacks that we have no idea simply because they were drafted by trash teams. You know what I mean?
and they teams wasn't built up instantly like the Texans were overnight to help the situation for their rookie quarterback.
So I guess my summary there is that it's easy to say that there's another quarterback coming in, but when you actually look at the history,
If you got the weapons, you can say that.
Yeah,
if they're assembled with the right personnel around that quarterback. Like right now, I'm going to get out ahead of it now. Don't sleep on the Chicago Bears because they assembled the weaponry for their rookie quarterback to hit the ground running right away in that conference.
Yeah,
almost immediately they set up for success.
Right, with low.
So don't be surprised that the Bears win 10 to 11 games.
If Chicago,
you heard it here first.
I'll be a little surprised.
Chicago wants success. They need to call up Philly and get DVP on their team. That's the only way they'll make the playoffs this year.
And I just wouldn't be
maybe
surprised.
So. Maybe he's a
couple of those quarterbacks on that list don't turn out to be better than everybody thought they were, because the team that has them now understood why they were drafted. You know what I mean?
Hence, that's why they went and got Keenan Allen, Swift, beefed up the offensive line, got freaking a Dunze, and did all this other stuff, and surrounded and put that quarterback in a great situation, position to succeed. So I don't want nobody to have surprise faces if they sitting up here with 11 wins and then come up with the excuse, oh, they had a poor freaking schedule.
Well, Crypto, another thing that made Chicago successful is they didn't draft any Hurricanes.
Oh, that's the reason why they're not. They won't be.
There you go,
they did draft the Hurricane.
We're having a perfectly civilized debate here.
That's probably the reason why they will fail, Shake, is because they did draft a Hurricane.
No, but hooked up, your point is still duly noted, because it still is valid to some degree. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying the trends are changing in a favor that if the teams and general managers immediately start giving them a great supporting cast,
give that grace.
You start to see that trend change.
I just ain't giving that grace to Zach Wilson.
You're starting to see that trend change. You'll start seeing those trends change if these general managers start building the teams immediately while they're getting that young rookie quarterback.
Also, don't forget that we're not just talking about up and coming guys in the draft. There's going to be a whole class of quarterbacks ready to try with their second team. That could very well light things up with a team like ours.
Right, one of those talents we were just talking about that didn't make it on the crappy team gets.
Maybe one of them, but maybe one of the ones come after them, but 2 years down the road. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the trajectory we're talking about here. I mean, if we're actually drafting a good enough quarterback, we'd have to do pretty bad in order to have a high draft pick, or to have to think we need a high draft pick. And when are we talking about that happening? Next year, year after that? I mean, are we going to do a slow dive down to where we have to do that, or are we going to tank immediately?
No, I don't think you have to do that.
I mean, what's
This
the
is a I think this is a
No, you
situation.
don't have to necessarily do that. We picked Dan Marino at the 27th pick, so it worked out pretty good for us to get a decent quarterback.
I think this is a
Yeah, but
situation
that's
where
not gonna happen all the time. That's a once in our entire franchise history where we were able to draft a
which
player.
means it happens in 30 or 40 year cycles.
a
This
good
is
point.
the 40-year cycle.
But if you look at where
I
Tua has
hope
been
so.
pressed,
Listen,
right?
Crypto,
Wait a
I
minute.
hope
I
you're
gotta
right.
push
I
back
hope
on
you're
that
right.
because we've already been through this argument, and we have to separate. We have to separate the difference between what we have chosen to draft and what has been available for us to draft. Just because we were too stupid to pass up on Lamar Jackson doesn't mean we couldn't have drafted him.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Go
quarterbacks.
draft a Hurricane, and that'll solve your
Don't
issue.
confuse what we have decided to draft with what was possible.
Despite what Shake
for
Money
us to
says,
draft.
go get a
They're two
Hurricane,
different
and
things.
you'll
And there's
get
been
a-
plenty of opportunity for us to get a guy.
Aaron Rodgers was taken late. Lamar Jackson was taken late. Derek Carr was taken late. There's a lot of quarterbacks that were taken.
Just go get a Hurricane, and you'll solve
Why do
all
you
the
want a
issues.
hockey player on your team?
We just have to admit
Who's
at some
that?
point that we're one of those teams that don't know how to pick players at certain positions. At some point,
that could be true too. Yeah, that could be. That could be.
we're always that team that's like, we're always that team that's like, nah, I want to see what's around the next corner.
Belichick couldn't draft a wide
hold on,
receiver
Crypto.
to save his life.
No, I want to see what's around the next corner. It's Lamar Jackson.
They were
I
bad
wanna
at
see what's
drafting
around the next
receivers.
corner. Deshaun Watson's available. Now
Yeah,
he's got problems. I want to see what's around the next corner. That's all we're ever in a state of.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
crypto.
certain teams are not good at drafting certain positions.
Yeah, but crypto. Bill
Yeah, like the
grabbed
Packers,
two
they
of our
always
wide
draft
receivers.
quarterbacks. I don't understand it, dude.
Belichick was bad when it came to wide receivers.
Except for he grabbed two of ours.
So you grab,
Wes Welker.
you're right, Mr. Polk.
Wes
Yeah, he got
Welker
And it ain't
and,
no
Wes
wonder
Welker,
we're like
what's the
that.
other
As
guy?
harsh as our fan base is on the GM
You're
for
right,
picking the
Mr.
wrong
Polk.
guy.
Wes Welker killed us
If we
for
weren't
like
so
10
harsh
years.
on the GM, he
Yeah,
may
but
have
he wasn't
already
the only
moved
one,
off
too.
of
It
Tua.
was
But
another-
we're like,
another
no,
wide
no, no,
receiver draft.
no. Like, it's our fault. We get what we're asking for. That's what Chris Greer's job is. Chris Greer is to provide the players that the coach and the fans want to see and want to utilize.
Yeah, but he don't listen to the fans, bro. Everybody
Given the fact that we
on
didn't
the
draft
line.
nobody
Yeah.
from the Hurricanes,
Dude, you're
we have
talking
no
to-
shot this
You're
year.
talking to an adult here, bro. Don't give me that Twitter bullshit, bro. I'm sorry.
No, I'm trolling.
I know you
but
must be.
I don't even know Bryson's
you
been
go
on Twitter lately,
bro. They
huh?
hate every pick we ever had.
Or love them overly, overwhelmingly. It's no in between, though, Bryson.
No, I thought
I've
we had
said
a
it
good
a
draft. I thought we
thousand
had a solid
times.
draft.
No different than politics. The team we
There's
watch
extremes
every
of both
Sunday
sides.
is a reflection of its fan base. Period.
Is it?
Yeah, it's no different than the president of the United States being a reflection of the voters.
And the Bills fans must have a lot of tragedy in their life.
Whether you like the guy or not, whether you voted for him or not, no matter who it is, what side, who you voted for, the president is always a reflection of the people.
Come on,
Period.
Keller. You can find
End
a
of
better
story.
analogy than that. Switch analogies.
Retarded. You heard it
A
here first.
reflection?
We're senile and retarded.
Well, it depends on 300, 400 million Americans, I suppose. That's what the angle is
Hey,
coming
if you
at.
don't like the president and you voted for him, then you've got to reflect. You've got to look at yourself, because the president is always a reflection of the people. If you don't like the president, then you don't like the people right now, and the only way to change that is to change the people.
Yeah,
Caller, don't start talking
It was
this
more so
shit.
the US
Really. Hey, caller,
Well, it's more
please
so the
just
US
shut the
House of
fuck up when it
Representatives.
comes to politics on these fucking chats, okay?
That's the Lando
Seriously.
Lakes, man. That's the
I mean,
Lando takes.
Last thing anybody wants is talking fucking politics, okay? We don't have, you can come up with a better analogy than that, all right? I mean, fucking politics is ruining all these fucking chats and everything. Just fucking whatever anybody wants to do with politics, they can do it outside of the fucking sports forums, okay? Serious.
Didn't they say they were coming out with the MAGA Dolphin jerseys? I want to see the MAGA. MAGA
And get those
Dolphins.
Put more gasoline on the fire.
Well, my statement wasn't political,
Go
but
chicken
you know,
It was political enough.
a
It's not political to
statement
you,
would
but
would be
it's
talking
bringing in
about
something you can
who's
talk
right
about.
or wrong or indifferent. That wasn't a political statement. That was an analogy to another idea.
No, and by the way, hooked up.
We understand you, Color, but I think the best representation.
Really?
If you're
Are
gonna
we
go
going to do
politics,
this right now?
it would be the U.S. It would be the U.S. House of Representatives.
That's why I left before, is because you started talking this shit. Man.
We got guys in the chat that are talking, bro. Really?
Really.
Your excuse for leaving when what you see scrolls up and down that chat, you're going to talk about me making an analogy to some other sector of society?
What are we doing?
Wow.
What are we doing?
Actually,
but like I said, it's just
It's
how
all
you ask them to stop talking about it instead of just saying, "Hey, let's knock it off."
I like to jump on Color because because he jumps.
Well, I
he
just
jumps
don't
on me back,
appreciate
and
the
it's fine.
patronizing, bro.
But it is what it is.
No, sorry. The better
political
analogy will be the U.S. House of Representatives. They're the only one that
I
directly
said any
represents the
president.
people.
You could talk about the first one, the second one, the 50 millionth one. It wasn't a political statement.
I know. I'm just in these in these different things, and people start bringing shit up like that.
But it's
there's
more
no need for it, and it fucks everything up.
I
It
understand,
derails
bro,
the
and I
conversation,
apologize if that's
and it
how
gets
it made you
people
feel. I really
uncomfortable,
do.
and people don't want to talk about shit. No
As
matter
a
what
man,
side
I
it's on.
apologize
It's
to you.
fucking
I
comfortable.
apologize because maybe I didn't think that they could be construed that way, and that's not your fault. That's a natural thing. Fine, and I apologize for that. But what I'm saying is, it was more the idea that, when we talk about, we pump all the money into the team, okay, and for somebody to say that our team isn't a reflection of the fans, I was simply trying to point out that when you are the ones that put the goal, like the goal for the team is to make money, right?
Then Tyreek's supposed to be taller, Color.
Let me
How
finish.
the hell
Sharif,
Tyreek is
damn
the
it.
reflection of us?
Bro, I'm gonna put you in back if you interrupt me again, dude. Okay. What I'm saying is, if the goal for an NFL organization is to make money, okay, then by proxy, the people that put the money into it are going to be the ones that eventually are provide the identity for the team. You see what I'm saying? And likewise, in politics, not to make a political statement, the goal is to gain voters, right? So eventually, whoever wins the whole shebang has to be a reflection of those consumers, those voters. That's the only reason I made that analogy.
But Color, you got the wrong branch.
So in other words, like
you got the wrong branch
fans,
of government.
listen.
Color. It's the legislative branch that mostly directs the reflection of its
Dolphin
people.
fans care
Not
more
the
about
executive branch.
Speaking in image only, crypto, not in
what you're
policy.
trying to say, hold on real
That's
quick.
why it
Color,
wasn't a
what you're trying
political
to say
statement.
what you're trying to say, Color, the people, Ross cares more about season ticket holders than the Dolphin fans in the other states that can't buy tickets.
I would say he simply cares about money, however that comes.
He cares about his quota.
Yeah, he's
I had a space on that.
I don't mean to be so shallow about it, but really, it's
What are you talking about, Ross?
we're
It's
not
all
talking
about
about amateur sports here.
We're not the
We're
Green
talking
Bay
about
Packers. They're the only
professional
people, only franchise owned by its citizens.
But case in point, the last 3 years, his seat price has risen, and now that he has Tyreek and Waddle, like he sold that so much. It's outstanding price for parking now to get in a Dolphin Stadium. It's even more now.
They're good.
Right. So his quota is increasing every year. The Formula One quota is increasing every year. He's promised and he's vowed to build inner schools and private schools for the executive life who wants to move down to South Florida. So the school life for living will match the skyline living. And he's vowed to do that. So this tells me this also tells me that
this guy got offered $10 billion. He's not in it just for the money. Sure, it's
I don't think he gives, and I don't think he cares about
money,
Xavier and Howard.
Money, If he wanted money, he would have sold the team for $10 billion. That's my opinion. I
Maybe
think
that's not the intrinsic value.
I think he wants to win.
He knows.
I think he wants to win.
More than that.
Yeah, I think he wants to win.
Just because he wants to win doesn't mean he knows how to win. But if he wanted to make money and that was his only opinion on the team, he would sell for $10 billion. That's more than the fucking Cowboys.
I'm certainly not meaning
to
apply
because it's probably valued at 20.
Yo. What's the key to making money?
Spending money.
I'm saying in professional sports,
it is for him.
Sports is winning. It's winning.
For big market cities, I guess there are plenty of ways to make money other than winning. But the easiest and quickest way to the money is the winning. So I don't doubt that he wants to win. But that's like saying, okay, is he ever going to go in front of the public and say he doesn't want to win?
Well, he's winning in his quote. He's passing his quota.
Both could be true. His number one and first foremost goal is dollar signs.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a disparaging statement.
And that's why seats are going up.
I think he's got money. I think when
that's only for 31 teams, color.
I don't know. In my opinion,
not
when you
32.
have money at that level, it's like monopoly money. It doesn't even matter. If you got $1 billion, you got $5 billion. You have enough money for your generations.
If it didn't matter, bro, we would have a star at every position, bro.
I mean, we're pretty close to it. We're pretty close to it, other than quarterback. You know,
we would have been the Yankees,
we're pretty close to it.
They didn't have
the Yankees are my daddy.
They said we'd start every position. Do we really need to start every position? I think we need to go conventional.
Are we gonna go by what Tua? Are we gonna go down the road of what Tua needs?
Let me ask you this: if Ross was offered a $20 billion franchise with a chance to win, do you think he'd care that it didn't have the Dolphins logo on it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Didn't he want to buy the Jets?
Would be the Sarasota Dolphins or Sea Dragons?
Yeah, that's a question, and thanks for that information, Joe. But it is a question we all have to just ask ourselves. I'm not putting an answer out there. I'm not going to speak for Stephen Ross. I'm just saying.
Maybe it's a trial balloon to sell the team.
Somebody said, "Hey, swap me out the Dolphins for this $15 billion organization, and we're probably going to win the Super Bowl next year." I don't think he would care which logo was on it, other than the NFL's logo.
Yeah, I mean, the only person that knows the answer to that question is Stephen Ross, to be honest. I mean, we don't know if he has I would assume he has as some sort of attraction to the Miami Dolphins because he's owned the team for so long, and it's his kid.
So I also look at Mickey Harrison.
He's a Michigan fan. He doesn't want it to go over to the next state and Ohio State win the national championship just for money. You know what I'm saying?
But that's a matter. That's a matter of his alma mater, dude. That's different than a professional franchise.
Sure, and that's true.
But
that's true. But
he does got money.
Miami Dolphins is just as part
of.
That's
like comparing Michigan to Kellogg's. If you own Kellogg,
no, but
you
Miami
know what I mean?
Dolphins is just a part of his core.
If Post was like, if
Michigan
General Mills came to me and said, "Hey, let's swap," and you get $5 billion extra out of it, I'm not going to be like, "Oh, just no, that's not the same," and that's not an.
I think it's
good
similar
analogy,
in the fact that the Miami Dolphins are a part of his ideology just as much as the Michigan is, because that's his alma mater. He's been a part of this organization. He's owned this organization for so long. I think he wants to make this because it's his child. I don't think he would just.
College he went to down here is a lot closer to Tampa or Jacksonville than it is Miami.
That's fine. I'm just saying, it's like
Miami.
It's not just about I just think he wants the Miami Dolphins to win a championship. It's not about buying another team to win a championship.
I got you. I'm just saying he doesn't see it the same way that a guy with $10 in his wallet sees it.
Yeah, I mean,
all I'm saying.
Oh man, color.
Sure,
man.
I tell you what, we're
look at things differently. Sure, yeah, 100%.
Color, sit down in the corner, man.
That's what we is.
Color offended about 90% of Florida.
Stephen Ross has built this entire portfolio.
So how do we feel about the guy that comes into the building that wore a San Francisco 49ers hat on his head for 10 years, and now all of a sudden I'm supposed to believe that Dolphins hat on his head means anything to him other than in the moment?
I mean,
It's an inside
we
job.
gave him an opportunity of a lifetime. There's only 32 head coach jobs in the world.
I'm not.
For the NFL football.
How do you know it ain't a guy that has already been a head coach a couple times?
Mike McDaniel has.
I wasn't talking about Mike McDaniel. You put it on a personal person. I wasn't talking about Mike McDaniel.
Yeah,
I mean, who else hasn't? Who else has worn the 49ers hat that's on our coaching staff for the last 10 years?
It doesn't. It could be anybody. This was the first team I thought of, bro.
Okay, I just thought you. I thought you were directing it at Mike McDaniel. That's just my.
Yeah, when I heard 49ers
him
too,
being okay, I'll be
you know.
fair. I'll be fair that in my mind, him being our coach and me coming from a Dolphin perspective probably led me to have that team come into my head first, but I wasn't personalizing it on him.
Okay, yeah, but I mean,
I'm sorry for implying that. I really am.
No, you got a point, but I do think that these guys are at an elite level that they're going to try.
I was actually thinking about Brian Flores taking the Dolphin hat off and putting the Vikings one on, but I didn't want to really inflame everybody. You know what I mean?
He was an Eagle. He was the coach of the Eagles, but he brought greatness to the Chiefs too. It's like I think they're just trying to bring greatness wherever they go.
Oh, by the way,
Patrick Mahomes brought greatness to the Chiefs.
Personalize it further. My next thought was Odell Beckham Jr. coming into the building. I really wasn't thinking of Mike McDaniel. I'm sorry for implying that.
Yeah, but to think that it's just Patrick and Andy Reid has nothing to do with that, that's kind of wild. He has a lot to do.
I think most of it's Andy Reid. Most of it's Patrick Mahomes.
What do you do about Irving Fryer coming into the building, bro?
No, you're not saying that Patrick doesn't have it.
Yeah, I'm just saying most of Patrick Mahomes is so great, dude, that he's most of it. He's the most of the reason.
That's fine, but Andy Reid helped develop him and build him and build an offense to help him produce. It's not one guy. I mean, sure.
I'm saying this is what I'm saying, dude. If Patrick Mahomes would have gone anywhere,
I don't think if he went to the Chicago Bears, he would be the guy.
I guarantee you, if he went to the Chicago Bears, he would still be an incredible player, dude.
Agree. With the dysfunction that organization has, I disagree.
How about Steve Spagnuolo? I mean, how many hats did he wear?
There are certain Bryson. There are certain quarterbacks. No matter where they would have went, Elway, Mahomes, Peyton Manning, it doesn't matter where they would have gone. They would have been great anywhere.
They would have been great, but that doesn't mean that they would have been generational and argue for the GOAT. Just like Tom Brady is in a great situation. Patrick.
There were times where the Bears.
He would have 3 Super Bowls with
this is where your argument's flawed. No, this is where your argument's flawed because that's the Chicago Bears franchise went to a Super Bowl with freaking Rex Grossman. So don't tell me if Patrick Mahomes wouldn't have been on that Bears team, wouldn't have been on that Bears team that they would have been freaking
people glorify Andy. People glorify
because of the situation that he was in. That the Bears were competitive back then.
Andy
when
Reid
Mahomes came in the league,
Andy Reid was a good.
Who knows? You don't know that's what it'd been. Had the Bears would have picked him instead of Trubisky.
Oh my God!
Andy Reid was a good coach, dude, but he was notoriously known as
because he's successful with the Chiefs.
You guys are crazy to think.
He basically just won this year with a team that's assembled like the Bears. The Bears wide receiving core is better than the Chiefs.
One of the best defenses in the game.
Okay, and the Bears had good defense when freaking Lovie Smith was there.
You know who else had a good defense, Bryson? Joe Montana. Joe Montana and Tom Brady had historic defenses in their careers.
So don't say just because he would have certain franchise, he's doomed. No.
Work that. Andy Reid.
No, Andy Reid is
fine. No one's discounting what Andy Reid, but don't discount the other 32 teams that could have had freaking.
No, I'm not.
That could have freaking. He could have been successful with.
You just discounted Andy Reid. You literally just said that.
No, we didn't. We're saying also other teams he could have been successful with.
Team he was on. You guys just said that. No matter what team he was on.
No, we're saying he could have because he is who he is.
Bryson, any team, if any team would have drafted Mahomes, right? Maybe they wouldn't have won 3 Super Bowls.
Won 3 Super Bowls. That's
correct. But the point is, this is the point, Bryson.
You don't know what teams.
No matter where he would have gone, though,
throughout his career, starting out,
he would have been.
So you can't make a blanket statement and say they wouldn't have won.
No,
That's
he wouldn't have
There
just
was
been good, dude.
times that enough good, talented players trickled on the Bears' defense and offensive side of football that could have been just enough pieces where Mahomes could have grabbed the Bulls by the horn and won with.
The thing is, the Bears had an opportunity to draft Patrick Mahomes, and they didn't because they're that shitty of a franchise.
Well, he didn't because the general manager didn't have the eye at the time. So what?
And Andy Reid told his
Doesn't mean that if they would have drafted him, that he wouldn't have did it.
I like this kid. Andy Reid said, "I like this kid. I see something in this kid. Trade up for this guy."
No, Andy Reid got fortunate because the Bills made a stupid decision to give away their pick to him.
Andy Reid was part of
Let's not forget that
Andy
part of the
Reid was
equation.
part of that. Sure,
Bryson.
that might be the reason too, but Andy
Bryson,
Reid
hold on.
No, that is the reason. They gave up picks and freaking gave it to them.
Yeah, but if Andy
basically
Reid
handed it to him on a silver platter.
Andy Reid didn't even discover Patrick Mahomes. Do you know that? It wasn't even Andy Reid who discovered him.
You guys are crazy, hating on Andy Reid.
I'm not hating, dude. This is what I'm saying. Hold on, let me
Nobody's
Bro.
going to sit up here and say he's the only guy Mahomes could win with. You're being an absolutist in the other direction.
Yeah, all I'm saying is no matter where Mahomes would have gone, he would have been great. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he would have won 5-10 Super Bowls everywhere.
All I said was Andy Reid's a guy, and you're like, oh, it's just Patrick Mahomes. It's just.
I didn't say no. I didn't. I said most of the reason. I did not say that. I said most of the reason is Mahomes, dude. You think it's
players have to play on the field?
What was my rebuttal? That Andy Reid is part of that reason that Patrick Mahomes is.
He's a small part. He's a small part.
At this stage of the game, the player matures, bro. He's not being hand and coddled around for the whole career. Sometimes the players got to take the bull by the horns and continue to play.
We just saw Bill Belichick without Tom Brady. We have all the data's in of his career without Tom Brady, and it's a losing record, Bryson.
Tom Brady. He's part of Tom Brady's success.
Dude.
Sure.
Bryson.
Tom Brady is a generational talent when it comes to mental.
I'm not
100%.
at this stage.
You know what Marv Levy, Bryson? Do you know what Bryson? Marv Levy's record. Do you know Marv Levy was a 500
much
coach?
mature at this stage of the game that he could have won with a lot of teams other than the Chiefs.
There's not many humans that have the mentality Tom Brady has. I 100% agree. And I think it was more Tom Brady than it was Bill Belichick. But to act like Bill Belichick wasn't part of that picture on Tom Brady's greatness is just fucking wild.
He was a small part of it, dude.
He wasn't. We know it's important. We're not
Bill
going to say
Belichick gave Tom Brady
without him.
outstanding defense for 20 fucking years.
Oh my God, dude!
No, how about
This
that
is
against
crazy,
the Eagles? That was really a standing defense. They
Brady
gave up
had a
40
top 10
points,
defense his
almost
whole
600
career.
yards of offense. Yeah, that defense you mean?
Bryson, there's all kinds of teams. There's all kinds of teams through history that have had good defenses, even great defenses.
Yeah,
but they don't go to the. Hold on, they don't go. They don't, Bryson. They don't go to the conference championship basically every single season.
You know what I'm saying? When you have a great defense and a great quarterback, you win Super Bowls.
Okay, Bryson. What was Bill Belichick's record without Tom Brady?
Yeah, it was dog shit.
And when the Bears passed up on them, they were still a top 10 defense for the first 5 years of his career.
So most of the reason, this is all we're saying, Bryson. Most of the reason was Tom Brady. That's all we're saying.
I just said that too. I just said
so I don't know where. So all we're saying is if Patrick Mahomes went anywhere, maybe the success would vary differently. He would be, but he would. Bryson, hold on, dude. Bryson, hold on.
Like the man is going to be Trent
Bryson,
Dilfer.
he would have been.
That's what you're saying.
Bryson, Peyton Manning, Patrick Mahomes, I would argue Josh Allen, they would have been great anywhere. Anywhere they would have gone.
They wouldn't be as great as they were, though. That's
okay. I have a question.
Difference.
I don't want to argue about it, dude. Patrick Mahomes is a trans. I think he's the greatest quarterback that's ever lived. But
if you didn't believe what was put on the field today with them group of weapons that he had to show this year,
if Michael Jordan never had Phil Jackson, he still would have won championships, dude.
Please let me say this, and you guys are gonna freak out because this is a Dolphin podcast or whatever the fuck it is. Josh Allen is a fucking freak athlete, okay? Josh Allen has 0 Super Bowls. I think if he had Andy Reid or a coach like that, they would be somewhere.
He would still have 0 Super Bowls.
No, but maybe we're just agreeing.
Into Mahomes with another
uniform. I think it's to both of them. Sure, the quarterback is more important, but a coach is everything.
I think it's a perfect storm. To be honest with you, it has to be like a perfect storm.
Yeah, that was my question. Is
So
can we
much to
now
it.
let's think about history? Can we name a team that was really really good that didn't have both a really good coach and a really good
Yes,
quarterback?
exactly. Bro, coaching in the
Right.
NFL
It
matters
was right. It
so
goes
much.
hand in hand, like Stockton and
Team,
Malone.
players, there's so much important. Yes, 100%. Quarterback
I
is
am
everything.
scrambling
But
right
when
now
you put a
to
great
think of one
quarterback
hookup,
and a
Joe, but
great
I
coach
still can't,
together,
man.
Right.
And I think
It
I'm
was
making
at least a
Bryson's
pair.
point.
And by the way, real quick, Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan both haven't won a championship without Phil.
But do you think the point is Michael
that's not
Jordan
his
would
point. His
have
point is
Michael
trying to say that
Jordan would have won
Mahomes
I got one.
championships
is Trent
without Phil
Dilfer,
Jackson, dude.
and
I
Lovie
got
Smith
one.
was a good head
I
coach.
got
So
one.
he's not making a
and
point.
I got one.
honestly,
I
go
got
ahead.
one where it was only the quarterback and it had nothing to do with the unity between them two. Okay, I got one. Denver Broncos. John
Dan
Fox.
Reed. Oh well, yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't he there with Peyton Manning? Wasn't that John Fox?
John Fox, yeah. It was he was their head coach, exactly.
Isn't this a correlation causation? But hold on, isn't this
no, seriously, they could have had Donald fucking Duck as their coach, and Peyton Manning would have still done what he did.
It's not it's not a coincidence though that all the quarterbacks that, or at least the majority of them that have been in the conference championships and Super Bowls, they're all franchise quarterbacks. All of them almost. I would say if I had to look, I don't off the top of my head, it had to be like 90% of them.
According to John Fox, John Fox took Panthers to Super Bowl.
It's both.
Yeah,
man. It's
John
both.
Fox. Yeah,
Like,
nobody looks at him as a Hall of Famer for some
franchise
reason, 'cause even though he
coaches
went
are
to
just
the
as
Super Bowl with two
important.
teams.
So Bryson, would Patrick Mahomes be great anywhere? That's all we're at. That's all I'm asking. Would he be great anywhere?
John Fox ain't all right. I'm just saying Peyton Manning would have done that with any coach they would have had there.
Not to the
Yeah, that was on the back end.
think Adam Gase got a job? Come on.
Like
he won with the Broncos on the arm that was run out.
But how do you think Adam Gase got a job because of Peyton Manning?
Oh my goodness!
I always feel that. No offense, Bryson. I'm just debating. Bryson, I'm just debating you. It's not.
With Matt Nagy, I don't think Patrick Mahomes has 3 Super Bowls. I don't know
But,
if he has.
but Bryson, Bills fans, listen. Bills fans say this, and I think I'm not saying you're making this point.
He has the weapons and the defense that he got.
People say, "Oh,
Bryson, that's you're right," but that's because he would have never matured Patrick Mahomes. But if you're talking about,
that's exactly my point. That's
right,
exactly
of course. So there is something to be said for the coach that kind of matures him into that breakout. You know what I mean? Yeah.
He helped that. That was
but would anybody
was that him or really Bellamy as a combination of that entire coaching
staff? I'm in agreement with you on Belichick. I certainly think it, like Steve said, it's a perfect storm.
Andy Reid hires the coaches for his coaching staff to develop the players underneath him.
Okay, if he was that good in developing what you call, well, come Donovan McNabb, but that same coaching regime didn't win a Super Bowl.
Oh, come on.
Apparently the play has something to do with it too.
Could, bro. You can't, just because they didn't win a Super Bowl, bro. Really, bro?
Well, he said winning Super Bowls was the standard. He would not win a Super Bowl without him.
I'm sorry. Then I'll remove myself from your guys' debate there, because I didn't realize that was the premise. Sorry.
I generally,
absolutely without a single championship because of freaking Andy Reid.
Bryson, I generally agree with what you're saying.
I contest that premise.
And I tell you what,
it's an absolute statement.
It just people say that to try to cheapen.
Assembling over time, while Mahomes was still in the league at a time when they were still assembling top 10 defenses in his career.
I'm not taking any away.
I want y'all to think about this. I want y'all to think about this. Bill Cowher didn't go over the hump. Couldn't get over the hump until he got Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah, I mean that's usually how it is.
And there was wide receiver corps that was assembled in Chicago that's way better than this year's chief wide receiver corps.
A quarterback needs a coach. A coach needs a quarterback. I mean, it's
but it's not equal though, Bryson. It's not 50-50.
Right, it's never 50-50.
Sure, 100%.
I think, but again, that doesn't mean it always has to be the quarterback on the 60% side.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, if you have a super defense as which is hard to assemble. Nobody's assembling the 2004 Ravens on a consistent basis to
Hence,
take
hence
that
Don
talent
Shula went to the
away.
Super Bowl
I
with three
honestly
different
It's a
don't.
quarterbacks.
quarterback-driven league.
Still, to this day,
Didn't Shula go
do
with
not
three
agree
different
with everybody
quarterbacks?
about Donovan McNabb. I honestly think
Yeah.
that is a
Well,
product
Shula
of
did in
Andy
the
Reid.
70s. That was a different paradigm.
But
Well,
no, he
McNabb,
did in the 80s too.
With
I
super
think he's a
defenses.
generational coach. I think Andy Reid's a generational coach and found a generational quarterback and helped.
he didn't find him. Bryson, Andy Reid did not find Patrick Mahomes. Brett Veach did.
Whether he did or didn't, that doesn't matter. He helped make Patrick Mahomes be the best player he can be, and that's all the props you can give for him. Sure, he's not out
No
there
one's
making
taking away from Andy Reid.
insane
Andy Reid
plays,
is not
doing
exclusive
all
in
this
that
crazy
club of
stuff.
developing quarterbacks.
But
He's
Andy
bringing the
Reid
best out of
did his
quarterbacks.
job. Andy Reid did his job to get those 3 rings, and you got to give him respect for that.
I'm just surprised. It's like me running a tech. It's
all
like
the
me
other
running a
coaches
where the
that
coach
was
comes
hired
in
in the last 10 years.
Where the coach comes in and where Andy Reid excels, which he did with Donovan in Philly, is that they provide an atmosphere to make it highly conducive for their quarterback, to do well. It's not like Andy Reid picked Mahomes, no, but Andy Reid certainly signed off on him, and Andy Reid certainly said, okay, this is the kind of environment I need to provide for this kid to succeed. And he provided
he fit the mold of the quarterback that Andy Reid likes working with.
I agree with all that, though, dude. The point I'm trying to make is it's like me
But
running
at the
a
same
tech.
time, you can't exclude all the other general managers who hired coaches in the last decade and say that they wouldn't have been as successful with them.
Color. So what you're saying, just to confirm, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying that it doesn't matter if Andy Reid found the quarterback or not. It's his system that helps those quarterbacks continue success.
Well, I would say it's his system that makes those quarterbacks be whatever they're humanly able to be.
That's true. I mean, to be
That doesn't mean they're going to be a rock star. It just means, in other words, Alex Smith was the best he was ever going to be there, and obviously that proved to be true. You know what I mean?
And it didn't work out in them winning Lombardis neither.
I just think there are some players. Color, I think there are some players where it just doesn't matter. It's few and far between. There are some players, no matter where they go, they're so transcendent. They're going to reach a level of greatness, no matter how much of a dipshit the coach is.
I don't know. I just don't agree. I think I think that
Bruce Arians wasn't a dipshit.
What's his name? Who was Andrew? Who was Andrew Luck's coach? The guy who's out of the league now. Forget his name. The defensive guy. He was incompetent. He was incompetent.
Because Andy Reid's a good coach doesn't mean all the other 32 to 31 teams is a crappy coach.
No,
He's one of the few coaches that challenged Bill Belichick throughout that big tenure.
No, because you're saying with other teams and other talent, he can't win without.
Because I just thought of something. Who was one of the coaches that?
Because I know damn well if he was a Dolphin quarterback, he could win with our team.
I can't hear one at a time. One at a time.
Hold on. I'll answer the question. Who was one of the coaches that challenged Bill Belichick throughout all those years? Bruce Arians. So it's not surprising to me that the Hall of Fame GOAT goes to Bruce Arians and they win a freaking Super Bowl.
Yeah, I just think
that tells you right there the player is more
everybody's all acting like that's a mark for Brady. That's a feather in Brady's cap over Belichick for having already won a Super Bowl.
What was Bruce Arians the coordinator for?
As if there ain't 1,000 more things involved for a head coach to win a Super Bowl than there is for a quarterback at Brady's level.
Bruce Arians is in Arizona.
I know, but he was in Tampa when he's the guy that brought Brady in, was he not?
No, but where was Bruce Arians? You said he challenged the Patriots. When was?
With the Cardinals. Did the Cardinals go on a run too?
Yeah, they went to the Super Bowl.
With Bruce
they
Arians?
lost.
They had to get through the Patriots at some point.
No, that was. I think that's like 08 or 09.
It was a regular season game. They
Arizona,
had to get through the Patriots
Bruce Arians
at some point.
won the Super Bowl with Arizona.
Was that Carson Palmer team or the Kurt Warner?
Yeah, it was Kurt Warner, or was it Carson Palmer? Both maybe.
No,
I don't remember.
No, Kurt Warner
I can't remember. I don't
somebody
know.
else. Kurt Warner was somebody else. It wasn't Bruce
But
Arians.
but Bruce Arians is the
Right.
guy that built the team that Tom Brady
Yeah.
won with in Tampa.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Tampa, but not in
Real.
Arizona.
It just, I just think, yeah, sure, generational talents, but also we never seen.
And when
a
I said
situation-
challenge Bill Belichick, I meant to be the Super Bowl winning head coach instead of him, not necessarily directly on the field. I'm sorry, I should have clarified that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know what you meant.
in almost every situation though, where we see these generational talents, we see generational coaches. I mean,
that's a correlation. That's Bryson. That's a correlation causation thing. Maybe it's just they're all great quarterbacks. That's the one thing we know.
But it's not like these. You're acting like these quarterbacks made these head coaches' jobs.
Most of the time they do. Most of the time, like John Elway made Dan Reed's career.
Nobody's saying that it ain't a big help. I mean, geez, man. You know,
Sure, it's a big help, but to act like
I've actually argued that side of the argument. That's why I know Shake's right that it's like, and I think Hooked Up agreed that it's a perfect storm. It's like it's both.
Yeah,
we're gonna say something on that when we get a chance.
I just don't think it's. I agree. It's both. It's just not equal.
Yes, but there's sometimes where the quarterback, if you have a serviceable coach, a good enough quarterback like Mahomes can take that coach over the hump. That's the point.
Right.
Yeah, that's a sin against
that's why you're not going to say
You
no
will never
coach
see a great coach. You will never see. You will never see a great coach.
I want to get KP in here real quick, a chance to talk. But Josh, it's quantumly speaking, it's 50-50.
I'm almost certain Mahomes would have
like,
won.
you know what I mean? Like, it's not balanced.
Rex Grossman was his guy.
But again, sometimes it's the coach is better. Sometimes it's the quarterback. But quantumly speaking, that's going to average out to 50-50 over a universal amount of time.
Rarely, very rarely will you see even a great coach take a mediocre quarterback to a championship. It just doesn't happen.
Look at last year.
How many times have I heard you bring up the Ravens and the and
I said it's rare, Color. It's extremely rare. It's Color. It's rare.
But that was rare.
That's a simplification, buddy.
What's funny is,
but that's what I'm saying. That was a like
when
once
you're
out of
arguing
50
for
years.
how many times have I heard you bring up that a coach can do it with a team around him and all that nonsense, man? Stop it.
Right. It's harder to do it that way, Color. It's harder to, as a GM, to assemble a team consistently and win and be a dynasty. You notice those teams never become dynasties.
Of course it is. That's why I was just pointing out the double standard.
But a team with a great quarterback was the ones that become dynasty, not a team with a dynamic team.
I was just pointing out the double standard, bro.
No dynasty has been built with a bad coach or a mediocre coach, so to say.
That's a correlation causation thing, Bryson. That's a correlation and causation thing.
Dynasties now, bro.
That's a correlation and causation.
You literally just moved the goalpost. For anybody that don't know what moving the goalpost looks like, that literally was just it right there. Nobody's talking about dynasties, man. Go ahead.
No one's moving the goalposts. I said dynasty because you can't consistently win like that.
Well, I think you guys got to the point I want to make, Color, in that there are different ways. There are different ways to skin a cat, per se, right? But the fact is that bad coaching does exist, right? Sometimes what looks like bad coaching is actually poor team management, right? If you look at my headline, David Carr was ruined. David Carr was as bright a prospect as a quarterback as any coming into the league, had the full array of talent, right? But he was never given an offensive line to block from. Now, whether that was the coach or the organization is arguable. But the point is this: there are different dynamics that create a winning culture in a franchise. Sometimes the coach gets the short stick. Sometimes it's the players that get the short stick. It's hard to speak in any generalities, though. And then last thing I'll say is Dan Reeves. Come on now, he was a good coach, man. John Elway didn't make Dan Reeves. Dan Reeves was a really good coach who, did what he could to adjust to a changing league, and his struggle was with Elway.
To your point, wasn't he the last time the Commanders were relevant?
I believe so. I mean, even in Atlanta, I think he did. He pushed Atlanta pretty deep in the playoffs. Yeah.
Look at Jared Goff. He was under Fisher, and then as soon as Fisher left, he vastly improved under McVay, and then now he's with this guy in Detroit.
Yeah. I mean, we get into these arguments on panels like this, and that's fair. You know, everybody has strong opinions, but the reality is, you know, it's a mix. A team is made up of so many different components. You know, a football team in particular.
It's not an exact science.
You know?
Right. Hence, that's why you can't make an absolute statement and say he would
Exactly.
be without any title if he wouldn't have been with the Chiefs.
Honestly, I think that's
This
been
is so
Tua's biggest problem to
disingenuous.
start his career is he's never had. This is why I was big on bringing in an experienced head coach, because Tua's never had a guy with a big cachet come in and say, "Look, y'all, shut up. I got this. Don't worry about Tua. We're gonna get it right." Blah. You know what I mean? Like, and kind of leech off that confidence onto Tua. You know what I mean? It's never been there. Like, imagine Peyton coming in here, bro, like from the beginning. I'm not talking about this year and the talks of him coming here and all that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a guy like Sean Payton, a guy like Doug Peterson coming in here being, look, come over here to it. Look, everybody, we're going to get this done.
But if we could talk about like what are the elements that do make a good coach, right? A good, consistent, winning coach like Andy Reid is, right? I think the flexibility and the intellectuality of that coach have to be in play. I think what Andy Reid has brought is, I think what Color brought up a little earlier, that, you know, he has the ability to change, to tailor what his approach is to the players in front of him. And that has served him well in this modern league. Other coaches who've been a lot less flexible and able to adjust, you know, die out in different eras. Jimmy Johnson was a great era, was a great coach at a certain time, but once the league started to change, you know, he decided not to change with it.
Not only that, KB, but a system coach with a one-dimensional coach, you end up running out of player supply.
Right.
Because you can't adjust to whatever players are available.
And Andy
Reid. So if you have a down couple years where the draft or the free agency just didn't happen to produce the players you needed for your system, you quickly can go from a, hey, everybody loves this team and coach, to what the hell happened to that guy? He's trash. Get him out of here. You know what I mean?
And
that's what Bill Belichick consistently, completely built his team to. Okay, what's available in the draft? What do I already have? What's in free agency? And what type of system can I build this year for that team? Not what oh shit. There's these players ain't available in the draft. Well, we're fucked this year. Guess it's a season off, fans. You know, we're tanking this year because we couldn't get the players that we needed for this coach to do what he wants to do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. What you were saying, hooked up, Joe?
When you have a good coaches that win Super Bowls, they have one playbook for the regular season, they have one playbook for the playoffs, and another one for the Super Bowl. And that just doesn't happen with crappy coaches. You know, if you really want to, I mean, you might win a Super Bowl with an inferior coach and a really good quarterback, but when you get down to it, you need a good general manager, and you need a good coach, and you need a good quarterback to be a consistent contender. Like if you have a possibility to win Super Bowl any year from like multiple years in a row, not in win now mode where this year, if you do everything right, something's going to happen, we could possibly win. If you want to be a serious contender for a long time, you have to have a head coach that's dynamic enough to not only change for players, but to change according to what time of year it is and everything else. And that's not going to happen in year 1 or year 2 or year 3, probably. It takes time to evolve your whole staff and to gel and to begin to become what like an Andy Reid is. And so to bring it back to our team, do we think McDaniel has what it takes to evolve into a type of coach that when we find or whatever the right combination of player, is the coach going to be the coach that can actually take us there regardless? Like when I think of the coach, I'm thinking about 10 years from now, we're not going to have our current anything. Right. So where the coach is the DNA of the system, just like your whole body is completely different every 7 years because every cell's new. Right. And the only thing that's really you is yourself. And that's the way, the coach has to be. We have to, are we going to let him evolve And if we do, is he going to become what we want?
I think he's the best coach in the AFC East right now.
You know,
Like
Joe,
McDaniel.
you just spoke to every reason why I wanted McDaniel to have a 10-year contract, even though I was speaking in jest. You know what I mean? Like, but all your reasons right there back up that sentiment. You know what I mean? Like, we keep doing this revolving. It's never going to get done, bro. Whether it's a rookie head coach or whether it's a seasoned head coach, the guy's got to be here for like long enough to actually get all of that in place. I think that is one thing I can probably credit Buffalo a little bit for, is they seem to be sticking with McDermott. And even though I wouldn't believe in the guy, they obviously are saying, hey, you can't just, do what the bad teams do and keep cycling your coaches out.
I want to piggyback off something that Hooked Up Joe said real quick. He Hooked Up Joe talked about evolving, right? And evolving with what's around you. McDaniel's already talked about that. He already said that, as a coach, you have to evolve around what's been handed to you and try to maximize the abilities of whatever quarterback you have. And even if it means changing the system around you to benefit that. So he already admitted that he's willing to evolve if that's what is needed.
Yeah, he came in on that premise, right? As a guy who was going to build an offense based on Tua and what we had. But here's the thing: the doubt I think you have in McDaniel lies in. I mean, I don't know this for a fact, but I have doubts about him based on his emotionality. I think that would overrule his logic in certain points. Is he so loyal and in love with certain players to such a degree that he would persist and look for solutions rather than just cut bait and find a better guy? That's where I think the struggle is going to come for him as a younger coach who, might see himself as one of the guys rather than a more veteran, grizzled guy who knows what he needs at certain points in order to win. And if you think I'm talking about Tua, you damn straight I am. Does he have the balls enough to make a decision when it comes to quarterback one, or will he continue to dig and dig and dig and dig and look for a way to unlock this guy?
But you know what, KP? It can also apply to guys we were talking about earlier, like Craycraft, Jeff Wilson.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
These guys that he brought over from San Fran. It's like, hey, they got a leg up because they're friends. If somebody beats out Craycraft, I know I cape up a lot for Craycraft, but if somebody beats him out, I want McDaniel to make the right move.
I have no doubt that McDaniel has the brain power for the job. I have no doubt that he has the brain power.
Has he shown the courage to do something like that? Do we have examples of him doing it in Denver or where he's at?
Yeah. I like McDaniel. I just
need to.
I worry about his game time decisions, his adjustments. That's my thing. Is I don't think we adjust too well when we're losing.
His tactic.
And I want to see that improve this year. I think McDaniel's a great coach. I think he's been one of the best coaches we've had in a while, but he's got some weaknesses, and I want to go forward with him, but I can't say, that he's perfect.
I really want to know. I really want to sit him down and have a conversation with him and ask him about that one play that we kept running over and over and over again, where it's just like a quick play action pass, and then we just pitch it to the running back to the left. And we did it over and over again.
Yeah.
And it only works maybe once or twice out of 100 times. Why does he keep doing it? I don't understand.
Other teams did copy that play, though. Other teams did adapt that play.
Or even
I just don't know why he keeps running it. It's like
even running fade.
Ali,
it's like we're running fade
sacrifice
routes.
play.
We're running fade routes with 5'8" receivers that are not working in the end zone. It's like it's just stuff like that. Is like he's like, well, if I keep doing it, it's gonna work eventually, and then it just never works. Like stuff like that. It's like I want him to build off and being like, hey,
you know when I want him to do that? I want him to do that. I don't mean to interrupt you, Bryce, and I apologize, but I got to get this off my chest real quick. As a coach, I'm okay if we're up 60-0 and you're running that same play over and over again, because you can use the game almost as a practice if you really wanted to at that point. But if we're down by a touchdown, or this is a must-win game, I don't want to see that foolish play again. That's just me. You know what I mean? But I would love to pick his brain and find out why exactly he does that, and what's his, if he's really trying to prove people wrong or whatever. Just come clean about it. But it just bothers me that he does it over and over again. That's the only issue that I have with coaching
Brent
style.
Jones.
I don't even know why the play exists. First of all, it's such a low percentage play that the only reason it actually exists is because the defense you're playing is so good that is literally the only option you have left to try. It's no different than being at a poker table and having a shitty hand and saying, yes, while this is only 13% to win, I have no alternative at this point, this juncture of the tournament. But
on the other side of the coin color, there's a play that works 100% of the time. In fact, they've only ran it maybe 3 times in the last 2 years, and he got 20 yards off each time, and that's a jet sweep.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, Ali. But that's what
they've done studies. 60% of the time it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
I knew you were gonna do that. It's like, yeah, pocket aces works 47% of the time or whatever it is, but I ain't got pocket aces right now. In other words, that's what the defense is showing me. And if they can knock out all that stuff and the fade route is the very last thing I can do, then I understand why it even exists as a play. But other than that, the thing should be thrown out of everybody's playbook.
I agree. I agree with that. But
other than that, it's nothing but for show. Like when you said, when you're up 60-0 and you want to please the audience with some flash. I mean, that's literally all it's for.
You know how we talk about McDaniel sometimes playing chess, right? And sometimes with his chess moves, I think he's already 5 moves ahead, and he gets too ahead of himself sometimes. That's just my only issue.
Yeah, I know. And there's already Giants fans. I can see them all out there right now with their blue shirts outside my window. Look, they're already gathering, and they're already telling me, Color, what the hell? We beat the freaking Patriots in the Super Bowl on a fade route. You know what I mean?
Twice.
Right. See, I think sometimes
but you're also talking about 6'20" Plaxico Burress. You know what I mean?
6'20".
I think Mike McDaniel sometimes is playing chess while the other team is taking out our knights and rooks and our bishops, but he's still trying to play chess. He's still trying to play his game plan. And then we're like, wait, hold on. They took too many, it's too far gone. We need to change our game plan, and then it's too late. That's my thing, is we need to be able to change our game plan on the spot
quickly,
and be able to adjust to the other team, and we just haven't shown that against the good opponents. It just seems
I'm gonna show why this happens. Not really show, but I'm going to point the finger at someone, not Mike McDaniel, on why this is the issue. And I hate to say this because I actually like this guy, but I don't think he has the offensive mind that McDaniel does. So I think that in his position, he doesn't have the ability to be able to understand Mike McDaniel's strategy enough to be able to supplement it when it's not working. And that's Frank Smith, our offensive coordinator. I don't think he has the offensive mind that McDaniel does, and he can't say, hey, I understand you want to do this, but they're doing this, and we need to do something that does this. You know what I mean? I don't think he has that guy that can help him, what's the word? Change things up or adapt. And I think that's where we're hurting, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I've said from the beginning.
Say that again, KP.
That fall on McDaniel, though, if he's not.
I've said from the beginning, in a coy way, that McDaniel needs an anger translator. He needs that old school presence on the sideline that can inspire. I mean, he's definitely got the chops, the intellectual chops. I mean, his background as the guy who designed the San Francisco approach is evident in the way, like we're talking about, designs plays, sets up plays, anticipates game flow, all that kind of stuff. But you're right. I mean, that general on the field from the sidelines is sometimes lacking. So yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, so like to give you an example, when we had, I know this is a sore subject for some people, but when we had Vic Fangio here, I was hoping as a fan,
that was the guy.
They would work as a tandem, so he could provide feedback to Mike McDaniel. Hey, they're running this style of defense. This doesn't work. You should attack it that way. You know what I mean? So he could adapt on the field in real time and be like, okay, thanks, Vic. I'll take that and start running this. You know what I mean? And he doesn't have that guy that talks to him, and that's what I'm kind of concerned with in the coaching room. You know what I mean? We need a guy that is willing to talk to him and give him the feedback.
I think too, though, the buck stops with McDaniel and the fact that if Frank Smith isn't cutting it out, that goes back to McDaniel for not getting rid of him and getting the right guy, And even though you are right, Ollie, and let's say it is Frank Smith, let's see he's not cutting it. That's got to come back to McDaniel to fix that, to put either, hey, Frank, you're not doing the right things or whatever, or
I don't know if
Frank's
not doing the right thing. I don't think Frank has the same type of mind, so he doesn't know how to. If you know what I mean.
If
I'm let me just put it this way. If I'm coming from a standard pro offense, right, and you're throwing me into a wide zone scheme or whatever, I may not know how to run that type of offense enough to be able to, give you plays. Maybe I don't know your playbook as much. I don't know what it is.
Sure, but if that's the
thing,
offensive
McDaniel
needs to get him out.
To help it. You know what I mean?
If he can't do the job, then that's McDaniel's job to get him out and get the right guy in. I mean, that's literally his job as the head coach. You know what I'm saying? Is like
that's true.
I wasn't under the impression that he had anything to do with play calling. To be honest with you, I don't know where that's coming from. But
what you mean, Frank Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we don't know. We don't know exactly. Some people told me it's all McDaniels. Some people have told me that there's a few plays
I can almost.
I don't know.
As strongly as some people believe in their religion, I can almost tell you that McDaniel is 100% calling plays without anything more than, hey, what do you think for a second? I'm not saying he doesn't gather opinions.
Sure,
I'm just saying.
But color
the game plan might help set the game plan up for the week.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is where McDaniel does falter.
For Shanahan.
He needs to learn from his previous team. Who was giving coach? Who was giving plays to Shanahan? Mike McDaniel was giving plays. Right?
If anything,
he needs to find his Mike McDaniel. That's
right.
all I'm saying.
Well, if anything, I would be more apt to believe that it's McDaniel that needs to listen to the opinion of others more than the other way around.
Well, that's what I'm saying. McDaniel does need to listen. I'm agreeing with you. That's what I've been trying to argue.
Right. I got you.
He needs to find him, when you had Shanahan, you had Mike McDaniel behind him, giving him feedback and giving him plays, right?
Right.
Well, I need Mike McDaniel to find his Mike McDaniel.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Now, if Frank Smith is the same type of guy as the rest of the guys that he surrounds himself
it shouldn't take
with, like Skylar Thompson, or Durham Smythe, where Frank Smith doesn't have where Frank Smith doesn't have the personality to interject himself, then that may be something McDaniel needs to look at for himself and say, well, I need that interjection. And if Frank Smith can't provide that, then he's not doing the job for me that I need him to do. Then I could see maybe if that might be where Bryson was coming from. I don't know, but
that's kind of where I was getting at. But yeah, I agree with you, Ollie. Though I think too maybe he is being a little selfish, and maybe he is thinking like, well, I already got this figured out, and he's going off his own MO or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. I mean, only time will really tell, to be honest. I do think that McDaniel is a good coach, but I think he has a lot of growing room, and I think he's got a lot of things he needs to grow in to be the coach we need to win games. at the biggest level in the playoffs.
I think he is so.
And then
go ahead, Crypto.
no, I was gonna say if this is a league of copycats and trends and trend setting, is either you do something to set a trend, or if somebody else is doing something. There's no law saying you can't copy somebody else's success.
Yeah, but Crypto, there's clearly levels.
Sometimes you gotta swallow your
but
pride.
there's clearly levels to this game. It's not just like, oh, he's
It's
doing
not
it, I
level-
can mock
yeah.
that. It's every
There's levels to it, but still, it don't matter. Some people just don't want to do it because of pride and ego.
Yeah,
You can't say that's not what's going on.
For example, Bryson, I've always said that it looks like, as far as his play calling style, it looks like he's just calling plays because he knows they'll work, not because of what the defense is actually doing to us.
Sure,
I
and
see what
I
you're
do
saying.
think,
Yeah.
and I agree with that. I
Plays are
think
called
that
based
that's
on
part of his-
probability.
I think that's part of the problem is that he thinks it's going to work. It's not working the entire
But that
game.
also
yet
may
he
be
still
because he's
calls-
adamant for himself about taking command of the game and bending the defense to his will instead of the other way around.
Bryson, the one
That may
comment
just
you
be
made-
that may be part of his strategy as well.
Mhm,
You know,
that's true.
But at some point, you got to change course.
Yeah, Bryson, you made the comment that he needs to grow. I think from year 1 to year 2, he has grown. I want to see him grow from year 2 to year 3. You know what I mean? To be honest, even Andy Reid, people will argue with me about this, but I honestly think even himself each year has gotten better and better and grown each year. I don't think you stop as a head coach. I don't think you're. I don't think you're
That was my
being a
point
student
earlier,
of the game.
right?
You know what I mean?
I
don't think
agree.
you
I mean,
stop
it
being a
took him
student.
how many years to win a Super Bowl? I mean, I totally agree. It takes.
And the
I'm
moment
almost
you
certain
stop
if he'd have
growing,
had Patrick
that's when
Mahomes
you're-
on that Eagles team
Right.
early in
And
his
I will
career, he
argue
would have
the
won it
moment
already.
You stop growing each year to year is when you're.
And that's the
when you're
point that
retiring.
John Elway was trying
That's
to make.
basically how I look at it.
That we was trying to make earlier.
I don't
Had
think
he been,
Andy-
had Mahomes got drafted to that particular Eagles team with that staff and the way they was constructed with
Yeah,
Terrell
but
Owens,
what you
that would have
guys
been
don't
more than enough for
understand,
him to win early in his
we
career,
never
and he probably would
disagreed
still be
with
coaching
that.
the Eagles now.
We never disagreed with that point that you just made. Nobody up here said that wasn't true. No one said, "Oh, that Andy Reid made Patrick Mahomes." No one said that.
It's like being.
But
It's
to
like.
act
Being,
like
it's like.
It sounds
It's
like
like
that's what was
being.
getting applied.
Mahomes, but to act
'Cause they
like Patrick Mahomes
dismissed
did it
all of
by
it.
himself and Andy
No one
Reid
said
is
that neither.
irrelevant.
It's like
Yeah, you guys were
Bryson.
acting like that.
well,
Bryson,
John,
it's-
Okay,
We're
we can say
acting
you
Andy
was
Reid
acting as if
irrelevant.
Mahomes was going to be freaking
I
Donald
never
Duck
said
without
that.
him.
I
No,
never
you're
said
saying
that.
it requires
never said
both.
that.
One's
I
not
said
going
it
to do it.
required both.
Right.
I said that.
And that's what we were saying.
So then I guess we were saying the same thing, Crypto.
I don't think it requires both equally. It's like a music teacher.
Exactly. That's my point. That's
It's
exactly
like
my
a
point.
Bryson. It's
We
like a
weren't
music. It's like a music teacher, right? There's all different levels of music teachers, and he could have an average student, a really good student, an awesome student, and then there's Beethoven. And no matter how incompetent or great that music teacher is,
get your
Beethoven. Listen, Beethoven would have always been Beethoven.
I get your analogy, but it's so bad when it comes to a sport with 53 men that are included into it. Yes, Beethoven, sure, he can make all this, but it's not even the same thing. There's 53 men. Plus a whole
What if it just turned out? No. Let's do it
because
counter
Beethoven
factual.
could be a part of an orchestra or a symphony. Yes, it do apply.
Yep, exactly. Good point,
That
Crypto.
could be a part of a symphony. He's still going to be Beethoven.
No, but I get it.
There's
but
the
here's the
salary
thing.
cap. There's
Here's
a
the
coaching
thing.
staff.
Hold on.
Beethoven could have been
Hold on.
poor.
Hold on. He still would have been Beethoven, right? But you can't say it still would be subjective to say that if we did a counterfactual and nobody in the world happened to like his music, then he would have never wait. No, you know what I mean? Like he wouldn't have been Beethoven.
I don't know. I think
a great.
I don't agree with
pianist,
that.
a great what you
Like
call
if
it.
he just coincidentally like went into the other universe where nobody liked his music.
It's like Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders is the Beethoven of running back.
Didn't rely on the freaking tuba player in the fifth section of a symphony orchestra neither.
I don't know.
Music
There's
has nothing to do with a professional
no
sport.
objective way to
with
know whether
32
Beethoven would
teams,
have still been
a
Beethoven.
salary cap, a coaching staff, draft
I mean, I
picks.
get that,
It's
but
not even the same. There's
the man
so
was a
many
masterful
different.
freaking composer.
Well, okay, Bryson, let's ask you this question. Would Andy Reid ever have won a Super Bowl without Mahomes? Let's say he always would have got the Kevin Kolbs and once in a while maybe a Michael Vick broke loose.
Didn't have a
No,
teacher
but
anyway.
that's what you don't understand. They need each other. That's what I've been saying the whole time.
Okay, but do they need each other equally, Bryson? Is it 50-50 or is it more
I didn't
more
say it was
80-20?
50-50.
Y'all are talking about
I
a
don't even think
prodigy.
it's
That's what I'm trying to
80-20.
say.
Yeah.
I think Mahomes is a prodigy. I think he's a prodigy of
We're
quarterback.
comparing
If you're
him
talking
to
about
prodigy.
Beethoven, you're
Beethoven
talking
or
about any of
Mozart.
these guys, you're talking about once in a lifetime deals. And we can't rely on a once in a lifetime prodigy for us to be able to win. So the point is, I mean, every one of the situations y'all have been talking about have been these very rare instances of greatness, right? And so what we have to do is we have to look at where we really are and what's really available. I mean, when I just rattled off all of the quarterbacks since Tua's year is Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Anthony Richardson, Kenny Pickett, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones. That's the best of the best of the best since Tua came into the league that anybody in the entire NFL picked in the first round as their quarterback. You know what I mean? So when we're talking about these few instances of greatness and saying we need that or we're never going to get there, well, we're never going to get there if we need that. What we have to do is we have to build what we have with our coaching staff and try to make our own identity. And we have to build that over
You don't have
time.
to get that.
Now, would it be fair? Would somebody
you don't need that.
Joe, to follow that up?
It's not you have to have God or nothing.
Hold on, Crypto. For somebody that's
Every
being
example
fair,
so far has been that.
Okay, so hooked up Joe. So as a follow up question,
No, he's not a God.
For the average person that's being fair, who doesn't really believe in Tua, right? Even if they're wrong, if they're being fair, right? Could you agree at least that a guy like Tua, that even though what you're saying is true, that you're still setting yourself up with more resistance to that? You see what I'm saying?
What I want to see is McDaniel.
I'm sorry.
Day.
In other words, wouldn't you still rather lessen the amount of resistance to what the prodigy can give you? You know what I mean?
I would like I think eventually what happens is if we keep McDaniel, like I was saying about your body changes every 7 years and your entire system is completely different, every cell, right? That's what happens to our NFL teams. 12 years from now, who are we going to have on our team that we have right now other than our coaching staff? Nobody, right? So, I mean, few. So the point there is that over time, if we're in the right place at the right time and we have the right coaching staff that's built his repertoire up to being able to really compete all the way through the playoffs and through the Super Bowl by honing his craft as a head coach, and we get the right quarterback, which could be a 5th round guy. You know, you never know what's going to happen. Tua gets hurt, some guy gets in there, and all of a sudden, kabam, right? We don't know what's going to happen. But in order for us to get there, what we have to do is we have to have the right coaching staff. We have to have the right mentality. We have to have a system like Armstead. Let me land. I got one more thing to say.
Sure, go ahead. Sure, go ahead.
Armstead said that last year he finally just got the McDaniel system. He had played for a year and a half as a seasoned veteran professional, and it just clicked for him. That's how complex what we're dealing with is, right? And that's if it just clicked for him. Now, if you fast forward to like 4 years from now, when a lot of people are clicking and we've built some talent and we've gotten some guys like this Paul guy and we're in there and we're doing it, then we're going to get to where we need to go with the right person. But to say that we're going to find generational talent in a late round pick when we're not going to have any first round picks anytime soon is kind of in dreamland. I think that for me, seeing our coaching staff and seeing our team continually move forward is like this year. If we have the same record we had last year, maybe plus or minus one, and make the playoffs and lose in the first one, I'm not going to say, oh my God, it's over. We need to completely do a rebuild. This year, we took a step back. We did the necessity is the mother of invention. All of a sudden, we're making draft picks that we're going to build. We're trusting our coaching staff to build talent. We're not trying to buy a win now team. We're
As Ali
backing up.
pointed out,
Let me ask you this question. Hold on to that point. You're saying it can't happen because the draft is jumbled up. My quick question to you: who had the number 1 pick this year?
The Bears.
The Chicago Bears.
And the Bears won 8 games this year. How did they end up with the number 1 pick?
Because they traded for it.
Exactly. That means you could be doing things years in advance that still can land you a higher pick. It doesn't mean just because you win 11 or 12 games,
but
you're not going to be a
all
top
that.
10
We
pick.
failed
No,
doing
Crypto.
it.
They had the first pick last year, and they traded away that.
Yes,
pick, so
it just so happened that the team they played with turned out to be crappy.
Yeah, but
doesn't mean you're not gonna. You can't do things in the future to increase your odds.
They
It's a fair
capitalized on
point. We
being
don't have
dog
to like flip out over it. It's a fair point.
The point is, you can still wind up with a high pick. You can still wind up with a high pick, even though you won a lot of games. Is my point.
Right.
I know, but you can't, it's not just like we're never gonna get a high pick unless we're shit.
Bryson, I did a really good mock
you're
draft.
not.
Crypto,
You're
hold
going
on.
using an absolute statement because that's not
Okay,
true.
Crypto, let
I
me
just
prove
gave you an
it.
example of a team that
98%
was the
chance.
worst team.
Crypto,
How about
okay,
that?
Crypto, let me prove it.
Yeah,
okay,
thank you,
It's
Jim.
not. That's not an app.
Crypto,
Well, 98 then.
let me help
Oh
you.
well,
Crypto.
it's not 100.
Let me help you.
That's my biggest pet peeve when you use an
So there's a
absolute statement.
Crypto, let me help you and prove it to him. Josh, I did a pretty decent, I was paying attention and did my one mock draft where I actually
And
put
it's
my
not
brain into
98%
it.
when it's 32 teams.
Hold on, Crypto. I did my one mock draft where I actually put my brain into it, and I proved that we could move up to get Marvin Harrison this year and still have a B+ draft. And if I wouldn't have been fooling around and not picked Joe Milton, okay, I would have had an A grade for my draft. So don't tell me there ain't a way you can't move up.
Color,
dude. It's a fair point that he's making,
just because you did it in a simulator doesn't mean it would happen real world.
Well, given the fact that
I just gave you an example of real world where the Bears did it 2 years in advance.
But
because they were shit the year before. They had a number 1 pick to trade away. We don't have a number 1 pick to trade away.
Let me
Right,
respond
but they
to that.
traded it to a team that was bad. We could do the same thing. Trade away our pick to a team that's bad.
And given that when we picked, listen, Bryson, when we picked when we picked McMorris, right? He's graded at a 5.14 or something, right? And he was prospected to be a UDFA. Okay. And at the point we picked him in the draft, there were 8 players left with an above 6 grade as BPAs, dude. Okay. So what I'm saying is moving up like we did, or saying that it's just a simulation that I did, it doesn't matter, bro. The simulation proved
it does matter though, because nobody simulated that the
simulation is evident. Let me just say this: the simulation is evidence that it can be done while still having what most would consider a high-graded draft. That's all.
But in the real world, like random stuff happens. I'm not saying that. Like
I get it.
Whatever,
that's what I'm saying. And those same simulated drafts had all those players that we passed up on as already drafted and gone by the 6th round.
Yeah, that's fine. But
that there too.
Okay, but I don't know what that matters. Like,
it matters that anything is probable.
The Chiefs traded up. The Chiefs traded up for Patrick Mahomes. The Chiefs traded up for Patrick Mahomes.
Their teams is going to do that, and people are going to fall to you.
It matters that I simulated a scenario that was mathematically possible. People are telling me that no, we can't move up. What the reason I did it, Bryson, is because people were telling me that you can't move up for Marvin Harrison and still have a decent draft. That's why I did it, to prove that was wrong.
Right.
The Kansas City Chiefs traded up for Patrick Mahomes. The Chiefs did it. The Bills
Yeah,
did
but
it.
Crypto, the fallacy to
Exactly.
your argument is the Bears had a #1 overall draft pick to trade away to then turn around and turn into Caleb Williams and other drafts. We don't have a #1 draft pick to trade away. Number
Yes, we
20th
do.
is not.
We did this year.
I didn't
Yeah,
need
that is the
that.
point.
I
We
didn't
do.
need a #1 draft pick to
We don't need a
get Marvin
#1
Harrison.
pick.
Crypto just said, how
I'm
did an
saying
8-win
I use
team?
that as an example of a team that wins a lot of games and they can still wind up with a high pick, regardless if it's 1 through 10. The
they
point
got a
was
high
that they can end
pick.
up with a high pick
No, they got a
and
high
still get a
pick
quarterback.
They got a high pick because when they were shitty, they traded that pick away.
With no shit, they traded it to the right team. That team could have been the Chiefs, and they still wouldn't have been in position to get Caleb Williams.
They did that. They had to get. They had something that was valuable. We don't have something that's.
But it don't matter.
Don't make you leave, bro. I mean, I'm just kidding, man.
Actually, Bryson, you don't think Javon Holland's valuable?
Who? Say that again.
You don't think Javon Holland's valuable?
I do, but I don't think so.
And the Bears didn't have anybody down
you apologize,
especially
outside of that.
10 pick.
I disagree. I think honestly, you could get a pretty high.
That's BS. We came right back in and got Waddle after trading away the 3rd pick to the 12th to the Niners and got right back to the 6th pick.
I love.
I don't think anybody's disagreeing that you can
I was actually thinking of starting. I was actually thinking of starting another channel over it.
Hold on, real quick. Bryson, would you believe 2 things were true in this year's draft? 1, it's actually a fact that Miami Dolphins were trying to trade up.
I know that was.
Hold on. To that top 10 of the first round of the draft pick. I'm sorry, the draft without using pick 21. How would they be able to do that?
With players,
using next year's draft.
Or
no,
next
they were
year's
not.
draft.
They were. But, well, yeah, maybe next year's draft. That's true. There's that.
Guess what?
In addition,
I can tell you how I did it if you want to know.
In addition, they picked 21, right? And then they tried to trade up in the bottom of the draft.
I know.
Right?
I know that.
The point is, it doesn't matter if you have high draft picks or not. If you find something that somebody wants bad enough, you can make it happen.
Nobody wanted it. That's why we didn't trade up.
Actually, I would disagree with that. I think they had a deal. I would disagree.
Just because they didn't trade up doesn't mean they won't do it in the future.
Okay, but now you're going back to looking at results that we already know happened.
Actually, they didn't trade up because the guy they wanted got picked.
Taken,
in
yeah.
advance,
That's
right
exactly
before
where I was going.
We had it all
But
set.
Amy already had it already
picked,
worked
so
out.
we backed out. That's what I heard.
Which players? Just so, because I'm not saying like you're wrong.
They didn't say exactly which player.
I think it was Doomsday.
Okay, but we're going by known results that speak to nothing as to what is potentially possible in another draft in the future.
In the future, right?
Okay, that's kind of like, okay, let's get back to the scenario. McDaniel,
I mean, it's evident,
becomes a good coach, and like he keeps progressing to become. I mean, like not Andy Reid exactly, but he becomes a really good coach, and that you would say, okay, all you need is the quarterback, right? And let's say Tua got hurt, right? Then we would be in a scenario where we'd be trading up to try to get that. I mean, there's no way that if Tua went down, that Ross and our front office isn't going to go ape shit trying to get the best quarterback they could possibly get. And if that means trading up to get it, then we would get it, and then we would have the combination of the head coach and the great quarterback of the future that we would hopefully be looking for, right? If we don't pick one of those quarterbacks, minus CJ Rao that I just rattled off from the last since Tua's been, you know what I mean? We're talking about a long shot.
I agree with your premise. I agree with your premise, Joe, because I
you,
keep screaming to the top of my lungs that that most of the time what happened in the draft where there was a whole bunch of great players like Joe, the draft where like, you know, all them guys came out that worked out, where like 4 or 5 guys ended up being day one guys almost, you know what I mean? People thought that was the norm for some reason. Like we hadn't had that since 1983, man, where like so many quarterbacks actually panned out like that from the first round.
Ollie,
ahead,
you think
Bryce.
they
Normal.
would? You
That's what I'm
think they
saying.
would
It happens in
trade
cycles
Holland?
and trends about receivers.
Right, but it's not. No, people think it's normal though. To Joe's point, look at this list of guys.
No, it's
Now,
not.
while
I'm just saying that
I
time
might
frame
think
is
some of
shorter.
those
It's
guys
not
still have a
40
chance.
years.
I might think some of those
hold
guys
on, I'm
still
gonna
have a
answer
chance of
Bryce's
being great.
question.
You
So
think they would
far,
trade Holland?
I'm going to tell you straight up. This is what I truly believe, right?
I hope so.
And I haven't been told anything. I don't know anything that's fact or anything, but I will tell you, this is what I truly believe. If the rumors are true that Javon Holland wants to reset the market and wants 20 plus million a year, he can either be traded or bye-bye. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yep. And
But
we should
you
be getting
think
ahead of that,
already-
trying to trade him now.
I've already moved up.
I wouldn't pay any. I would never pay any safety that kind of money.
Bryson, go ahead with what
Yep,
you're saying.
exactly. Get
No,
ahead
but
of that. while you
He's a
can.
corner to me. I'm already off of him, just like I was off of DB 8 years ago, and I was off freaking all these other guys.
Do you think they were trying to trade him or are trying to trade him in the future? Javon Holland.
You're asking if they were trying to trade him now? It's very
Either during the
possible.
draft or in the future.
I will say this:
I
if
think
you're
they should
trying
in
to
the
trade up into the first round and not use pick 21, the only way that's possible without really giving up your whole draft allure from next draft is by using a player and maybe a draft pick or two, right?
And
that's
like,
the only way I can
I'm
see
not.
that
And
happening.
listen, when I asked this, it's just out of I didn't know. Where have you got like?
how I did it.
How is it well known that they were trying to trade a player without trading a 21? Because I don't know. I'm not
Various various
Well,
media outlets I've listened to. There's people in our community that are very
believe
well
it. I
connected that I listen to.
And Ollie, when I asked
firmly
that, I'm not
believe-
saying it that you're wrong. I don't know. That
Y'all
Yeah,
missed
I
the
was
mark.
hearing the same thing.
Y'all totally missed the
I don't
mark.
go
I
one way or
firmly
another.
believe
There-
that
you-
they were
you can
right.
ask-
And we were trying to trade Waddle to get Marvin Harrison. I'm telling you, that's what we were doing.
Well, I know that was your dream,
Only
Color, and
logical
it would have been
theory-
my dream
Hold on,
too.
hold on. Let me just
Yeah.
say, you
Go
guys
ahead.
might think I'm outrageous for saying that, but let me tell you something. I don't think anybody would disagree that there is only one person in this particular draft that is a star enough to make that big a move for. And that's Marvin Harrison. There is nobody else we were trying to get.
No.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's a stud. Marvin Harrison Jr.
If I said before the draft that we
that-
could move up to get Marvin Harrison,
That's a fact.
most people would say, well, that's the only person I would do it for. Guarantee you that's what people would have said.
That was
think he's
true.
only generational talent that early in the draft.
If all we needed was the
to get an
receiver,
offensive
I'd trade
lineman.
everything for
Sorry to
Marvin
tell you.
Harrison.
The guy to Texas is the one they wanted.
You ain't
He's
going to
in the
give up
20s and
a
he's
farm.
Chief now, so.
You ain't going to give up a farm to move up to get the second best wide receiver in the draft.
No.
No, Marvin Harrison was clearly
the potential.
one of the biggest generational talents. It's
If
just
it's not a
how much do you
quarterback,
value the
if
wide
it's not a
receiver
quarterback, it's the best player in the draft or nobody else. I'm not making that move.
Agree.
No, there are defenders in this draft that can make that claim.
It's
I
just
would say
wide
there's some
receiver
defenders in this draft that can
not
make that claim.
valuable to put a farm out for. That's probably
Well,
why.
I'm just
it didn't
speaking for
happen.
myself, Crypto.
But yes, Marvin Harrison was by
Yeah.
far the best player.
What about I think if I would have said that before the draft, a lot of people would have agreed with me. Nah, it ain't worth it to move up
I don't
that
know if
big for
Caleb
anybody but
Williams-
Marvin Harrison.
I
So
don't
why
know
are
if
we
Caleb
doubting
Williams
ourselves
I don't know
now?
if Greer's will.
If none of us have the info, why are we doubting ourselves now? I still firmly
I
believe
think what
that's
we're
who it
really
was.
talking about, there was a sidebar there, but one of the main gists we were talking about was regardless of whether he was actually up for that individual trade, Holland has athletes first as his agent, and they're the ones that demand big money for. Got Watson his big deal. He's Tua's agent, and he's going to want to reset the market. So that's where the rumor is that or the hope is by some of us is that instead of just losing him for nothing, we go ahead and try to get a. He's got
sure. I mean, every player that plays, in that top 5.
Anybody that behaves like that, it's goodbye.
Why is it possible? Why do you think that we it seems like the players we scouted for the draft were such, developmental players, because we probably didn't expect to actually have to use some of those picks.
Yeah, maybe, or
no, those are
Greer
picks
believes.
I'm just saying, when you're bringing, in other words, we got the 2 wide receivers we got, and then we brought another one in free agency. It's like,
yeah, or Greer believes in the current roster and is trying to.
But that's what I'm saying, though. Once we couldn't get Marvin Harrison, that became our order. Like, we got to get these wide receivers now.
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't think they were trying to go up for him, but sure, I mean, you can make that argument.
I'm just saying that, in my opinion,
I don't know if they was willing to give up.
I am a big wide receiver honk, but it's not about the position. It's about there is only one player to me that had that caliber.
21
that caliber of player.
Marvin Harrison is a different level. I mean, he might be the best receiver. I mean, since Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson to be drafted. I mean,
what was his draft grade?
Insane. I mean, he could have gone 2nd or 3rd overall.
Because I guess it was ESPN. Maybe I was looking at their what they consider perfect prospect is an 8.
What about color? Do you think Brock Bowers was a generational player or no?
He ain't making that move for nobody but an 8.
Maybe he's generational.
Yeah, I think he can. I think he's very solid.
He has the potential. He's Kelsey-esque.
Because I thought Bowers was a generational prospect.
In our particular position, from the vantage point of the 21st pick, I'm not making that move for anybody but an 8.
Right.
Or damn close to it. 7.95. Just me.
Yeah, you would have to give up like a couple of firsts next year and some,
and my opinion is only as valid as anybody else's ass. You know what I mean? But they agreed with me about River Craycraft. Just saying.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to run. I want to say good night.
Hey Joe, you have a good night.
All right, Joe.
Yeah, y'all have a good night.
All right, Joe. Have a good night, man.
All right, man. We should have just traded back and accumulated more picks. That would have been a better bet. But it's all right.
They agreed with me about Durham Smythe.
Yeah.
I like Durham.
Yeah, we'd have traded.
I think Durham Smythe is going to be. I think he's going to start. I think he's going to be the starting tight end.
I'm just saying, why wouldn't they agree with me about my Marvin Harrison take? That's all I'm saying.
We should have traded back to.
They probably saw my mock draft. They were probably like, man, we don't know what we're going to do till we see Color's mock draft. Because I did it kind of late. And he's like, and they're like, oh, he finally got it done. Yo, he made a move from Harrison. Man, we're going to try it.
You know what should have tipped us off that we're not going to go defensive tackle in this draft? We brought in, I was looking at the number of defensive tackles we have.
Right?
We brought so many defensive tackles in free agency, it wasn't funny. So that should have tipped us off.
They didn't do much
that's why I told you that was a
right, Ali.
I was trying to tell you guys that was a smoke screen
on anybody else, which means that's because they thought they were going to get Harrison.
That just means that they was going to get that freaking Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, here's my thing. Everybody wants the same thing, right? We all have the same goal. We want to win a Super Bowl. We want to have a winning franchise and everything. We believe we should get there in different ways, right?
Right.
For me, one thing that I'm kind of like intrigues me about this draft is we've done something we haven't done in a long time. Every year we draft and we have all these different needs. But even if we draft get the need taken care of, there's always question marks because we've never really had depth. For the first time in a long time, in my opinion, we have drafted in a way that we've actually closed rooms. There's no questions about the rooms. There's no question at running back. There's no question at defensive end. There's no question at wide receiver now.
I'd argue tight end.
Tight end,
I agree with that,
no
Ollie.
question about it at this point.
I think they truly went best player available.
I think for
on
what
their
we need
board.
them for, we got a guy that does his job 82% of the time or 72% of the time. I'm perfectly fine with that. Room.
But why do people always shit on Chris Greer? Like, I'm not saying he's perfect, but I always hear Dolphins fans shitting on Chris Greer. But if you look at the Dolphins roster, it's not like it's littered with talent.
I think
they're shitting on him because no one says he should be accountable for anything. They give him a total carte blanche pass.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I mean, that's
shitting on him are only doing it because they're counteracting the hyperbole the other way, bro. You guys gotta realize
here is what it is. This is the reality of it, okay? And there was probably a time the Bills fan base was the same way, right? The thing is we've gone this long period of time without making the playoffs, right? Now we are in the upward trend of continuously making the playoffs. And unfortunately, parts of the fan base are just too antsy. They want to win now. They want the Super Bowl yesterday. They want it now, right? And they're not patient enough. So what happens is everybody has in their mind, based on what super media outlets, people from ESPN and NFL Network says we should draft, and what other content creators says we should draft, and what the mock simulators that you do says that we should draft and everything, right? Everybody gets certain players stuck in their head, and that's all they think. But you have to realize that you, Mike Color, myself, Crypto, Bryson, we're not GMs, right? We're just guys, fans talking about players that we've read about, what we've seen on tape.
The guy on the
we're
internet.
Not the ones. Hold on. We're not the ones in the room interviewing the guy. As far as we know, the players we wanted could be completely stupid if to be 100% honest. That's a very possibility,
stuff going
right?
in the background too.
And,
I mean,
the
these
thing
guys
is, I apologize, Bryson. I just want to finish my point. My thing is that I think that it's the sticker shock by ripping the tape off, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you did that! What are you doing? Are you crazy?" But then when you actually sit back and then see what the guy is doing and see the bigger picture, right? That's why I give this draft. I'm on the more of a B+ to A- because in a long time, I can actually say that we've closed rooms. There's no question marks in certain rooms.
Right.
I don't have to question who's in the wide receiver room. I don't have to question running back. I don't have to question defensive end. And to be 100% honest, if you brought in 6 or 10 defensive tackles, because it seemed like that many, because we brought so many, you better find somebody there. So I'm sure that room's going to be closed. That's just how I see it.
Right. It's like when you get a big splash money in Monopoly and you start going right for the things you need to fill. You know what I mean? Real quick before you go, Bryson, I just want to say, Ali, it's like here's an adult question or perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it at all possible to like what Chris Greer has done for the team overall and what we're doing and all that and who we got, and give him credit for that, but also be like, hey, today I'm really pissed at him?
I mean,
it's not like it all possible.
I was pissed at him after the first.
No, I'm not asking you that question.
I know, but hold on. I do have to.
I'm just meaning for the people at large to ask themselves, like, is it possible that a day that I might be pissed about something Chris Greer did doesn't necessarily mean I want him fired and I hate everything he's done?
That is absolutely possible as well. But before anybody calls me a hypocrite, yes, I did get all nasty and upset about our first pick because I didn't understand it. But when you take a day or two and actually analyze the draft and then look what question marks we actually have compared to where we started, that's where I think I just was blinded to it. I didn't see it.
Right. And on top of that,
you are right.
It takes a lot to piss me off when it comes to
it. Something, but don't want him fired. You're right about that.
Right, right. And on top of that, it takes quite a bit for Chris Greer to actually piss me off. It's more like, in other words, when I disagree with a decision he makes, it doesn't necessarily piss me off. But it's like, dude, I'm kind of pissed at his quarterback decision. Not gonna lie.
Right.
But I still love what he's doing in regard to, if you do believe in this guy, which okay, you do. at least you're doing what you think needs to be done for him to succeed. Okay, that's gonna help my team. So I can't be like, so you know what I mean? Like the guy is doing a great job. Like Josh said, look at what we're, you know what I mean? Like I think the conveyor belt is in place.
Well, that's
Color. I was watching TD Finns talk.
Well, that's
and
the point of keeping your job. You do things if you're going to make somebody mad on one end, you can instantly correct it by making that same group of people happy on one end. And when you intentionally lock yourself in.
On the Tua end, it is about stubbornness for the Tua thing, dude.
I will say
his stubbornness.
I'm just saying,
is
but
that's
I'm just saying that's what's clever about Griff, because he's doing it in self-interest, and people just overlook that.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Crypto. I kind of agree. You know, he may do things like that as well, but he does, you know, where he may lack in certain drafting aspects when it comes to player evaluation, he doesn't allow contracts hurt us. Since he's been the full-time, like the guy in charge as general manager, to be 100% honest, you know, when have we signed somebody that we can't get out of after year 3? You know what I mean? He won't let anybody. We're never going to have that Ndamukong Suh contract ever again, where we're in death cap hell because of it for several years. You know what I'm saying? Even this deal with
that's true, Ali. But to Sharice's point, that's look like what's going to happen with Tua.
And I'm okay with that. I'm okay if they give him a deal where we can get out after year 3. I don't want any player to hold our team handcuffed. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with that.
Well, that's why I'm not going to be like immediately pissed about a contract if it happened this year.
And you know what? I'm glad.
It's the right deal. It's the right deal. I don't care that Tua gets a contract this year. I just don't. I don't see any reason to just hand over leverage to you know an asset or a player like that. You know what I mean? Like we have all the leverage.
I agree. And here, you know, think of it this way.
Leverage, though.
Look what the Dallas Cowboys do. Every year, the Dallas Cowboys make some athlete a multi-millionaire, right? Give a top dollar, like Ezekiel Elliott, right?
Yeah,
like even Dak Prescott. The guys made ridiculous amount of money, right? And then they don't really move the needle for you. I don't want to be handcuffed handing out these $100 million contracts left and right, resetting the market, and nothing's really moving the needle. I would rather be.
Well, the only thing I was trying to point out was like,
and make the playoff in hopes I get a Super Bowl.
That's why I've moved up Javon Holland. I'm the first one to do it.
Right. The only thing I was trying to say, Ali, is this is why it bothers me so much when these people are like, Tua's gonna get his contract, suck it. And it's like I'm actually it's like they're projecting that I'm gonna be pissed about it. You know what I mean? It's like, no, I'll be pissed if it's $60 million.
You got to question it. If someone's acting that way, are they a fan of the Dolphins though? You know what I mean? Like, is it that's like a weird, like, it's just, don't you want what's best for the Dolphins? You know,
what's sad, Josh, is that we actually have people in this.
In theory, you're right, Josh. In theory,
you know what's funny about
it's
that?
It's like a weird personal vendetta thing. It's just weird.
Josh, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I've noticed a pattern. Well, I've noticed a pattern along those very lines. So when you're arguing with a sycophant, right? They start off with, he's the greatest thing since Dan Marino, right? And as you knock down every one of their arguments as with logic and objectivity, they get to a point where the only reason to support him is because he's a Dolphin. And secondly, they get to a point where they're like, where they throw it in your face that he's our quarterback, that he's our QB1, or that he's going to get a contract. It's like, well, that just tells me you didn't come back with the argument. So you obviously get to the point where you agree that we've gotten to where we've gotten, that he's not what you said he was. And because you don't have any other way to say he is, you're just going to say, he's our quarterback, deal with it.
He's getting his contract.
You know what's kind of funny?
That's basically admitting that you're telling me to deal with it. What? He doesn't. What do I have to deal with if he doesn't suck?
It's kind of a weird energy, you know.
But that is
Yeah,
like the new
Tua
way to
energy's
fan,
wild,
though,
bro. I
Josh. To
don't
be
get
honest,
it.
it's not just our team because, here in South Florida, we have people from all over, right? And what I've noticed is that the younger generation are not loyal to the teams, but more loyal to the actual athletes. I got people that I work with that are not from Alabama, never been to Alabama, but oh my God, they know every person on the Alabama team, and they're the fan of a certain player, right? And everything. Before Tua was drafted, I can't tell you how many arguments I got with people about how I felt that Tua may not be the best option for the Dolphins going into that draft because there's so many Tua fans. They're not Alabama fans, but oh my God, they know and love Tua. That tells me that they're more about
because
the
we were being
athlete
fair
and
and
team of the
generous. We
athlete
sat
than they
there.
are the team.
We let the draft happen. We said, you know what? Maybe there's something that they see we don't. And I even felt after when the night of that draft, I'm like, because I wasn't a fan of making that pick. But once we did, it was like, well, consensus. So I just went with it.
Yeah,
I wasn't
I
upset about it. I was like, all right, let's see what
to be
this kid's
honest.
got. I'm happy for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I thought Chris Greer had a great draft, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude,
When I saw everyone freak out,
I felt the same way about Tua that I do about everybody we drafted this year.
Right. Mm-hmm. I saw the Chop Robinson.
I'm happy we got them. I'm happy they're here. I hope the best for them. Let's see what they got. That I felt the same way.
If you're picking a pass rusher and it's a position in need, and his ceiling is Micah Parsons, and he runs a 4.4, I mean, it kind of I'm like, yep, that makes sense. And then you take a left tackle because Armstead's getting older and he has this massive wingspan and ridiculous feet. I didn't understand. I know I saw some Dolphins fans getting upset about some of the picks. I was like, these picks make perfect sense. I don't know.
And that's the thing. That's the thing, Josh. That's one thing I noticed in this fan base that it kind of. And I was kind of my issue with Chop Robinson was because I didn't study enough him because I didn't think he was the guy.
He's a freak athlete, dude.
The other guys that I was more into that I didn't study him, right? And if you really look at it, and this is what kind of irritates me, 90% of this draft base when Micah Parsons was coming out of college and getting drafted wanted Miami Dolphins to get him, right? There was these rumors that Flores wanted him really, really bad and everything, and that's who we were targeting, and we wanted to get him no matter what,
man,
right?
Aaron,
and everyone's like, Micah Parsons, this and that and the other. But then then we go and draft Chop Robinson. Oh, I can't believe this trade. What are we doing? Oh my God, this is crazy. But if you look at the college stats, stat for stat, literally every stat and attribute was almost exactly in par with Micah Parsons. It's almost the same player.
This is a point to it.
Hold on. Aaron, you ever gonna come run the football for us, bro? You know, I mean, let's be real. I mean, you're Aaron Jones, man. You ever gonna come over here and run the football for us?
He didn't want to come home. He wanted to go to the Vikings.
You know what Bryson said to the point he was making about coaching is Micah Parsons, when he was at Penn State, they weren't using him as a pass rusher. So like Bryson says how important coaching is. Yeah. It wasn't until Micah Parsons was really utilized as a pass rusher.
But McCarthy. I'm not trying to die on that hill though with McCarthy. No, but Dan Quinn, no, he's a solid DC though.
I love the occasional person. I mean, and Aaron's not an occasional, but I'm saying that like the occasional regular that we end up getting that has a name of a real football player that's on another team, I always love it because that's who they are to me. I'm sorry, Aaron Jones is the Green Bay Packers running back, so that's who our Aaron Jones has to play the part of, you know.
And Craig Sebring, at first, because I didn't study enough, I'll self-admit it. I didn't really look at Chop Robinson enough, but then after the draft, I looked into him, and I'm really happy with the pick too.
Ali, if you go back and watch the Michigan game, Ali, Michigan was specifically not doing long dropbacks, and they were running the football because they were scared of Chop Robinson pass rushing.
Yep. We got another guy with an NFL football name too. I can't remember who it is, man.
I don't know if we can say
but that guy, whoever it is, always plays the part.
Aaron Jones says
Aaron's like Greer's too cheap.
I heard in Michigan they was missing a whole bunch of, and they had a bunch of injured players.
I think Michigan they didn't throw the ball once in the second half versus Penn State, not once, and they weren't, and it wasn't like they were having great success running it either.
No, they was injured. They couldn't. They had the whole game plan.
Who the hell is it?
What
Who the
injuries
hell
were
is
you
it that we
talking
got?
about,
There's
bro?
another
They
guy
didn't
with
go
the
injured.
NFL
Get out of here,
man.
bro.
I can't remember who it is.
Nah, Crypto. They
What about
completely
Michigan?
changed their game plan in the second half.
They didn't have injuries, bro.
Yeah, one anomaly they did. They didn't have the complement of their players.
Wasn't that Michigan State game the game they didn't have Harbaugh?
Yeah, I think so. Their offensive line, I think the right tackle was Carson Barnhart. He was the starting right tackle.
Penn State game is what I
Crypto,
meant.
give props to freaking Chop. That's our boy. Come on, bro.
We'll give chops when he suits up in a Dolphin uniform and start
That's
making
fair.
tackles on the court.
Come on, but let's hype it
That's
up,
what I
bro.
do.
It's May.
Gotta hype it up, Crypto.
May, bro. Let's hype him up.
I don't know I'm there yet.
I don't know. All right.
I don't like off-season Super Bowls. I'm sick of it.
Well, that's why.
Yeah, but it's like the Crypto. It's like The Godfather. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in.
Yeah.
No, I don't think.
I just watched that movie Godfather 3 when he said that.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the whole point of being a fan, Crypto. It's the eternal optimist. The eternal. You got to be hopeful. You have to have hope.
I have more than 10,000 hours of doing that. I'm gonna be on
He's just had
10,000
enough.
hours.
He wants to change. He's doing the Chris Greer thing. He's doing something different after the draft. Like Chris Greer did something different in the draft. So that's what he's doing. He's doing something different. But anyway,
I
think we're gonna hit it, guys, because it's like we're at the 6-hour mark, and we appreciate everybody chilling.
I totally
still.
understand.
All 200 of you across.
I'm
different
actually-
platforms.
we have so much. We have money to play with. Color. I just remembered we could sign more players too in the summer.
I know.
Because of
there's
the
gonna be a lot of cuts.
right?
Well, not just because of that. So you didn't even need to open up any more money or anything to sign OBJ, right? So he was signed before the money gets released.
Yeah.
So then we're going to be able to turn around and pay our draft picks. Like it's up to like 7 million or something like that. And then you're probably going to re-sign Tua, which is going to open up like $20 million. And then you could sign Justin Simmons. You could sign Dalton Risner. There's other guys we could sign. We could bring back Connor Williams for all we know. I mean, there's tons of things.
Yeah. I've just heard he's got pretty bad. I
think we'll see what happens with him. I definitally agree with that.
I mean, I wouldn't mind bringing him back.
I would say getting Hunt's placement in Risner would be the best offseason move we made.
It makes sense. It definitely makes sense. Mm-hmm.
No, but I like this offseason so far.
Getting Hunt's replacement will be the best move that we've ever made.
They need to sign a guard, in my opinion. I think we've had a great offseason so far, but it's not complete until you sign a guard, in my opinion. If you sign a veteran guard, it doesn't need to be Riser.
We did.
A 10! A fucking 10! Gentlemen.
We did actually sign a veteran guard, by the way.
But is a solid day one starter where you're confident in?
I don't know. Jack Driscoll. I have no idea.
No, but I'm saying I want a guy that we're confident in.
To get Reisner, I'm gonna be a happy camper.
Yeah, Dalton Reisner. It's fine. I think we're gonna be perfectly fine.
I think that'll put me in a more.
You want a day one starter? I'll give you a day one starter. I'll give you a day one starter. Here's something not a lot of people are thinking about. Guess what? Patrick Paul can play right tackle, and you move Austin Jackson into right guard. There.
But Ollie, that's what I'm saying though. Is if you sign a guy like Reisner, Dalton, that's when I think our offseason is complete.
We got the whole summer to do it, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and maybe there's another guy out there that we don't have to sign Reisner. There's another guy that they're looking at. I'm not saying Reisner is the answer to the end of our, off season. No. I'm just saying they got money, they got time to figure out, to close to end close ends or whatever whatever the saying is.
Yeah.
What are you waiting for, huh?
Who knows? Maybe that'll be a trade.
One up close ends or whatever it's called.
Just pointing it out.
No, I think they've done solid though. I think they've done a solid.
I think the football god. The only thing that makes me nervous about this season, I think the football guards laid up a silver platter for us last season by annihilating about half the starting quarterbacks in our conference, and we still didn't get the job done. I'm thinking he's probably going to make all of them healthy and annihilate the other ones that were healthy, and we're going to be in the same predicament that we were in last season.
Yeah, and I'll reiterate before we close it out for at least my final thought. I'll reiterate it because it looks like Aaron's kind of late to the show tonight. But yeah, I'm in agreement of the respect that our 53-man roster is not set yet, so we can't even know even on paper whether we're better or not. But
yeah, I agree.
I will maintain that I think that we have a lot more options, a lot more potential. And a plethora of more talent and like I don't know. Again, I would rather have this going into camp. I would rather have what we got right now than what we had last year going into camp.
I agree because there's only really
off in that respect. We are in a better position going into camp this year than we were last year.
I like that, Keller.
I don't know the learning curve of a brand new defensive coordinator in his first actual job.
Camp starts. That's all I can say. You know what I mean? It's really just a matter of.
That's the only reason why I'm not there yet.
I feel like if I had what we got going into camp this year to work with, it would be easier to put together something that I can know is decent. Rather than
that Jordan Poyer, man, I really like that move too. I know he's older and he's not the same player, but I think he does add a little spice to the defense. I think he's still
because if that 10-week rule still applies to Fangio, then we have to apply it to the new defensive coordinator.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We could be under the gun by the time Christmas Day. That's my only worry.
Yeah, and again, better is subjective at this point until further notice. But I don't disagree. I don't think it's wrong for people to especially fans. I don't think it's wrong to set your expectations high and say, because I see these guys that I think should be good, that they're gonna be good. You have the right to do that. You have a right to feel that way. Yeah.
But yeah, and I think you're also right to feel, the other way too. I think both.
Well, okay, right. So if I were to put myself
that's why I'm neutral. Well,
right.
Bryson, that's why.
So if I were to put myself in the frame of mind of that, then yes, I agree we're better this year than we were last year.
Yeah. I think though, as a fan though, I think with this year, like you're free to feel how you feel, in my opinion, because there's so many unknowns going into this season.
Sure, but as a pure analyst, it's like we gotta see what happens.
And well, to that point, Bryson, I keep bringing up coaching. In this instance, your Andy Reid example would apply here. The fact that we got a brand new defensive coordinator coming in right out of the gate. How can you assemble this talent that's been given to him right out of the gate, given that he's going to be asked to do more than what Fangio did last year?
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't think Weaver's on even close to level as Andy Reid. I know that wasn't your point, but sure.
Again, but another thing, Bryson, another reason it's easy for me to agree with the optimists is because if they were to force me into making a bet, I would take this year's squad going into camp.
I just took that as devil's advocate. I would agree with you. I feel more comfortable going into this offseason than last. I would agree with you. I was just kind of using that point as devil's advocate.
I have one last take before you close it down. And I'm going back to this. I'm on this whole let's trade Javon Holland kick now, right? I'm
already there.
You're not forced to trade Javon Holland this summer. You can wait till week 8 or 9 to do it, right? And in turn, let's say and this will be the proof on the pudding for me. If we do sign Justin Simmons to a 1-year mercenary deal, I bet you they're moving off of Javon Holland. That's all I'm going to say.
I don't even care if they do sign Justin Simmons. They just drafted that other guy in the 6th round. Is good enough for me for his replacement. Time to get him out the door. I'm not afraid to move off anybody when it's time to move
So
off
you're
a guy.
saying just rip the
Cut him
Band-Aid
like a
off. So
penny
it doesn't
stock.
matter. I got you.
Nah, dude, I gotta see a player play before I'm just like, get this guy
Hey,
out of the building. I
Nick
don't care
Morris
what we have
does
to do.
I don't need to.
He has football smarts, but I don't know if he has the physical ability to really be the
You can,
safety you want.
in my opinion, you can sign a guy in the 1st round. I gotta see him play before we start kicking people out the door.
No, that's just the risk taker I am. He's a penny stock.
Hey, and I
I'm
respect that, Crypto.
cut
I
the
don't
back.
think you're wrong for your opinion. I don't think you're wrong at all. I'm just saying, bro, rookies, you never know what you got. In my opinion, you never know. But I respect you, Crypto. I like your opinion.
Yeah, again, I think the message is. I think we're making a categorical error. Crypto is just like standing off in a corner, saying what he's got to say. That
he's standing on business.
No,
though. I love it.
hold on, because what we're talking about reminds him. He
No,
might
if
agree
he's
with
already
everything
made
we're
a fine, he doesn't
Well,
want to
hold
be
on.
here.
Well, hold on.
Then
He might agree with everything we're saying, but the conversation reminds him of how all these freaking nuts come out and say, "Oh, it's the best roster we've had since whenever." You know what I mean? And I agree with him there because it triggers him. It's like he wants to make sure that people stop
let's test
pumping
that
that
theory.
shit.
How about the depth behind him then? Roster means a complete team, not just 24 guys.
Right.
Behind
You're
Javon
using it as an
Howland,
opportunity.
you're so shallow.
Crypto. You're using it as an opportunity to remind everybody that, right?
Yes.
And that's getting
Yeah.
confused. That's getting confused by people thinking that you're arguing that we're not better this year, like or we're in a, like I say, we're in a better position going into camp or whatever. You might agree with that stuff, but it's still your duty, you feel, to remind everybody that about that philosophy that the roster is 53 men, not the 22 that show up on Sunday.
Right. Because we'll be complaining, oh man, such and such went down. Like Batman's trying to argue that Eichenberg had to play in place of one guy. All the other 20 out of 22 players was there, but that's the reason why we lost the game, because of one guy being missing.
Right, because when people say this is the best roster we've had,
right, but do you have the best roster or not?
Or because here's the thing that bothers me, where I agree with Crypto, and it's the part that's the fallacy, because some people will tell you, oh, you don't know football, you're a casual, but when they think about whether we're a better team or not, all they're thinking about is the ball carriers, the position players. They're not thinking about the 53-man roster like Crypto is saying. So who's the casual? You know what I mean? Like, they're out there calling people casuals while they're saying we got the best roster since sliced bread, and they're only thinking of the playmakers.
Sure,
the ones that stand out, the Tyreek Hills, the Bradley Chubbs.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, it was one of the better rosters when it comes to win-loss record.
Not really.
No.
I mean, the last time we won 11 games was 2008. The last time we won 11 games was 2008, right?
Oh,
okay, not to pick apart that team and say that quarterback actually was second in voting for the MVP. I can pick apart that.
Yeah, but 2008 was a long time ago. I'm just saying it is a solid roster when it comes to.
Nobody's arguing that, dude. I'm just saying that.
But you can't make that as a basis.
You just did there? Now we're arguing whether it was a solid roster or not. Crypto is talking about the hyperbole of saying it's the best one we've had since whenever.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have
those people that say that are only thinking of the Tyreek Hills of the world. They're not thinking about the guy that has to back up Cameron Good when he's the last pass rusher we got and he breaks his leg.
No, I see what you're saying. I'm just saying is like you have a solid argument to say that. Doesn't mean that you're right. People have a solid argument to say it's a solid.
Okay, what you're missing here is that we get ridiculed for not. We get called casuals for not agreeing
with that.
that
Yeah,
we
and
have
you
the best roster since whenever.
Sure. Okay, I see what you're saying. Because we didn't have
And
the
that's
depth.
what crypto has been abused with that. That's why he keeps reverting to this idea when we talk about whether we're in a better position than we were last year. He doesn't want people to forget and lose sight of the fact that we're talking about a 53-man roster, not the guys that
we had
touch
a
the
very
football.
top-heavy roster last year. A very top-heavy. Great.
Yes, that's the way they should phrase it if they're going to say that.
Yeah, we had an insane 22-man roster, but kind of weak when it came to depth. Our week was very weak.
Yeah, from 23 to 53.
Our depth was weak. Yes.
Been like, and then that opens the door for Monday night Tennessee second stringers to beat your second stringers.
But
so do you really have the best roster?
And that's crypto. That's where the casuals get kind of misconstrued. The starting 22 was elite, but the problem is no starting 22 in the entire NFL stays the starting 22 for the whole 17.
For the entire season.
But when it
comes to the contenders,
no team in the NFL.
Bryson,
no team in the NFL starts with the same 22.
To the mid-level or the contender teams, does anybody not have an elite 22?
No. It's all about that depth. Let's be
real. The parity in the NFL is set. Other than Patrick Mahomes, the rest of everybody is parity. So everybody at 22 is elite.
It's all about can you win a game with 3 or 4 starting?
If you're on at least a mid-level team or a contender, you're not on the 22 if you're not elite.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
granted that is any given Sunday. The fact that we were pounding the table that we have the best roster since sliced bread was borne out late in the season against the Titans when they were playing their second stringers against our second stringers. So that proves that we didn't have the best roster in the league.
The greatest dynasty of this game, their motto was the next man up. That was their motto. Do your job.
Yes, it was at that point. Yes, it was. That's what enabled them to reign for 20 years.
I understand because I know what the comeback to this is going to be. It's going to end up being a category error. Okay, but I'll head it off
about the Patriots.
Well, hold on. I'll head it off at the past. I understand we had more injuries than anybody else in the league at the end of the year. Okay, but by the time we played the Chiefs in Germany, we didn't have any more injuries on our main 22 than anybody else did in the league.
But even color, even we had more injuries. I could even argue that that's not even true. So many teams dealt with injuries, like we did
at the same time.
Do, bro. He's doing exactly what I told him he was going to do. Crypto, right as we speak.
But you saying other teams? Wait a minute.
We didn't. No, I'm disagreeing.
The other teams did.
Hear a word I said, dude.
No. I'm agreeing with you, Color.
Oh, okay, Bryson. You're saying that other teams like Cleveland did. Okay,
we dealt with injuries. We didn't have any more injuries than any of the next teams. We had.
Okay, you said we didn't have as many.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Soon.
You're fine.
That's why you got to be careful repeating what a person just said to you.
You're good. Every team deals with the amount of injuries we dealt with. That's the NFL.
Especially by the time we got
when I make the point I just made, Bryson, they immediately revert to Mott and Bailey and start talking about, oh, well, we had more injuries than any other team. Not at the point I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Not from the perspective of debating whether your main 22 matters or not.
Yeah,
I think the anomaly that happened last season with the injuries, we may not have had as many injuries as every other team, or we may have had less or more.
The main 22.
But what I will say is that, like the Ravens, 2 years ago, our entire room of certain positions was decimated. Our entire edge room was decimated. We had to bring
fair to
in
say.
Melvin
That's
Gordon
fair
and
to say.
Houston
Right.
in, right?
That's fair to say.
I know.
I'm just saying when it comes to
Right.
somebody saying that you can validate your roster's historical greatness based on your main 22. Well, if that was the case, then they would have had to expect 0 injuries, because even by Kansas City and Germany, it's not as if we had as many more injuries on our main 22 than anybody else did.
Right. In the Germany game, I don't think we really had anybody at that point other than
I don't think Ramsey was that Ramsey's first game back.
His first, yeah, he played in that one. But I'm talking about 18 on offense going on.
Even so,
we had our.
Okay, what was our record when we went into Germany?
I think we were 6 and
we were decent, I think.
So if we had a
2 or 6 and 3.
great, we didn't have any injuries really up to that point. Games had to be played before we got injuries on our main 22. So we were not undefeated before we got injuries.
Right.
The only
Which
game.
All I'm saying is our main 22, in order to be historically great, would have had to be undefeated up to the point they got their first injury.
Up to the point they got the first one, yeah. Because
I don't remember if we were or not.
Yeah,
right.
we were healthy enough to win the Chiefs.
See, the thing was, what makes that argument falls apart, because we won games without players.
Not Ali and Bryson, but Crypto and I are smashing these people's logic. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy, man.
You're right, Crypto. We did win games without players. It was called the Jets game, and I don't care what people say, regardless if they were packing it up or not, Crypto. That defense still was a
Ali, you're right.
defense. Well, I get that.
You're right.
I understand what we're saying.
We have good beyond the main 22. What people were saying was our roster was historically great, and in order for that to be possible, all 53 players have to be great.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Or not, you know what I mean? Like
or literally be like the 72 Dolphins, where you're winning with a backup quarterback and still running the table.
Yeah,
that doesn't happen.
That was kind of crazy, dude. Honestly, bro. Backup quarterback.
They were still running with the fourth-string guys and still winning.
We should have been biting our nails against Buffalo to end the season.
That would have bro. People don't realize how crazy that was. We were
they had a bunch of backup players in that game. A lot of people think that 72 team was completely healthy. They weren't completely healthy. They had a bunch of backups in there as well.
Man. And
so they want to say historical greatness.
That's why the historical has to include the all 53 because
I mean that's got to be the
greatest.
I
mean,
not
only do we have a backup quarterback, but he was widely believed to be completely washed up.
Yeah, that was the agreement. Well, Warfield would disagree, but yeah, you're right.
No, I'm talking about Earl Morrall, dude.
Or more, yeah.
Oh, of course you disagree. But I went back and looked at articles and stuff like that from back then, dude. Like the league was like, this guy's washed.
Yeah, they pretty much
way before my time, but I'm glad that's part of our
history. We're not just talking about an up and coming 7th round rookie like Skyler. No, we're talking about a guy that everybody thought was washed.
Yeah, now that can say they was the best put together 53-man roster in NFL history, because they used every bit of the 53 to complete that season. Every bit of them.
We had 2,000-yard plus rushers, and I think one of them was close to 2,000.
Yeah. Pretty much all of them had that. They had like 3,000 yards total rushing on the ground.
Mercury had 1,000. Like 1,001 or something like that.
Yeah, I think their offense was I think they had 1,500 yards passing, 3,000 yards rushing, and they had a bunch of return.
Our Super Bowl MVP, MVP was Jake Scott, a defensive back.
A defensive back.
Really?
Yeah.
During the 72?
Yeah. Not only that, Bryson.
What?
But is in the Hall of Fame.
Wow. During the 72 Dolphins,
Now, Bison, that was the best team ever assembled, man.
What? I didn't.
Even though on paper they
way
didn't
before
look
my
that
time.
far.
I'm young.
Yeah,
Wow.
And
that's why
he wore. And
I
by
stress
proxy,
in the MVP.
by proxy, Jake Scott's number is retired because he wore number 13.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I did.
Ironically, we have 3 numbers, yet 4 players with their numbers retired.
Wait, he wore 13? Wait, did they retire after Marino?
Well,
yes.
it was retired
kinda
because
like
of Marino, but
Right.
Jake Scott happened to wear it.
Yeah.
If he was a Super Bowl MVP and a Hall of Fame player, why not say by proxy his is retired too? You know what I mean?
Well, right.
Oh, for
Mhm.
sure, for sure. Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, that was a truly put together roster. They used every bit of it. That's why I'm like, well, you can't say, well, in January or in December, this guy was in, this guy was in. I'm like, wait a minute. You just say that we was historically built. Like, what the hell happened? You know? But to Ali's point, I guess a defensive lineman went through. I guess by the time, but the Kansas City game, we were all together at that point. We were like in the middle of the season, we still had less injuries.
I think
in the middle of
a lot
the
of
season.
To be honest, this is why I and I know people don't like to credit one person for anything, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But you can at least still point out maybe a key to the whole operation. And if you take this player, or not this player, but what this player provided, the whole freaking operation falls apart.
Yeah.
Okay. And that player to me is Larry Zonka.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's why I was so adamant about a guy like Derrick Henry, because when you add that element in South Florida with a beast like that running the football, dude, it just opens up so much for you, man. And then it compounds and opens up that stuff even on the road for you. You know what I mean?
I think the reason why you hear a lot of fans say, "Oh, that was the best roster we've had in generations," it's just because it's probably fans that are probably around my age, to be honest, maybe a little older.
They became in the mid 2000s after Ricky Williams.
I'm not saying we wouldn't have won the Super Bowl because we did in '73. So my point is that we wouldn't have made it. We wouldn't have ultimately completed the whole undefeated thing without Larry Zonka.
Well, they're your era, Bryson. They probably came in after Ricky Williams or shortly after.
This fan base is getting younger, and they haven't seen a talent
so
like what we have now. That's why.
It's kind of like this, Crypto. It's kind of like this. The worst thing to ever happen to you is the worst thing to ever happen to you. So it's just like the best team they've ever witnessed is the best team they've ever witnessed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like
if Dan Marino would have had a running back like Larry Zonka, we would have went undefeated in the modern era.
Like my whole
if he got that Barry Sanders deal happen, that would have been awesome.
He would have been, that would have been enough to compete in undefeated
I'll be
season.
26.
You were 14-2 that year without him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll
Go
be
ahead, Bryson. What were you
26
saying?
I'll be 26 next month, so I'm young. But my whole life has been a mediocre football team.
Since '99.
At best.
I really feel for fans like you, bro. I mean, I didn't get the Super
I
Bowl.
do,
At least I didn't get to see,
But I'm saying it's like,
you know what I mean?
When I see teams like we got now, it's like there's hope. When I was growing up,
So this is your second 11-win team.
Dude, I grew up my dad yelling at the TV every Sunday. That was my Dolphins Sunday growing up.
Yeah.
You know
that
So-
we joke
Yeah, I
around
do
about
feel
that
sorry
30
for you,
years.
yeah.
It's been what 20? It's been like 24 years since we've won a playoff game, right?
Yeah, and like I grew up, my favorite player
That's
was
been that's
Ricky Williams,
minus
Zach
2 years of
Thomas.
his lifespan. He
His
has
entire
not-
lifespan,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. I mean, Ricky Williams, I was a kid. I was a little kid when Ricky Williams and Zach Thomas and Jason
I think
Taylor, those
maybe
are my,
that's
like,
why it's easier.
idols.
Bryson, do you think? Speak for yourself only, but since you are one of them, you know, the younger fans, let's say,
Yeah.
Do you think it might be that where it might let's say the indifference to quarterback. And I don't necessarily say, because everybody's going to say, oh, no, he is great, Color. What are you talking about? But I'm talking about, let's be real, about the level of quarterback we're willing to accept league-wide, not just in Miami.
Yeah.
But, like, as a younger fan, do you think that the fact that it's easier for fans, younger fans these days, to totally overlook the importance of elevated greatness at the quarterback when it comes to these arguments that, oh, everybody's got to have a team around them, or you got to put the whole team together, or it's a team sport, or it's a, you know what I mean, and all that, because none of which I can't disagree with, because I know that football's
Tom Brady era
sport,
too.
but
That's the thing.
it's the ultimate team sport. But when it comes to, hey, this is good enough and we should be winning Super Bowls, and I'm over here like, bro, you're right, but you're not right when it comes to the quarterback.
Sure.
Do you think
I think
that it's easier for younger fans to believe that I'm wrong because they just have, like, the greatness you saw was Ricky Williams? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think
Zach Thomas, not the quarterback. You know what I mean? And you saw us win and get to the brink sometimes without that quarterback. So you're like, well, why not? You know what I mean? Why not take the next step?
The younger fans,
when really that next step is that upper level quarterback.
Yeah, I think with the younger fans, I don't think for myself
They grew up in that era.
is I think we see a quarterback like Tua, and we clearly see he's a step below like the Josh Allens and the Patrick Mahomes and the Aaron Rodgers when he was up there. Not saying he still is, but I think say he's not
but in
there.
your mind, he's let me try to answer quickly.
Hold on, Ty Bless. I'll make that trade. Holland and Tyreek for Justin Jefferson. Let's get it done.
Step above the guys that had Ricky Williams to work with us.
Exactly.
I got you. That's kind of where I was getting at.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. Is he's
you're willing to accept that step below because you firmly believe that back in the day, a guy like Ricky Williams would have pushed Tua over the edge.
Yes, he's a step
or maybe
above.
vice versa. Tua would have been the difference there, other than a guy like Fiedler or Pennington or whoever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's a step above what we used to have, but he's a step below what the big
And as an old fart, that's where you and I would fundamentally disagree, as in our age, our demographics.
I've said up here, sure, and I've said up
in our age demographics, not you and me personally. You know what I mean?
Sure. No, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Is I think the younger crowd is like,
Dixie, go lay down.
The best we've got. We might as well just keep him, because they think if we get rid of him, we're going back to the Chad Penningtons. We're going back to that.
That's what they're thinking, but they don't realize.
See that, and where I'm at is he has yet to prove that he can even be one of those guys.
Sure, but I just think that's what their thing is like.
The dog's bothering him. She won't leave him alone.
Going to be set back.
Like,
if we're one piece and one quarterback away, and the rest of the team is assembled, I think your chances of finding that guy is easier because that's the only position you got left.
That's fair too. So there's still, of course, I've always agreed there's still a point in building that conveyor system, Crypto, that team. It's like when the guy comes around, we're certainly going to be ready for him.
Because that's the only one that's left.
Yeah,
that's only one position's left.
And if that guy happens to be getting better, then
right.
We'll see, man. I don't know if
they constantly keep switching out 53 people. Yeah.
I don't think
it's
he was worth
dynamic
the contract, though. I will say that. I don't think we should pay him right away. And I think
that's
all night.
Where I'm like, it's not going to kill me if we do, but it's like, why would you just?
Yeah, I just don't think he's proved it. I don't think he's proved.
I just don't understand why you would negotiate against yourself at this point.
I mean, like we said earlier, we already paid him through the 5th year. Let him play it. It's like who we compete. Like you said, is like if he wins the Super Bowl this year, what do we care what we're paying him? He did what we wanted him to do.
Right.
But it's like What, like you said, the ball's really in his court. What quarterback's on the market right now that we're trying to get him paid before that quarterback gets paid? You know, it's like all the
Right. It's
quarterbacks are
almost like
really
they're
kind of paid.
fighting with
We're not.
themselves.
It's like Waddle.
Which
Like
player are we
Waddle's one of
talking
those.
about? Sorry, I've lost track and I've been distracted a few minutes here.
We're just
What
talking
player?
about to his contract. There's no rush to pay him.
Here's something I know about the Dolphins, and this is regarding every player and their money, right? As far as we know, the Miami Dolphins may already have a deal with Tua. They just don't have to announce it until they absolutely have to.
Yeah, that's fine.
But
We're
what
just
would be the
saying is
advantage
like
in doing that?
when
What
you
would be
look
the
at the
advantage?
market.
Yeah.
Well, you hold it as leverage against other teams who think you don't have the money or you're not
Well,
willing
why
to
do
do
we care?
something. You can manipulate moves.
But Ali, what
It's
we're
just like,
saying.
hold
Why
on,
do we
hold on,
care
hold on,
about what them?
Hold on, Bryson. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
The advantage is the fact that it's just like in poker. You're not going to show your hand to everybody. You know what I'm saying? So you may have something in your hand. You may already have the proper hand and all that. You just don't have to show it until they actually call for cards. That's when
But
you
ain't
have
nobody
to show.
calling for them.
My
Well,
point
Ali, what we're
is,
saying is
my
there's
point
no
is this.
quarterbacks on
My-
the market that are getting ready to get paid that we need to rush into a deal. Like he hasn't.
That is true. This is true. But at the same time, look at it this way. And I'm using this, and I'm going to use this example with our own players. We have free agents that we want signed to long-term contracts. We still have to repay Phillips, right? We still have to give Waddle his money, right? We're not sure what's going on with Javon Holland. I think I think he's gone personally, right? But let's say they're
Okay.
trying to re-sign him too. You don't want those people to know what money you have, right? Until you absolutely have to.
That's public information.
Okay, but Ali,
What do you mean it's public
Waddle,
information? Yeah, but you don't have
Everybody
to
know what
sign the
everybody
deal yet.
has.
Is my
but
point.
Waddle's proved that he earns a contract with his statistics. I don't know if
Right.
Tua earned to break the market. Is what we're saying
Well,
is that
Waddle didn't prove that. They exercised his 5th-year option.
Yeah.
I mean, I
If
guess
Waddle
that's-
proved that, they would have locked him up right now.
I don't see
I think Waddle
nobody getting
deserves
more or less leverage.
a Devontae
Definitely,
Smith
Waddle
contract.
definitely deserves his money, and I think this team, unfortunately, the way we are built, because we're more offensive heavy, in my opinion. You have to have the weapon there, right?
Like
You
I told,
can't move off of it. I understand you think differently, Color, but this is my opinion, right?
Well, like I told you, Ball, before, they've agreed with me on quite a few things. Bro.
It's my opinion. My point
I'm
is,
kidding, man,
the whole point I was trying to make is the fact that I'm not saying they don't deserve money. My point is that if you're trying to save as much as you can, you don't. It's like, for example, somebody wants money from you, right? And you're like, you're not going to tell them that you have $100 million, because then they're like, well, he can definitely afford to pay me. So I want the full amount.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, Ali, for
Yeah.
sure.
That's my point. You don't want people to know. And you're talking about public information, right? Yes, you're right. But who's to say they have to sign that deal and make it public information?
Exactly. We don't know what public information is going to be
people.
6 months from now. You know what I mean?
I think I was more just trying to make
After
the
the deal
argument.
is done, like, you know what I mean? Like if they
I was
don't,
just
if they don't know whether we're going to
But
do
if
the
they
deal or
wanna
not,
pay
they don't
him-
know what that public
Yeah,
information is
but
going to be.
But if
was
they
trying
want to
make
pay
the
him whatever
argument-
they want to pay him, it don't matter if another team wants to give him more.
I was more trying to make the argument that all the quarterbacks in his class that are franchise guys have already been signed. So there's no contract to get in front of, in my opinion, to beat, right? Like Jalen Hurts, Herbert, Burrow all got paid. So it's not like those
One of them's
contracts have
actually
any
coming around to a
leverage.
second one, dude.
I understand, and Bryson,
know?
I understand what you're trying,
see what I'm
trying to
saying?
say.
Around to his second
see
one.
what
The
I'm
argument
saying?
I'm having to that is the fact is that you're just looking at it in the quarterback aspect. We have other positions that we have to pay, and they're looking for top money. So the way to get around that is you make one deal first, but you don't tell everybody else the deal. So
I see what you're
therefore,
saying.
it
Sure.
makes it look like
I'm
your money
saying
isn't
don't
all
give the
there. Is what I'm
deal though.
saying.
But what I'm saying is don't give him a deal. Let him play out this year. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't give
we'll
Tua
see.
a contract.
Well, that's what I've been trying to say. You just have no reason whatsoever
but
to negotiate against yourself. You know?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say is don't
The
give
guy
him
is
a contract.
contractually obligated to play for what we have already proven we can afford to pay him and still have money to spend.
He's not holding out.
Yeah, I think
he's hail play.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't disagree with what you were saying, Ollie. I think I was just trying to make the point is that I don't think the Dolphins should rush into a contract with Tua. Meaning they shouldn't sign him this offseason. I think they should wait this next year because Greer has done everything he can to make Tua successful. And this year, I mean, there's zero excuse. Every year there's been an excuse about whatever this, and that. There's just no excuse this year. You know? I could be wrong. I don't know.
That's the thing, Bryson. I think with the 5th-year option with Tua, I really wish that, and maybe I'm wrong, and people, I know there's a large amount of people out there that think the contract's already locked in. Okay, fine. I'm not going to argue with those people. They obviously think they know something I don't. Okay, but putting that aside, like the 5th-year option for a first-round draft pick is there for a reason. And sometimes maybe a cigar is just a cigar, and we exercise the 5th-year option onto it because that's precisely what it's there for. If he had a delay, an extra unforeseen delay, let's say with his, hip recovery or whatever, and that delayed his trajectory on his career for a season, then wouldn't it be logical to assume that he's a higher likelihood of being a quarterback that goes through his 5th-year option than another quarterback? I mean, you have, and without throwing shade on him, I mean, the like I said, the 5th-year option is there for a reason.
Yeah.
And so beyond a reason that I think everybody forgot was the original intended a reason. But the thing about it is, I can think of at least 2 quarterbacks that came from that general area of when Tua was drafted. Maybe one. I have to look again on when somebody was drafted, but that are already coming around for their second deal, bro. Like, think about it. When did they pay Herbert?
Actually,
Well,
Bryson, you're wrong.
Real
Not
quick,
every
Ollie. Hold
quarterback's
on.
from-
I want to. This it wasn't rhetorical. When did they pay Herbert?
At the end of 2022.
last season.
At the end of when?
Last season.
2022.
Yeah,
okay.
2022.
Okay, so they just started with him. All right.
So his money is starting.
What were we gonna say though, Ollie? What did I miss?
There is another quarterback that hasn't gotten his money yet from that draft, and they're talking about extending him now.
Who's that?
Which one?
Jordan Love.
Oh, right.
Okay,
well,
yeah,
Joe
that's
Burrow?
true. I did forget about him. I completely forgot about him.
What about Joe Burrow?
But see, Jordan Love,
Yeah, they
to
hadn't
me,
finalized his.
Jordan Love has done something Tua hasn't. Jordan Love looked outstanding in the playoffs with a not that talented of a roster, in my opinion.
Yes, but at the same time, Jordan Love got to do what I wanted to do with Tua, and it was have him sit by a proper veteran to learn. He's taking the Aaron Rodgers route, technically.
Yeah, and we didn't have an Aaron Rodgers.
You know they weren't going to let Tua do that.
But yeah,
that's what I wanted. I wanted Tua to sit at least for a year at bare minimum, just like even Patrick Mahomes did behind what's his name that was
Alex
there at
Smith.
the time.
Alex Smith, yeah.
Yeah, Alex Smith. So that's what I wanted Tua to do because I thought he could learn, he could understand, what they were doing. He could learn. There's a lot of benefit there, and
I agree.
That's kind of where I was with it. You know what I mean? I didn't want to rush to get. How many times do we rush kids and they're already busts? Bryce Young, they're already projecting Carolina to be picking a new quarterback next year, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
They're already
But
they're
that's
already
only
mocking that,
because they
right?
never was in a situation weapons was immediately assembled with them. A lot of people
I know,
overlook
but
that.
we can't.
That's
we gotta
true.
let
Playing a full
gotta let
preseason
quarterbacks
without anybody coming in behind you. You're playing every single snap like CJ Stroud did, that people overlooked, that his coaches made him do to make sure he learned the playbook in and out before the regular season started.
But you gotta let
Did Bryce
quarterbacks
Young get
play,
that
man.
opportunity? No, he didn't. They
You
were
gotta let
subbing in
quarterbacks
quarterbacks left
play.
and right, and not even giving a kid an opportunity.
I'm not saying that players can't come in right away, by the way, because you brought up CJ Stroud. I'm not saying that they can't come in day one and be a starter and be successful. All I'm saying is that I like having a rookie sit behind a proper veteran. And when I say proper, somebody that knows what they're doing and they're an actual decent veteran, and learn for a year, learn the ropes, learn the do's and don'ts and stuff, and then have them come in, just like Patrick Mahomes. I just want the Patrick Mahomes path because I thought it would have been better. That's all I'm saying.
No, I agree with you, Ollie. I agree. I mean, obviously, sadly,
I understand that in theory that works, but I think that's not gonna happen no more.
That's a good point too. That's a really good point. I mean, technically, Atlanta's doing the same thing though. If you really think about it.
Which honestly,
Atlanta signed Kirk Cousins and then drafted Penix Jr. So they're doing the same thing.
But why did they sign that contract
now
with
he's doing
Kirk the way they signed it?
$100 million is not a lot.
It's
that's really not a lot of money.
No. But they can't get out of that contract for 3 years. They have that's a 3-year deal. No. They can't get out of that contract with
fully.
No. It's not guaranteed fully.
I'm talking about the 2 years is fully guaranteed. And they can be out of it at the end of the second year.
No, it's 3 years.
They're not bound.
They can't. No. It's not a 2 years. It's 3 years. I'll look up. I looked up the contract the other day. If they get out within 2 years, it's a big dead cap.
Well, I think they
don't matter.
I think you're overlooking the fact that it's only $100 million. Quarterbacks now make $200 million. That would be a lot of money.
No, it's $180
not very much at all,
contract. Bro. It's $180 million contract, $100 million guaranteed. But
that's it, and that's the only part that they'll be on the hook for.
Sure, but they're gonna have, if they get out after the 3rd year, they're gonna have $25 million in dead cap. That's a lot.
Only for 2 extra years or so. By that time, the rookie that they just drafted won't be up into his contract anyway.
But $25 million in dead cap, preparing yourself for a $25 million dead cap is not a good move. What they should have done is they should have.
Why not? The Green Bay Packers did it with Aaron Rodgers.
They should have structured a 3-year deal with a 2-year out. Right now they have.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Bryson. How much is
Kirk Cousins? They're going to spend the money. They want to spend the money.
How much is Kirk Cousins making each year of that contract? Let's say he's not cut. Let's say he plays the game each year. How much is he making?
Well, the base salary for the first year is like $12.5 million.
Okay.
The next year's around. This is saying 27.5.
Okay, and then how much is the 4th and 5th year? Or I'm saying the 3rd and 4th year. How much is that?
Sounds like an Aaron Rodgers deal. They had re-signed Aaron Rodgers.
Because if you're telling me the dead cap is only $25 million, right?
After the 3rd year.
After the 3rd year?
Or no, sorry, after the 2nd year. If they
That's
cut
still not bad, bro. That means they're paying $25 million.
To that point, Ali, wasn't Aaron Rodgers getting almost $40 million brand new contract deals and incentives with the Packers?
Yeah, because he had just signed the deal with the Packers, and then they traded him a year later.
Man. I don't know. Maybe. Hey, I hope
it worked out pretty good for them.
I hope it works out. It's just if you're, my opinion, if you're a team that's ready to go draft a quarterback, why are you signing a 4-year contract to a quarterback? Why not just give Kirk a 1-year deal?
Because they had
a 2-year deal.
Enough time that they want to give them.
But why are you signing a 108? That's a solid contract. That's a big contract.
Look, I understand, Bryson, but that's here
I don't
for
think
me.
There's no NFL contract that truly didn't know.
But you're giving a big contract to a guy that's fresh off an Achilles when you don't even believe he's your future. You don't even think he can
Hence,
bring
that's
you
why
to the
they
promised
drafted
land.
Penix.
Yeah,
But don't sign him. If you don't think he can bring you to the promised land, don't sign him.
He's
Yeah,
a
Why are
bridge
you signing him?
quarterback. He don't have to bring you to promised land. He's a bridge
But
quarterback.
you don't sign $100 million deal unless you think he's going to bring you somewhere. Or you're
Not
just
necessarily,
handing
'cause
out
new
fun
contracts is going to be
coupons
300 and
now?
400 million. No,
You
because
know,
newer quarterbacks going to be worth, by the time
No,
Penix is up for
that's
his
not. You
deal, he'll
don't
be getting
sign. Then
400
don't
million.
sign him at all. That's a terrible contract. It's a
No,
terrible
because you don't want
contract.
nobody to
hold on,
bridge your
Bryson,
future
real
quarterback.
I
quick.
think it's a terrible contract if you're
Bryson,
signing a rookie quarterback.
there's a couple things. There's a couple things.
It's
There's
the Green
different
Bay
layers.
model all over again.
There's different layers to
I don't
that
see nothing
Atlanta
wrong with it.
situation, though, right? There's a couple things. Maybe their thought process. This could be two different things, but it could be a couple different things. But let me just give you my two thoughts on this, right? One, it could be that they decided, you know what? We're gonna do something similar to what the Packers did. We have our guy here for the next 3-4 years, and we're gonna go ahead and get our guy of the future behind him. So he's learning the whole system. And by the time the one guy's out, guess what? I don't have to be worrying about sniffing for another quarterback and starting all over again because I got the
And how
guy
about
in house
this?
already.
If Matt Ryan strikes lightning, and not Matt Ryan, if he gets like
Yeah.
Matt Ryan, strike lightning in a bottle and takes them to a Super Bowl and win it.
Yeah.
So then they got a
Well,
good
yeah,
deal.
well, I
They
mean,
got a
obviously,
deal,
I
right?
don't know.
And
Yeah,
here's the
but
other
only
thought
time
of
will
it.
tell.
Hold on, because I wasn't done yet. Here's the other thought, and this is the part that you probably are not thinking about. But Atlanta is in some big shit trouble with some tampering stuff that they had going on with the Kirk Cousins deal. Who's to say that the NFL hasn't already told them, listen, we're going to be announcing this a little bit later, but your quarterback and you're going to be losing draft picks. Your quarterback might get suspended for a couple games or something, and then they're
Yeah,
left
that's true.
without any quarterback. That could
Yeah,
be
that's true.
too.
I mean, listen, if they
That's
really
also a
think,
possibility.
if
They
they
could lay the
really
hammer
think,
down.
if they really thought Penix was the guy, regardless of the contract, if they thought Penix is a franchise guy, I think it's a great thing to pick him because if you find a franchise quarterback, I don't care, you pick him up. I just think it's just crazy in the same offseason, you sign a quarterback to a solid deal. I mean, that's not a small contract. That's a big contract. And then in that same year offseason, you draft a franchise guy. I just thought that was kind of
Why
wild.
do you wait a minute? Why do you
What's the
okay? But
difference
so you
between
said
that?
draft a franchise guy,
If
right?
that's what they think he is.
Okay, that's fine, but that doesn't mean that they think he's already. How do I say this?
You can be drafted and not be a franchise guy, and they can still believe that you will become
Right,
the franchise guy.
franchise guy is a subjective word. If you want him to be, hold on, let me finish. Franchise guy can be a subjective word. If you draft a guy and say he's my franchise guy, and I'm gonna be, but I'm gonna make every opportunity for that to happen. But that doesn't mean he's already that caliber of a player.
Yeah, 8th overall though. 8th overall is a big pick.
We
To
picked
just
ours
be
5th
like,
overall.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's like, I mean, you guys can disagree.
That's like
but
what? Again,
That's a big deal to pick a
But
guy to
Bryson, at
put
the
him
same
on the
time-
bench for 2
Wasn't
years.
Rosen drafted 10th overall?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was a bust, and they got rid
and
of
Baker
him
Mayfield was
after.
1st overall.
And he was a bust. But that
No, he
doesn't mean-
wasn't.
A bust.
He's won a
He was
playoff
for
game.
He's already
was
won
for the
2
Browns.
playoff games with 2
With
different
two
teams.
different teams. Yeah, it's not a bust.
He was for the Browns. They
We
clearly
can't use
didn't
that narrative.
believe in him.
No, because it was a better option.
Won a
Is the only reason
playoff
they
game
moved
with the
off of.
Browns.
Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna argue about fucking Baker Mayfield.
No, because you're pushing
If
a
you
false
draft a
narrative
guy
that he's a
8
bust.
overall,
He's not a bust.
if you draft a guy 8 overall, you expect him to help your team
And they
that
may
year or the
expect
next
that.
year.
They may
Fine.
see qualities in the guy that they expect that to happen, but that doesn't mean it's there yet.
Then why did they sign Kirk Cousins?
Because they don't trust that Penix is there yet.
Then
Right.
don't draft him 8 overall.
Yeah, you can, because that's the opportunity you have to get him
Would
at
somebody
that
else have
moment.
gotten him? Did they want the guy? Did they want the
I thought
guy?
he was a little high drafted.
Did they want the guy?
would have gotten him.
Did they want the guy?
I thought Bo Nix.
Did they
was
want
super
the
high
guy?
drafted. I think
it's a yes
I
or
don't
no
think,
question, bro. Did they want the guy?
Clearly, they wanted the guy. That's why they
Okay,
drafted him.
so if they wouldn't have drafted him 8th with their first round draft pick, would they have got the guy?
They could have traded back.
And done what? Guaranteed that they got the guy?
It wouldn't have been guaranteed, but I don't think.
Okay.
He's worth...
Question number 1: did they want the guy?
I already answered that, Color. I'm not going to answer it again.
Then
until you answer your question,
I already answered
why
the
they
question.
got him.
But that's not that wasn't the question. If they wanted him, obviously they wanted him.
If they wanted him, if they truly wanted him, they didn't want to take any risk that they couldn't get him.
They can get him,
The
right.
question is, was that a valuable pick for their current
Enough
situation?
to say that they didn't want to take risks to not get him.
And
Enough
that's
to
they
say
already
that
got
they didn't want to take the risk not to get him.
And last year, the last 3 drafts, they've already got enough
simple
weapons on
answer.
offense.
See, I
to
can
support
answer
him
your question simply,
That's
Bryson,
fine
with
for
one
you to
answer.
have that.
Because they, in their opinion, they
And I
thought
disagree.
that it was not worth the risk of not being able to get him because they liked him enough to satisfy that criteria.
That's fine.
It don't matter what the Dolphins like or how Tua plays or
It's
what I
nothing to
like
do with
or
Tua. I
what
don't know
you
why we're
like
bringing up
or
Tua.
anything.
I don't
It
know why we're
has to
bringing up
do
Tua.
with
I
the
like
Atlanta
Kirk Cousins.
Falcons, okay, thought
I don't know
that
why we're
they
bringing up
liked
Tua.
him
That has
enough
nothing to do
that
with the
they did
conversation.
not want to take the risk of not getting him.
That's
why
fine.
he
Then
was
don't
picked 8th
sign
overall.
Kirk Cousins to a 4-year deal in the
It
same
has
offseason.
nothing to
That's all I'm
do
saying.
with their opinion of
It's
where
not a
he's
contract
at
you can't
now.
get out of. There's
But it
no
has
contracts
nothing to
ever
do-
constructed that nobody
It
can
has,
get out of.
hold on, Crypto. It has nothing to do with their opinion of where he's at now.
That's fine, but don't sign Kirk Cousins if you're gonna fucking.
Then maybe they think they're still win now with a guy like Cousins.
Right.
Another factor. Hold on.
Okay, hold on. No.
time.
No, let me answer that. If you're in win now mode, take that 8 overall pick and go get a weapon so Kirk Cousins could go.
He
win
have
a
enough
ring.
weapons. They got B. John Robinson and Drake Landon and a lot of other players and freaking Cal Pitts and all these other guys. They got assembly of weapons already.
That's
yes, a basic tight end, a basic tight end, a basic wide receiver, and a basic running back.
That's not enough.
It don't
The
matter
same
if
thing
they
the
do or
freaking
not.
Kansas City won.
Well, hold on. It
No
don't matter if they do or not.
Yeah, it
They
is because they
think
beat the
do.
Niners before.
It don't matter if they do or not. They think they do.
They think they do. So the other thing is that you're not taking into account.
It is for them.
Hold on.
And I'm telling them they're wrong.
San Francisco lost to teams that's more inept than them.
And they went to the Super Bowl, so who gives a fuck?
I'm not in the business.
Okay,
of
they
telling
went to
you-
the Super Bowl.
Hold on.
Atlanta went to the
I'm not
Super
in the
Bowl with
business
just as
of-
much
I'm
weapons.
not in the business of giving my opinion on whether they're
They
wrong
had
or
way
right.
more
I'm
weapons.
telling you
Crypto.
what their
What
thoughts
you
are.
saying?
They're the same
Julio
style
Jones?
of weapons when they went to the Super Bowl and
Julio
lost to the
Jones
Patriots.
is 10 times better than the receiver.
Well, they
Drake
obviously
London was.
disagree. Argue with them.
No, he's not. Drake London has done nothing. Julio Jones is 3 times better than
They
Drake
tight
London.
end is just as good. They running backs is just as good.
Kyle Pitts has
They're
done
playing in
nothing.
they playing in a
Kyle Pitts has
weaker
done
division.
nothing.
All they have to do is win the division
Todd
and win 2
Gurley, what
playoff
are you talking
games.
about? Todd Gurley was an outstanding running back. They had way better weapons than they currently do. What are you saying, Crypto?
I ain't saying they didn't have better weapons. They had in the current
You just
environment
said
now.
they have enough
They can
weapons than
win.
they did when they went
Yes!
to the Super Bowl.
They have enough weapons to win in that conference and be able to get by.
Not to go to the
Realize that it
Super
don't
Bowl.
matter. They think they can.
And they're wrong, is what I'm saying.
Okay,
That's
so
the
go
whole
tell
thing.
them
Okay,
that.
fine. Go tell
I'm not
them
in the
that then.
business of telling you whether they're wrong or right.
Well,
I'm
that's the
simply
whole
telling
thing
you
we're
what their
talking about.
thought
Is that,
pattern is.
that's the whole point of this conversation is that I was saying they're wrong.
And
you guys
really,
are
in the
saying
freaking
that they're not.
49ers shouldn't
No,
even gotten
I
anyways. It
never
wasn't
said
for
they were
freaking
wrong
Dan
or right.
Campbell
I'm
crapping the
simply
bed in the
telling you what their
conference
thought
championship game.
Their thought pattern could be. I'm not telling you whether they're wrong
So
or right.
Don't make it as if these 49ers are that great of gods and they this invincible team, because they're not.
I never said they were.
Because they should have never lost. They should have never beat the Packers or the Lions.
Maybe they wanted to win enough. Maybe like
I'm not
Ali
too
said,
sure
they
about
wanted
that now
I don't
because
know.
of them
Maybe
losing
like
the
Ali
weapons that
said,
they got on offense.
hold on. Maybe like Ali
Top to
said, they
bottom,
wanted Penix to
the
see
Niners
a guy
are
like
better than
Kirk
the Falcons.
Cousins do it.
Yeah, and here's the other thing:
It
is
doesn't mean that they'll beat them in a
this
playoff
could be as
game, top
simple.
to bottom.
fucking suck.
Because all it takes is freaking
Hold on.
one
Let me just say,
freaking game.
Let me just say, on their whiteboard, okay, every day that they look at, that they check stuff off of, there nowhere does it say consult Bryson.
I never said it did, bro. I'm a fucking air traffic
And
controller.
in that division,
Here's what I think about with
and in that division, and I'm gonna get out ahead of
by
it
the
now
way,
because they
I'm
are
not
one of
the
my early
only
picks.
one.
And in that division with the Saints, Bucks,
I'm not
and
the only
freaking
one that
and the Panthers, book it. The Atlanta Falcons, as of right now, at 2:06 a.m. Eastern Time on May the 4th, crypto is saying, like I did with the Texans and the Jaguars in 2 successive years, saying who's going to win the division, be the surprise team. Yes, book it. The Atlanta Falcons is winning their division. There you have it.
Hey, crypto. No, but for real, can we put a bet on that, crypto?
I'm betting you my pride. Yes, absolutely.
You got the Panthers, and who else?
Because I said I was the only one. I was the only one. I was the only one. No, you finna acknowledge my last 2 consecutive year predictions with the Jaguars and the freaking Texans. And I'm doing it right now here with the Falcons in that weak division. They will win that division in a landslide.
But real quick, Bryson, think about it like this. Do you think the Falcons are a generally good organization recently that's really done much of any winning?
No.
Okay.
They won 8 games.
So why do you think? Hold on, Crypto.
That's not really the point he's trying to make.
So why do you think all of a sudden that they're gonna make good decisions?
I don't. It was the biggest
so
shock
is it
of the
possible
draft.
they're making a decision that could be wrong?
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, so again, we're not. I'm not.
Kirk Cousins, 4,000 yards receiving. Drake Landing's gonna have over 1,000 yards receiving. Kyle Pitts another 1,000 yards. Their running back is gonna get 1,000 yards rushing.
Color. My thing is, it's May, and it was the biggest shock of the first round.
Right, but what I'm saying is,
I don't see it as a shock. It's called a contingency plan. It's
You
no
claim
different
that
from what
I
Chris
said
did.
that they were wrong or right. I never opined on whether they were wrong or right. I simply was saying what I thought their thought patterns were, which is likely what they were.
So
I
for me,
misunderstood that. My bad.
For me, this whole I just want to make this point real quick because I was trying to make it for a while now. This could be as easy as maybe they didn't think they could get a decent quarterback in this draft based on how many teams wanted quarterbacks, as you saw how many of them flew off the board, and they were actually had Penix landed at them, and they're like, you know what, we can't pass this up.
Yeah, sure. That's
and
fair.
they were one game.
What happened? And here's
they
the
were
other
one game last year from winning the division. One game. They lost the division on the last game of the season.
Can we agree, as the years have gone
What do you mean
by,
they're not win now?
it has started to become harder and harder to actually find franchise quarterbacks. And what I mean by that is, look how hard it's been for us. Look at what the Jets have gone through. Look at some of these teams. Like, I don't know how many quarterbacks since John Elway and Peyton Manning that the Broncos have been going through. To draft a franchise quarterback, it's almost
so
like you have to have the number 1 pick, almost, right? And
That's
they
why you
don't
gotta
want to
go
have
grab
to
them
deal
when you
with that. So that's why they signed somebody, and that's why they brought in somebody that's young enough that could become and develop into that franchise quarterback.
They're literally,
and that was the same logic that kept us from drafting Matt Ryan.
They're literally doing the same thing we did with Tua, Bryson. The only difference is that it depends on whether their owners has a knee-jerk reaction and forces them to cut bait with Cousins and put Penix in too early. You know what I mean?
The only thing shitty about the move that they made is that their quarterback didn't know. That is the only shitty part about it.
And the other thing is,
I would agree
Kirk
with that,
Cousins is likely to be more of a gentleman enough to actually to actually mentor Penix, where you could never really expect that out of Aaron Rodgers. He explicitly said it. You know what I mean?
I agree with you, Crypto. I think they should have told him, or at least give him a heads up. Hey, if this happens, we might do this, and don't worry, you're our guy, but he's the guy in waiting.
Now, I'd agree that kind of spoiled that kind of poisoned the well, sure, by not.
Yeah, but I think Kurt's
having him in on it. You know what I mean?
He'll get over it fast. I think he's a mature guy.
Oh, it may push him. He is you know how he gets when people doubt him.
Remember when Jordan Love was drafted? Aaron Rodgers won the MVP that same year. So let's not lose sight of that.
Also, remember when what happened was going down with RG3, and everybody was questioning whether
right.
You remember all that?
Was drafted.
Remember
when RG3 was picked in the same draft.
And then remember when he was yelling in the locker room after he beat that one team? You know what I mean?
You like that?
I mean, it has been done. Guys have double dipped it. The Patriots this year double dipped it on quarterback. They just do it. It's called contingency plan. Nothing wrong with contingency plan.
And we keep saying that Jordan Love benefited one iota from Aaron Rodgers. The man openly said he wanted nothing to do with mentoring him.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
This is funny.
Kind of like what Tennessee, kind of like what the Titans said. Didn't Ryan Tannehill say that to Malik Willis? No,
exactly, Aaron. Get him.
Question is, didn't he?
Of course, when we talk to Aaron, we're Finn's tailgate, NFC North.
No, hold on. Didn't Tannehill do the same thing with Malik Willis? He said, it's not my job to mentor the guy.
Yeah, he did. He did actually say that about him. Yeah, you're right.
So, yeah, he did the same thing. So why are we saying because of Love's success, we want to make it as if it's 100% Aaron Rodgers?
But honestly, man, if the guy's taking your job, I don't blame the guy. If he's there,
that's why you have to give Love credit for his.
That doesn't mean that Jordan Love didn't benefit from watching Aaron Rodgers do what he did.
Of course,
he 100% did.
But you still got to play the game and get out on the field and have the juices flowing.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, for all we know, they saw Penix and their evaluators were like, "Listen, this guy has talent. We can't pass up. He has some great, amazing ability, but there's some room of development that we do need to work with him to get him to be our full-time starter." And
I think they put themselves in the perfect position.
Yeah,
I think it's a great situation for him.
I mean, here's a great contingency plan. That's all.
Here's the thing.
I ain't got no problem with contingency.
The videotapes that I've seen of him, he doesn't seem like he can make the short passes very well, but he makes the intermediate passes a lot better. You know what I mean?
Deep ball thrower. They say he's the deep ball thrower, the best deep ball thrower in the draft.
Yeah, I just don't think he can make those short passes as well.
Guess what happens if it don't work out, Bryson? After, let's say, Kirk Cousins' contract is ready to go, you know what I mean?
Everyone's gone.
No.
No. They'll just draft another quarterback.
They get Tua in free agency, and they draft another rookie quarterback, and they do the same thing again.
All over.
If they survive that,
they do that. Yeah, they draft Tua. They pick up Tua in free agency, and then
it's hard for a GM though to draft two quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if you really want to really look into it even more,
Chris Greer's anomaly, man. Steven Ross fucking loves Chris Greer. It's rare a GM gets that many quarterbacks and that many head coaches.
Or,
I mean, what? Chris Greer's had 3 head coaches and 3 quarterbacks. That's rare. It's rare. Unless
if you had all the backups who actually played and started, he actually had like 5 quarterbacks.
Yeah, and that's rare. Unless you have a shit ton of success, which Greer technically doesn't yet. He doesn't have any playoff success. That's rare. I don't know. Chris Greer might have some backroom knowledge on Steven Ross.
We find out 30 for 30, like 40 years from now, like we find out Ross like absolutely hated Greer's guts.
Right. Yeah, man, but kept them around for some reason. I don't know. Yeah. I like Greer. I still think there's stuff to be proven, but I think he'll live or die on that Tua pick. Personally, I don't know if they'll let him.
No, part of me do agree with that part. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Well, again, there's no reason to, and we're going to get a good signal of that. And hey, I'm not saying I disagree with people that think it's going to happen for sure this year, but if he does the contract with Tua this year, then yeah, I agree. He's completely 100% tied at the hip.
Tied at the hip. And
I said it was going May 1st. I thought
Chris
everybody was going to be
Greer-
in arms by now.
Chris Greer is going to become the RoboCop
it's not May the
for
1st.
Stephen Ross's Detroit. Legitly.
You guys already got this made. I love it.
I mean, that's my thing. I think Chris Greer does his job well enough. He's hard to fire. That's basically
He is hard to fire.
What I think. He does so many things well.
He has so many fall guys.
And really, the people that are mad at him,
dead or alive, you're playing for me.
Yes, dead or alive, you're playing for me. Exactly. And here's the thing.
That's
so many people hate him, but the
knows how to
people
do
that
the
hate
job.
him are really it's the fan base. It's the fan base driven where the hate he gets the hate. It has nothing to do with the organization. I truly think that when he sits down with McDaniel and Stephen Ross, they're on the same page through and through. That's what I
think though, Ollie, I agree
He's
with you,
masterful
Ollie.
in keeping a job.
I also
having
think
trap
though,
doors.
majority, I'm not going to say all, I think the majority of the people that hate Chris Greer would hate anybody that's put in that position. They're just going to be very ignorant.
Bro, I cannot tell you the
I don't
amount
know
of
if
times
Tannenbaum. I hated Tannenbaum more than Greer. I can't say that.
I definitely hated Tannenbaum.
I don't like
hated Jeff
Tannenbaum.
Ireland more than Greer. I
But
hated
it's
Jeff
like-
Ireland more than
Greer
Greer.
is like light years better than all of them.
Like take
But
the OBJ.
I wouldn't say
Take the
that.
OBJ signing.
I don't like
There's
Tannenbaum.
people out there hating on the OBJ signing.
name
It's
is
a
horrible.
$3 million contract. It's a great contract for the type
Do you
of
guys
player we're getting.
realize that Jason Sanders is making more money than OBJ?
But that's what I'm saying is like
crazy to me.
people are hating on that.
Well, here you go, Bryson. Think about it from this angle. When you are listening to people make their takes, right? Don't you always aspire to be in a space or a room or watching a show to hear like you don't just choose anybody to listen to, right? In other words, there's a hierarchy in your mind of people that you because of whatever reasons they might have more inside access.
Sure.
They might, be able to know a little more. They have a different perspective because they're on the ground, they're in the building, whatever it might be, right? So there's certain people that you would agree for yourself that you would actually aspire to listen to over others because it helps you formulate a better, more accurate opinion for yourself, right?
Educated guess.
Correct?
Sure.
No different than when you research different players and whatever information we have about them and all that, right?
Yeah.
So you would agree that when it comes to if you had that access of that guy, let's say it's Omar Kelly, just to throw one out there, who's the guy who has a little bit of access, right?
Yeah, I love that guy.
Now, if you had his access, right?
Yeah.
Would that not give you more information, up or down, to factor into your calculus?
Yeah, it would, sure.
When you form your opinion, right?
Yeah.
Right. So imagine being Chris Greer and Stephen Ross.
Oh yeah, they know.
Now hold on a minute. If you had the amount of information they were working with across the whole spectrum of anything involved in football. So, in other words, you, I, a lot of the other people more than me, some people more than me, eat, sleep, and breathe Dolphins football and taking a temperature of the team and knowing what's going on a moment's notice and all that. Everybody races to be the first person to break some news. You know how that is, right?
Yeah.
So now Chris Greer is a guy who's the general manager of the team. So he, first of all, eats, sleeps, and breathes more of it than we do, than any of us.
Yeah,
Yep.
so I agree with
And
Brian.
he's working with the ultimate amount of information to add to his calculus than any of us. So there's
Okay.
he's literally functioning in a different universe than we are.
Okay.
Like, he knows about players we've never even thought of that are actually part of his timeline in getting to.
Yeah.
Same with Stephen Ross. And when we talked about earlier that they're on the same page and they're talking to each other and all that, their timeline and outline and all of that, because of the amount of information they're working with compared to us, is so many light years ahead that it is
Okay.
literally in another universe.
Mhm.
We
Yeah,
are
yeah.
ants. We are ants crawling on a floor to them.
Yep.
And
Sure.
I don't mean that that's the way they think of us. I'm
No, I know
saying
what
that
you're saying.
in
What's
our
your point?
amount of
What do you mean, though?
knowledge
Yeah,
to
he's
factor
measuring
into our
knowledge.
calculus compared to theirs.
Oh
Yep.
yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of Chris Greer from the get, just so that. But
Even the
yeah, I
guy.
totally agree.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is, even the guy that claims to, whoever it might be, that claims to eat, sleep, and breathe Dolphin football more than anybody in the community, that
Yeah, they
guy
don't know
is
shit
still
compared.
like,
Yeah.
even
mean-
if he has inside information,
I mean, Color, even to add to your point,
because
I'm
having
shitting
inside information about a
But Color,
thing is one thing.
to add to your
Having the
point.
vantage point of Chris Greer and Stephen Ross is completely another.
Go ahead.
But
Go ahead, Bryson. What are you
To
saying?
add to your point, I'm shitting on the Falcons for whatever they did. To add to your point, they know way more shit than I know, right? About the Penix and Kirk and
Inherently,
all this
it's
stuff.
They're
not that
giving your
they know
perspective.
more like they're
You know,
more
it's like
intelligent than you. They're working with more information.
100%. They might have hit the freaking jackpot.
And if you were working with their information, you may
Maybe I
have
would
very
have made
well
the
came
same
up with the same
decision.
conclusion.
Sure. And like, this is a hobby, right? The Dolphins to me is I just love watching the Dolphins. It's not my career. I'm sure if, like you said, if I had the same information, maybe I would have done something different or whatever. But it's like, this is just fun for us. This is something we follow because
Well,
we
that was
like
the
it.
respectful way to say, when people are like, well, you don't know, you're not the, why don't you apply for the job, Bryson? That would have been the disrespectful way to say it. You know what I mean? I was
Sure.
just like, you know.
No, I know.
Well,
But
that's what
I
they'll
do.
say at
I
the
do
end.
think Chris Greer's
because
doing solid.
just because we're not working with their information, we're still making the best, most intelligent take. At least I am, making the best, most intelligent take possible
now,
with the amount of information that I have.
Sure, I can respect that.
In other words, I'm the smartest ant. You know.
Look,
I see what you're saying.
But that just means that. So it's not a matter of saying, "Oh, we don't have that information, so you're unintelligent." That's where people go wrong. No, because if we did have their information, we are probably as intelligent enough to come up with the same conclusion they do.
Yeah. And
if
the
same amount of information was being worked with.
Yeah. And the other thing is, Color, sometimes you have to actually appreciate what Chris Greer does, or someone in his type of position as a GM, because they have to play chess 24/7. There's no, hey, I can take a step back. I don't have to play chess right now. I can just, hang out.
I don't think anyone
They
can
have
be
to,
it, yeah.
whenever we think I'm going to use a wrestling reference to Cody Rhodes. When we think the story is finally finished, no, the story has just begun, because he's already having to be 10 chapters down the road. You know what I mean? He has to look at the 2025 draft already. He has to look at the 2026 and know what's coming to kind of figure out his roster all the time.
Right.
So teams, when they make moves like this, that tells me their GM is thinking about the future 24/7. And I made this comment in the Twitter Spaces, and I made it here before because I got questioned. Do I think the team really is planning for the future, or are they really building for now, because people want them to win now, right? Both can be true at the same exact time. You can still be building to win now. And I'm going to go out and say this: good teams always build to win now,
but at the same exact moment, they are building for the future, right? You don't ever see Kansas City really drafting for an absolutely need that they needed, right? They draft BPA usually, and in addition, they're drafting for positions that they may already have guys.
Right.
That's what good teams do. The Eagles did it back-to-back season. They had the best defensive line. Each guy had 7 sacks almost.
Right, because if they were drafting for need, we would know. We would have known of the players.
The very next draft, they went and drafted a whole new line.
Right.
It
But I'm
wasn't
saying,
even
Ali,
needed.
if the Chiefs, let's say, were drafting for need, then we would have heard of the players. We would have heard the fact that they did that.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be popping out with these players like Pacheco out of nowhere, because we would have said, we would have known who they were drafting, because if they were drafting for need, they would have drafted high.
And Crypto, I think you said, yeah, it was needed. Okay, I'll give you that. But at the same time, they didn't
The
need
wide
to do it.
receivers were.
Oh, the wide receivers.
Hey, guys,
Okay.
I
No, I'm
gotta
talking
get
about
out of
defensive
here.
line is what I was talking about. But yeah,
okay.
I see what you
O-line,
mean.
I got you.
Bryson, you got to go. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, hey man, it was a good time chatting with you all. I appreciate you guys.
Oh,
Definitely,
Bryson, one
Bryson.
other
Thanks
thing
for
before you
stopping
go.
by.
On that
Yeah,
note
yeah.
that we were just talking about, what I was really bringing all that up for was to speak to, I think, why the phenomena of when we do make the draft moves we made and whatever else, why there ends up being such a divide or such a difference or disparity between what the fans thought we were going to do and all that and what the team actually does. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what causes that schism is what I was trying to speak
sure.
to. You know what I
That
mean?
makes sense.
And
Bryson,
and
you
and
think
I
in the up-down
and no
facility?
more exemplifies that than the Bears, bro, who draft a punter in the 4th round and then trade to get back into the draft.
This
Yeah,
last
they
draft, they drafted.
Yeah,
a
they
punter
drafted a punter in the 4th round, and that was
What? I
supposed to be
didn't
the end
know
of their
that.
day. They only had 4 picks. That was supposed to be the end of their day.
What?
And then they traded again future assets to get back
In
in
the
the draft.
2024 draft, they did that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
because they
I
saw
didn't know
somebody that they saw that they
Now again,
that fell.
if we were working with their information, it
Yeah,
might have
that's
made perfect
crazy.
freaking sense.
Sure, I didn't know they did that. That's wild. That's crazy. But yeah, man, you guys have a good night. It's
Alrighty,
always
man.
great coming up.
You said you was
here
in a
and,
facility, in an up-down facility, or no?
Yeah.
Or you
I'm
in a
at Little
regular
Rock, man. I'm in
Little
radar
Rock?
training
Okay,
right
you're in
now.
Little. Okay, you already
Yeah,
did
I'm
the
training in the radar right
So
now.
look out for
So
them
you're in the
hook
radar part.
echoes, man.
Yeah, you're in the you did the tower part. You already did
yeah, I'm
upstairs.
fully certified in the tower.
Okay.
So
now
So
you
the
just
types
got
of
that left.
radars you guys use and the
Good.
level that they scan, do you guys see the hook echoes from like thunderstorms and shit?
Yeah.
Well, no,
We
that's
get
on
the
the
whole.
on the
Yeah, we
flight
get
service side.
I don't know
with the weather.
what you mean color, but yeah, we see the
Like
whole.
for a supercell that's producing a tornado,
No,
it'll
I'm
make a
talking about the
distinct
weather.
echo that looks like a hook. You know what I mean?
Aviation
We
weather.
won't see
Yeah, the
that,
flight
but we'll
service
see.
stations get that color.
We'll see like
That's
all
who's
types of
monitoring that.
weather from like
Yeah.
very mild to
Right.
severe.
That's
But
Navy.
if it's
That's
like
NOAA. It does all that. NWS
yeah, I
and
mean,
NOAA.
like
Yeah, that's all Navy shit.
When I was at the flight service station, they that's what we did. We did
I just
weather
didn't know if
briefings and
the
stuff.
radars and the
And we
level that you
interpret
guys
all
are
that.
scanning in the atmosphere are like at that level. You know what I mean? Where it would
yeah, I
detect
mean
that
like
shit.
for the most part,
'Cause
what
it's
we do
it's
is
like base reflectivity or something that they use for the weather radar and all that. Like it's pretty
yeah, I
close
the
mean,
to
weather
ground
radar
level.
is
It's like
different from the ones
it's like
that
in
they
the
use for
it's like in the meso atmosphere.
airplanes.
You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, we
Yeah.
just kind of report it's in a precipitation, so we report it from like a light precipitation
I
all
see.
the way to extreme, and then
So
like
it
if
comes
it's
on
like
your stuff, it comes in more like noise than anything else.
yeah, like it's like
Yeah, as far as
color coded actually.
in
It's color coded on our screen. And then we'll just be like, moderate precipitation at your 12 o'clock, 5 miles, areas 10 miles in diameter. And then like certain pilots are like, okay, yeah, we want to stay away from that if you could give us vectors around that. And then we'll kind of navigate them around that type of
right.
weather.
Nothing detailed.
And then some
less
pilots will be
extremely
like,
detailed.
nah, we're looking at it on our radar. We want to drive right through it. So we'll just send
Right.
them straight through kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, if it's
Yeah.
extreme though, most people just want to stay away from it and just hold away, But we don't get any like in depth.
Yeah.
You know.
Right. That'll be the flight service station that do the in-depth radar. As far
Yeah,
as
we're
the
just kind
actual
of seeing
satellite imagery and stuff
how
like that.
heavy the precipitation is.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
That's a
Yeah, how
pre-flight
dense
thing.
the
to know.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How dense the water is in there or whatever, the precipitation.
And you would have to be monitoring almost ground level to be able to see the debris ball of a tornado.
Yeah, no, I mean on a radar
they do
scope.
on the weather radars. You know what I mean?
Yeah, on a radar scope, you wouldn't be able to see any tornadoes or anything like
Because
that.
they're that good now, bro. Like
Oh, I'm
you can
sure.
literally see the freaking debris ball of a freaking tornado now on the radar.
Yeah,
Man. It's
yeah,
crazy.
no, it's nothing like that.
Yeah,
It's
in reference to
more
the hook
just
gecko,
searching
that's at the
for.
flight service station.
But I mean, even off of that hook crypto,
Couldn't
like
do
you
it.
can see the debris ball now, dude. It looks like
Yeah, I mean,
okay. For those of you that are familiar with tracking hurricanes, you know the symbol they use for a hurricane, right? That's literally what the shit looks like on a radar, man, like a supercell now, bro.
That symbol.
Yeah.
That's how like resolute it is, man.
Yeah.
The only
no,
reason
it's
you
crazy,
can't see the inflow tail is because it's warm, dry air, clear air. You know what I mean? It's not like
Yeah.
it's not like a hurricane. You know what I mean? Where you can see the inflow tail. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
Radar,
Like, look at
satellite.
the freaking tornado ball like racing across the radar, man. You know, it's crazy.
No, but dude, we got
scary thing
some
for pilots
tornadoes
to
around
try to
here
fly
in
into.
Arkansas. They don't mess
Yeah,
around.
y'all
with
were getting a whole bunch of
Well, that's
touchdowns.
why I was asking, because you said you were in Arkansas, and I'm like,
Yeah.
you seeing any hook?
Tornado Alley.
It's not bad as
Oklahoma got
Oklahoma,
hit
but
bad.
last year we had a
Oklahoma.
pretty
Not
bad
as bad,
shooting.
but can certainly get an outbreak, dude. It's in that
Oh no,
area,
color
bro.
last year, just before I moved here, it leveled a whole.
And not as bad as relative. The only reason it's
Mm.
worse in Oklahoma is because it's more frequent there. A
Yeah,
tornado
no, but
outbreak's
color,
a tornado
Most
outbreak. It's
Rock,
bad
I mean,
anywhere. You know what I mean?
10 minutes from where I live currently,
Yeah,
a
Oklahoma is
whole
just constant.
neighborhood is completely leveled. I mean, nobody lives in that neighborhood still to this day.
Man.
And it's scary. I mean, coming from
It's
Florida, I
pancake.
never experienced anything like that. So when I moved
Speaking
here,
of Bryson,
it's
before you go
crazy.
again, one more reminder: May 27th of this year marks the 27th anniversary of a very tragic tornado event that destroyed an entire subdivision in Gerald, Texas. Right,
Really?
May 27th of 1997. That'll be 27 years ago on the 27th of this month. And the entire town was destroyed. There was only like 4 survivors. It killed 27 people and like a whole bunch of families, right?
Yeah.
I happened to look into some of these families, to kind of try to find a, to kind of, you want to kind of get a visual sometimes as to who you're looking at, you know what I mean? And I came across one of the families. It was a group picture. And there was a kid in the picture that was probably, I would estimate, 15, 16 years old. And he had a Miami Dolphins shirt on, dude.
What?
Yep. So 27 years ago this month, a Dolphin fan was killed by a tornado in Gerald, Texas, man. So let's
R.I.P.,
remember
man.
that guy.
Hey, let's win a Super Bowl for that guy. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yep.
Let's go, brother. No, but hey, it was really
one of the
great talking with
motivations
you
right
guys, as always. Even though,
Yeah.
we get
Dude, I
the
was
nitty
stunned
gritty.
when I saw the picture. I'm like, are you kidding me? You know what I mean?
Color.
Yo, even though
Let's
we
close it
get,
down. It's going on 8 hours, man.
yeah,
I'm
even
telling
though
you,
we
let's
get in the
do it.
nitty
Oh man, we're
gritty,
at the 8-hour mark. Damn.
it's always great
That's
talking
quick.
and debating.
I want to see if it's gonna make me throw up.
But yeah, you guys have a blessed night. Crypto, Color, Ollie. It's always great talking to y'all. And no matter what I
Alrighty.
say, I respect each and every one of your guys' opinions. And I only come up here because I generally like your guys' debates, and you guys really make me think about my beliefs about the team or whatever. And
Nobody stands in the fire better
it
than you
helps
do,
me.
dude.
I
Dead
appreciate
or
it, man.
alive, you're welcome.
The third degree burns on you.
I appreciate that. Seriously, even all you guys, Color, Crypto, Ollie. I love your guys' opinions on the team, and I appreciate you guys. You know, we all want the same thing. Ollie said it earlier. We all want the same goal. We just believe we can
should
get
do it
there in
different ways.
Totally agree with that.
Yeah, and we're all wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, one of us might be right,
Well,
luckily.
it works, and
but-
somebody called it. They were right at that point.
Sure, but at the end of the day, we all, you know, we gotta, because on Twitter and stuff, you know, people just get too worried about this is my camp, this is our camp, you know, this is what we believe. At the end of the day, we gotta come together as Dolphin fans and just root for our team and get ready for this season. I'm excited. I can't wait. So, you know, Fins Up Man or Go Fins, whatever our new logo thing we say now. But yeah, you guys have a great night, man.
You too, man.
All right, you too, man. Be easy.
All right, I'm just gonna say it for both of you guys because I'm tired too. Finn's Tailgate's the best. Like and subscribe, and make sure you're hitting up TFTGnetwork.com.
Devin Booker's going to the Jazz.
All right. Well, which I will be doing soon to buy myself a replacement coffee mug.
Spidey to the Lakers. I'm calling it.
Since I dropped my coffee mug.
Bronny? You said Bronny?
Spidey. What's his name?
Spidey. Oh yeah, Donovan Mitchell. Okay.
A public service reminder that nobody gives a shit about basketball. But
except those who knows about it.
Anyway, fins up, everybody. Have a good night.
Still stuck. Still stuck.
Yes.